live-streamed action. And the first race of the weekend, we're already heading out onto the grid. We've got 4 races today, headlined by the 4-hour FunCup Endurance Championship. We've got 2 races for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, but first, the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship, the 6th round of the season. You can see the cars head into the grid now ahead of their green flag warming up lap. So we've got, as I say, the 6th round of the championship to look forward to on this fantastic circuit for racing, the short 1.6 mile Silverstone National Race Circuit. And it is Joey Foster that qualified quickest in qualifying this morning on a 65.374 on a drying circuit. It's fully dry now after extreme rain yesterday. But it might be a bit cloudier and colder than it has been recently in the UK, but we should be set for a good, dry Formula Ford 1600 race here. Of course, Formula Ford racing started in England back in 1967, and it's still going strong now with the British Racing and Sports Car Club, and we're looking forward to at the end of the year for the 50th run-in of the Formula Ford Festival hosted by the BRSCC. The championship comes here to Silverstone, being led by Alex Walker, who qualified down on 6th on the grid today in one of the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum. Second, the championship, Max Esterson, and third is Jamie Sharp. We've had wins for Rory Smith and Chris Middlehurst, and 3 victories for the championship leader, Alex Walker. So the cars heading now on their green flag warming up lap on their Avon Racing tyres. And as I say, we're on this national circuit. You can see the cars heading down towards the Mackett's and Beckett's complex. See a trio there of the Spectrums, the Kevin Mills racing cars that have won so many Walter Hayes trophies on this layout. But the best qualifying one here is Tom Mills, who qualified down in 5th place. So watch out for the Spectrums. They are good through the, slippery through the air, which is ideal for this circuit with the long straights. Which is ideal for slipstreaming, which is should mean really good Formula Ford 1600 racing. But it's Joey Foster, the Formula Ford Festival and Walter Hayes Trophy winner, that starts on pole position for this race. Alongside him is Rory Smith, the festival winner from last season. And he is in the Medina that starts alongside Foster. On the 2nd row is Max Esterson in the Ray and Chris Middlehurst Van Diemen. Chris Middlehurst, the winner of the last round of the championship, which was for the David Leslie Memorial Trophy at Knock Hill. The opening 3 races were at Donington Park. And it was Rory Smith that won the first of those there, who's on the front row today. On the 3rd row, Tom Mills and Alex Walker, the 2 Kevin Mills Spectrums. Alex Walker, the championship leader. On the 4th row, you've got Lucas Romanek and Carter Williams. On row 5, Colin Queen and Jamie Sharp. And you can look through that grid now on your screen. So Foster and Smith, as I said, on row 1. Esterson and Middlehurst on row 2. Mills and Walker on row 3. Romanek and Carter Williams on row 4. And then if we move to row 5, it will be Colin Queen and Jamie Sharp. On row 6, Morgan Quinn and Megan Gilks. On row 7, Andre Lafond and Ben Tinkler. And on row 8, Jamie Vinyl-Mayer and Benjamin Cochran. So 16 cars to take to the circuit for our first race of the BRSCC weekend here at Silverstone. I think it's one of the smaller grids of the weekend. We've got capacity grids in 3 of the categories racing this weekend. So some plenty of racing for you to look forward to over the BRSCC live streaming pages over on YouTube and Facebook. Do share them with your friends. We're about to get there, and this race underway. 15 minutes for the National Formula Ford Championship is go. And who's made the best start? Joey Foster. The pole cars here at Silverstone start on the left-hand side of the circuit, the right-hand side of your screen. It's Foster that leads. Max Esterson's got a better start than Rory Smith, so it looked like he went second as the cars flow their way out of Cox Corner and down towards the Maggots and Beckett's complex. And as they get down to Beckett's, it should be Foster that lead, but he's got Max Esterson coming down the inside of him, and I think Esterton's got the lead there, so he started 3rd, but Max Esterson now leads the motor race. So a great start from the Ray driver, the low density racing car, then leads the way. They head down the Wellington Straight, but this is where all the slipstreaming begins. So the leader heading out of Beckett won't necessarily lead into this next corner at Brooklands, and to the outside, Joey Foster trying to go around the outside of him, but I don't think he managed it. So Max Esterson, after that great start, has taken the lead of the race, and as they head down towards Luffield, but it's one long line of Formula Ford 1600s as they exit Luffield to complete the first lap of the race then. But there's a challenge for the lead, so Foster to the inside as they come through Woodcote Corner and complete the lap. And as they come up across the line, then it is Joey Foster just nosing ahead of Max Esterson on the inside line, and trying to follow him through is Rory Smith. And battles in the background here. 62, that's Colin Queen, and 88. There is Morgan Quinn. So they were battling over 10th and 11th positions, but there's a spin in the background and one car in the gravel. But back to the leaders, it's Foster that leads. It's Esterson in a second position as they turn their way then into Beckett's. So Rory Smith then was third, fourth Chris Middlehurst, fifth Alex Walker, the championship lead at the end of lap one. The cars then head down the Wellington straight. It's Foster that leads for now, but to the outside comes Max Esterson. On the inside, you see Chris Middlehurst trying to get the better of Rory Smith, and they run side by side. It's Foster that's taken the lead here then. In second place is Esterson. Third, round the outside at Luffield. This will be a good move if Chris Middlehurst can make it. Let's see as they exit the corner. Rory Smith is alongside him, and Alex Walker's trying to buy into this as well, who passed his teammate Tom Mills at the start of the race. So they complete 2 laps now then. Joey Foster defends down towards Copse Corner as Max Esterson trying to get alongside him, can't manage it. In third is Middlehurst now. Fourth is Walker, so Rory Smith has lost out here. He's was fifth across the line, but I think he might have lost more positions by the time they got to Copse Corner. So they come now into Beckett. It's side by side. Chris Middlehurst going for the lead now round the outside. So he's passed Esterson for second. He's going to try and get Joey Foster too. So it's a great drive from Chris Middlehurst, who is down in fifth in the championship, but he was the winner last time out at Knockhill, and round the outside he's passed both of them there. So that's a great move from Chris Middlehurst to take the lead in the Van Diemen, the Team Dolan run car. To the inside you've got the Spectrum, so that's Alex Walker now. He was fifth at the beginning of the previous lap, and now he's third behind Max Esterson. The erstwhile leader Joey Foster, he's dropped down to at least fourth position now. So, as we expect here at Silverstone, plenty of action in Formula Ford 1600 racing. Got something like 10 cars in the leading group as they come through Woodcote Corner then. The 2 cars that spun earlier, by the way, were Jamie Vinyl Mayer and 33, which was Benjamin Cochran. But they both got back going. They're much further down the order now, though. Chris Middlehurst turns into Copse Corner on lap 4 of this 15-minute race. There's Rory Smith right on the gearbox. A 21 Tom Mills. It was Jamie Sharp even, the team car, I think. So Jamie Sharp in 8th position was the one challenging there. As they come down towards Beckett's then. Once again, the 14 runners without problems are separated by just 4 seconds after 3 laps, and the leaders head on to the Wellington straight with Chris Middlehurst, who's now led for about a lap without being passed, but that might change by the time they get to Brooklands. So down the Wellington straight, the top 3 fan out there. Middlehurst on the inside defence. Esterson under pressure from Alex Walker, who tried to get down the inside of him. He can't do it. So Alex Walker, the former British Formula 4 driver, who slipped into Formula Ford 1600 last year, didn't get particularly great results last season, but he's been a 3-time winner so far this season. So I think the order stayed pretty much the same on this lap, with Chris Middlehurst leading, Max Esterson, who's right on his gearbox as they come out of Woodcote Corner. Middlehurst defends to the inside line, and then weaves back to the left-hand side of the circuit, and it's Alex Walker goes down the inside into Copse Corner to grab second place away from Max Esterson there. So Alex Walker, remember, started 6th on the grid. He's up into second now, so this has been a really good drive from him in the early stages of this race. We're on to lap 5 now, a third of the way into the race. So new leader is Esterson, second is Walker, I should say, and then it's Middlehurst in second place. Let's check that as they get down towards Brooklands Corner then, because they're changing almost corner by corner in this race. It is Middlehurst that leads still then, so he stayed ahead of the Spectrum there on that lap of Alex Walker, and one of them, there's a spin. Who's that? Is it Joey Foster? No, Jamie Sharp maybe. There was a spinner anyway through Brooklands Corner, hard to tell who it was, but the car that was in 6th position looks to have spun out of contention at Brooklands. Anyway, here are the leaders across the line to complete 5 laps, and it's Middlehurst that continues to head the way, but Alex Walker again tries to come down the inside. He can't do it though. Max Esterson has a great view of their battle. It was Jamie Sharp that spun then. He was 8th across the line after 4 laps. I think it was 6th by Brooklands, but then spun out of contention. Another driver that's raced in Formula 4 before. Here comes Walker again to the outside, this time through Beckett's, and this is how Middlehurst got the lead a few laps ago. through, and it looks like Alex Walker might have done it himself this time as they come out of Beckett's corner. They're still pretty much side by side as they now work their way underneath the bridge, and I think he's held on, has Chris Middlehurst here. He had, so he got a good exit, but now Rory Smith to the inside. Max Eston comes around the outside of everybody. He was third down the straight. He's now second, so he has passed Alex Walker then in all of that. So Alex Walker, who looked like he was going to get the lead, has lost a place. He's down to third. Out of Luffield they come then. It's 5 for the lead now after Jamie Sharp's spin has somewhat spread them out behind. So it's 5 very much in contention for this race still. Chris Middlehurst defending down towards Cop's corner, and he weaves back to the racing line, and now it's Alex Walker comes back past into second place, back past Max Esterson, who made that good move at Brooklands earlier. Rory Smith is 4th, 5th is Joey Foster, and those 5 cars separated by 7/10 of a second after 6 laps of racing. Then there's a gap as Alex Walker again goes for the lead down the inside into Beckett's up the inside of Chris Middlehurst, and he's got into the lead. Is he going to be able to hang on to it this time though? Because the last couple of occasions Middlehurst has made his way back through. So lots of different types of Formula Ford at the front here. We've got the Spectrum, the Van Diemen and the Ray in the first 3 positions, and it's a Spectrum that finally takes the lead. You've got the Firm in there on the outside liner, Joey Foster that goes sideways, and you've got Rory Smith in there as well. Rory Smith driving the Medina, so you've got 5 different chassis that are in the first 5 positions battling for the lead in the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship here at Silverstone, the home of British Motorsport, the home of the Ward Hayes Trophy that takes place at the end of the year every time, and it's Joey Foster in the middle of this group who's been a multiple winner of that event, but he's 3rd at the moment here. Alex Walker, the driver that leads the way, he's the championship leader in this championship after 5 races. He's also got the fastest lap in this race, 61.523, 4 seconds quicker than qualifying, so you can see it was damp earlier, now dry, and it's very, very competitive in these conditions. So 5 for the lead. In 6th position behind is Lucas Romanek, 7th is Tom Mills, 8th is Colin Queen, 9th is Carter Williams, 10th is Morgan Quinn. Just to give you an idea what's happening behind, but it's all about the battle for the lead. Joey Foster again comes round the outside. This time he's trying to get 2nd away from Chris Middlehurst. He's very sideways again is Foster, and he can't quite make it there, but that gives him the inside line for Luffield. He's alongside of Middlehurst, who's led a lot of this race. Joey Foster, remember, started from pole, hasn't led very much of it at all, but he's got himself back into 2nd position. And Chris Middlehurst may lose more places here because up the inside of him is both Max Esterson and Rory Smith. So Middlehurst, who led a couple of laps ago, I think is at the back of the leading 5. No, he's not, because he's held on actually. He's held on to 3rd ahead of Esterson and Smith. Rory Smith, the Formula Ford Festival winner from last season, and the first round of this championship winner as well at Donington Park a month or so ago. But it's Alex Walker then. It turns his way out of Beckett's corner as the leader. We said the Spectrums would be good round here. They're very slippery through the air with a pointy nose. The Australian chassis manufacturer, the Spectrum, were owned by Kevin Mills Racing in the UK, and it is Alex Walker that leads. Joey Foster now goes for 2nd up the inside of Chris Middlehurst. Is this going to keep him in front? It does. Max Esterson 4th under pressure from Rory Smith, who was trying to come down the inside of him, and he couldn't do that. So it's the Kevin Mills car that leads the Don Hardman run machine, then Team Dolan, then you've got the Low Dempsey Ray, and then the BM Racing Medina at the back. So the 5 cars, all different chassis, all run by different teams, but absolutely inseparable around this Silverstone National Circuit. We've completed 9 laps of the race now. We should get 15 in the 15-minute race. There's still plenty of time for things to be sorted out, and it's Alex Walker that turns his way into Beckett as the leader still. Max Esterson gets up the inside of Joey Foster and tags him, so Joey Foster spins out of contention. I think was that Rory Smith that had to take a void in action there too. Joey Foster refires the car. Is it damaged? Possibly. He's taken to the that's the grass to get back onto the circuit, of course. So who's that left up front? Well, Alex Walker and Chris Middlehurst. They didn't really know anything about what was happening behind them, so they're still there. Esterson, who tagged Foster, is there too, but a bit further back. So it's really 2 now in contention here. Alex Walker and Chris Middlehurst as they exit Luffield Corner, about to complete 10 laps of racing, and they're just about in that order still. Then it's a battle of 4th, which is now headed by Carter Williams, who was 8th, so he's really done well out of all that. They can see Rory Smith, so he's dropped right back after he had to take avoiding action. And for the lead, Chris Middlehurst tried to come round the outside of Alex Walker into Copse Corner. Don't think he could quite make it work then. Williams 4th, 5th is Tom Mills, so they both gained big time. 6th is Colin Quinn, 7th Lucas Romanek, 8th Morgan Quinn, 9th Megan Gilks and 10th Rory Smith. Here are the leaders as they turn their way through Beckett's again. The 11th time they turn their way out of there and onto the Wellington straight then, and Max Esterson's back with the top 2 now, so he's used the toe to get back with them. Joey Foster has recovered 2, by the way. He's in 13th place. They turn their way into Brooklands. No moves for the lead there, but as Middlehurst look to the outside, that's given Max Esterson a chance. They're side by side as they turn their way through Luffield Corner. Absolutely wheel to wheel between the Van Diemen and the Ray, 2 very accomplished Formula Ford manufacturers. As they come now out of Woodcote and across the line, complete 11 laps. It should be 4 to go now, and Middlehurst to the outside of Walker. Can't go through, so it stays as it is as they go through Copse Corner with Max Esterson there in 3rd. They're a couple of seconds ahead of the rest. One of them's gone out wide. That's one of the Low Dempsey cars that's lost out. That could have been Colin Queen, a number of the drivers that have come over from the United States of America for this season to race in the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship here in the UK. And there's another one, that's Carter Williams, who's had an off the Oldfield Motorsport car that was in 6th. He was 4th not that long ago, but now he's near the back. Side by side for the lead once again. It's a pretty common feature of this race, which is great to see, but again it's good defensive driving from Alex Walker to stay in front. The second group you can see are headed by his teammates now in the Spectrums. The 21 car of Tom Mills ahead of the 23 of Lucas Romanek. Then you've got 88, which is Morgan Queen, and then another Spectrum. I think that's Megan Gilks, who's worked her way up the order as well. So across the line they go again, and it's side by side for the lead because Esterson's come past Middlehurst and he's trying to get Walker too, but getting one place will be good enough for Max Esterson. He's up into 2nd position then. Another of the drivers from the States is now into 2nd and chasing after Alex Walker. Max Esterson is the driver that is 2nd in the championship as well. So there is 21, so that's Tom Mills, who is the best of the rest in 4th position. But when we get to the end of this race, we very much could have a race to the line because the top 3 at the previous lap were separated by 1/10 of a second. Here comes Middlehurst back down the inside of Esterson, but he breaks later and he goes around the outside of the leader. So can Max Esterson, who I don't think has led this race yet, grab the lead into Luffield Corner? No, he can't. So Alex Walker, who's led a lot of the second half of this motor race, is the leader now as they complete 13 laps once they've exited Woodcote Corner. So 2 laps to go. There is Chris Middlehurst and the Van Diemen chasing the Ray. They both go to the left-hand side of the circuit to try and get themselves ahead of the Spectrum here. But again, Esterson, well, this time actually goes for it right round the outside of Copse Corner. What a move that is then. Has he managed to grab the lead? I'm not sure. Chris Middlehurst alongside both of them. He got the best run through Copse Corner. He had 2 wheels on the grass. And is it the pass on the grass to take the lead down into Beckett's? No, it's not. But Alex Walker might have dropped a 3rd. Esterson is the leader then. So an important time in this race. But do you want to lead on to the last lap? Well, that's quite a large question, you'd have to think. We've got 3 of these Formula Ford races over the weekend, 2 more tomorrow to look forward to. So fully exciting stuff from the National Formula Ford Championship. And it's Max Esterson that leads then into the left-hander at Brooklands, being chased by Chris Middlehurst and Alex Walker. Walker, who won twice at Donington, once at Knock Hill. Middlehurst was a winner at Knock Hill. Max Esterson yet to win, but he did get a 2nd in the opening race at Donington and was on the podium in 3 further races, but he hasn't won a race yet. He did do some races last year, again didn't win then, so could Max Esterson win for the first time in the UK? He's won out in the States, but the much more competitive field here in the UK, it's been a challenge for him behind Alex Walker, back to the inside of Chris Middlehurst, couldn't make it work. So it is Esterson perhaps with a slightly bigger gap now as they come down into Mackett's and then the hard break into Beckett's. It's almost side by side for 2nd, but although it's only about a car length, but then it's the biggest lead anybody's had all race. Is that enough to not be towed past on the run down towards Brooklands? We're about to see this is the final lap of the race, and it's Max Esterson then that leads. He's weaving about, trying to break the tow, but it's not going to work because Chris Middlehurst is right there now. He looks to the outside. He can't do it. Alex Walker breaks later than both of them and tries to come around the outside, but he's going to run out of road there. So it's Esterson versus Middlehurst into Luffield, and in true Silverstone type finish fashion, we've got a race to the line in Formula Ford action, and it's Max Esterson that leads, but can Chris Middlehurst tow his way ahead? I don't think he's close enough. So for the first time in the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship, it's Max Esterson that wins round 6 of the championship by 1300ths of a second over Chris Middlehurst. Third was Alex Walker in the second group, which were starting to catch at the end. Tom Mills took 4th place. 5th was Lucas Romanek. A couple more of the Kevin Mills cars. Rory Smith recovered to 6th. That was a really good comeback by him. Morgan Quinn was 7th. Megan Gilks was 8th. Colin Queen, who had that moment late on, he was 9th, and Joey Foster recovered to 10th. More cars crossing the line in 11th position. We haven't really mentioned him too much, but another driver from the States, Andre Lafon, took 11th. 12th was the club class driver, Ben Tinkler. 13th was Jamie Sharp, 14th was Carter Williams, and then a couple of cars that spun early on.
If you want it.
Are on, and they're coming across the line now. Jamie Vinelmeyer and Benjamin Cochran then. So 16 cars, they started the race and they all finished. So let's just recap how they finished. The winner, Max Esterson.
Oh, there's highlights.
If we have a look at the highlights of the race first, in fact. So this was early on in the race, absolutely side by side as they almost were every time in the Brooklands. Joey Foster led at the early stages from Max Esterson, who would go on to win. Alex Walker led this time. Really well. So Joey Foster led in the early stages, but it wouldn't be to be for him, and he finished down in 10th position by the flag. Chris Middlehurst then came through to head the way from Alex Walker, who worked his way through the field, and then he dived up on the inside of Chris Middlehurst to take the lead in the race. The race continued with Rory Smith buying himself into the leading battle as well. 5 cars it was that battled for the lead for the majority of it, with Slipstream and a plenty. Late break in 2, as you could see here, from Max Esterson around the outside to grab 2nd position. But Chris Middlehurst, he led at this stage, but then it was Alex Walker's turn to head the pack, and Joey Foster tried to fight his way through too. But then Max Esterson dived down the inside of Foster. There was contact there. He didn't damage Esterson's car. Rory Smith had to take a void in action, which took him out of the leading battle too. So that left Alex Walker to battle Chris Middlehurst for the lead. But then it was Max Esterson who was involved in that instant. He come round the outside of Chris Middlehurst firstly before passing Alex Walker a bit later on to take the win. Middlehurst passed Walker too. So it was Max Esterson the winner, Chris Middlehurst second, and Alex Walker third, with the best of the rest being Tom Mills. With Lucas Romanek 5th, 6th was Rory Smith, 7th Morgan Quinn, 8th Megan Gilks, 9th Colin Queen, and 10th was Joey Foster. As I say, we've got 2 further races for the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship tomorrow. But let's head down to Jamie Peters-Ennis, who will be with our race winner.
Good afternoon from down here in the pit lane. A great start to our BRSCC Mazda and FunCup race weekend with a great Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. We're going to have a chat with our winners. Our race winner was Max Esterson. Max, just like to come over. Great start to the weekend for you. That was busy out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty hectic. Just got a good start and went around outside of Rory in turn 1, I think, and then went for the lead into the next corner. I think I got it, but lost it back again. But yeah, just kind of waited in 2nd and 3rd most of the race, and then I knew with 3 or so minutes to go I had to start pushing forward.
All right, fantastic. Well done. 2nd place was Chris Middlehurst. Chris, great move round the outside going into Beckett's. You weren't going to take that line down way after your Knock Hill success, but P2, you still got to be happy with that, mate.
Absolutely, yeah. Good points for the championship. Quite a tough race, really, but very fair racing, I must admit. Very clean. Obviously, a little bit gutted not to get the win there, but yeah, same with these guys. We obviously were swapping around, so it was anyone's race really, to be honest with you. Max took the win in the end there. I almost had him on the last lap, but you can pretty much defend, the inside of Beckett's and Brooklands if you really want to, and prevent someone from getting past. But I tried to not defend at Beckett's, and then twice Walker went up the inside of me, just sent it up, which is obviously a good move. But I was trying to get a little bit of a gap, run onto the straight. So I did what I could, but big thanks to Team Dolan for giving me a great car, and looking forward to race 2 and 3 tomorrow.
Excellent, well done, Chris. That's Chris Middlehurst in second place, and your winner was Alex Walker. Alex, if I can get you just pop your third, I beg your pardon. It's live, it has to happen. If I can get you just put your balaclava on or something just for the COVID protocols, if that's okay. It's all right. I'm bound to get the top 3 wrong at some point during the course of this weekend. Alex, still a great result for you. Like we said to Chris, it was hectic and busy out there, and the slipstream is key, isn't it?
Yeah, the tow was massive in that race. It was like a different formula. But yeah, starting 6th, anyway, I kind of had to get in at the start. And I came out, kind of picked them off one by one, and then got up to the lead. But once they're drafting and pushing each other down the straight, there's not an awful lot you can do. I mean, I'm going flat out, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with that one, starting 6th, so I think I start 3rd for the next one, so we'll see what happens then.
Well done, congratulations. There's your top 3 for the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. I'll hand you back to Josh Barrett, who will take you through the BRSCC Mazda Clubmans.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, up next then, here at Silverstone, is the British Racing and Sports Car Club Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, which is a new category for 2021. It uses the same popular formula of the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 that runs in the MX-5 Championship, which we'll see tomorrow, but it's just 2 races over a weekend rather than 3, and shorter races too, 15 minutes, so it's a more affordable way to go Mazda MX-5 racing with less entry fees, less time of your weekend as well, always taking place on a Saturday of a BRSCC weekend, so you can turn up, just go racing for the day, and have great fun. And there's a championship to be won too. The championship is being headed by Harry Storer after 2 races at Croft, which he won both of them. Rob Smith is second in the championship, and third is Kevin Bird. But the grid has grown somewhat since Croft. If you saw that, the grid is about 3 times bigger. So getting very much popular, this new category. And it is Owen Mills on pole position then. The pole car starts on the left-hand side of the circuit, the right of your screen. And alongside him is Adam Sparrow. A couple of them, those 2 though, both run in the invitational class because they are not registered for this championship. There's a lot of cars here for the MX-5 Championship tomorrow, which is oversubscribed, so therefore some drivers that are reserved tomorrow have elected to race in the Clubman Championship to make sure they get some racing in. On the second row is Scott Leach, another invitational car, and then alongside him is John Pethick, which is the pole position of the championship runners, but we're concentrating more about how the racing's going. On row 3 will be Chris Dawkins and Richard Baxter. On row 4, Thomas Mallet and Rob Greensmith. On row 5, Stephen Bartlett and Peter Higdon. On row 6 is Kevin Dengate and Jay Shepherd. On row 7, Harry Storer and Jordan Pimley. On row 8, Oak Richardson and Brad Jones. On row 9, Barney Francis and William Bream. On row 10, Neil Chisnell and Dan Blake. Row 11, Chris Watts and Andrew Dean. On row 12, Kevin Bird and Richard Bartlett. Row 13, Michael Kirk and Luke Stouch. On row 14, Charlie Brisker and James McCutcheon. On row 15, Jonathan Fieldsend and Dale Whiteman. On row 16, Tim Storer and Peter Williams. Row 17, Dave Sculler and Owen Woodwards. And on row 18, Steve Pegg and Keith Dalton. So that's 36 cars that are due to take the start then of this first of 2 races today for the British Racing and Sports Car Club Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Be a 15-minute race, as I say, so another fast, frantic race to have, and these race ahead of the lunch break now, and will race again at the end of the day. So 2 races today for the MX-5 Clubman's Championship. We've got 6 MX-5 races tomorrow to look forward to, but more about that later. A great grid then, as I say, of these cars, with Owen Mills then on pole position. He is running 11th in the championship, the MX-5 Championship, not the Clubman's Championship, which we will see tomorrow. Alongside him is Adam Sparrow. Then Scott Leach, a long-time Mazda MX-5 racer, starts 3rd alongside John Pethick. It's very difficult to know where the success is going to come in this race. because in qualifying, which took place in the damp this morning, 13 cars were separated by 1 second, and the 13th of those cars, Harry Storer, was the double winner from Croft last month. At Croft, second place went to Rob Greensmith and Richard Bartlett. Greensmith starts 8th and Bartlett starts 9th. They're both ahead of the championship leader on the grid here. And then Jay Shepherd and Kevin Bird were also podium finishers at Croft. And Kevin Bird qualified down in 23rd. Don't think Jay Shepherd is out there today. So the drivers that were successful at Croft, not so much at the front today at Silverstone, with a much bigger grid, a much more competitive grid as well, which should make for a couple of great races today for these Mark 1 Mazdas that run on Avon tyres with limited modifications as well to make it an affordable way to go racing. And with this new format from the BRSCC for this year, it's a real good low-cost way to go Mazda MX-5 racing, whether you're experienced or whether you're a novice and want to get involved in it. Either is good for this category. So the race is about to get underway. We've seen the green flag waved at the back there, then the marshal on the start gantry put 5-second board up, then the red lights turn on and the race gets underway then. And from the inside of row 1, the second position sport, is Adam Sparrow going to get the better? No, he's not, of Owen Mills. So it's Owen Mills that leads his way through Copse Corner. Let's hope all 36 runners can get through here okay. There's a 66 near the back, that's David Scholar. And as we pan away through Copse, it looks like everybody's done that one safely, and the leader starting to get away then. Owen Mills in the lead, getting away from Adam Sparrow. A challenge for third position. No, there's one on the grass, that's not ideal. The 88 car gets tagged. So 88 was the car of Barry Francis that got tagged. Couldn't quite tell who the car was across the grass. And there's a spinner there, that's 20 and 88, so 88 ended up spinning, so that's Barry Francis, and Chris Dawkins possibly was the other one. Not 100% sure, we'll confirm that at the end of the lap, but the rest of the field make their way down the Wellington Straight and into Brooklands for the first time. There is car 58 coming around the outside, that's Dale Whiteman, but out front and getting away is Owen Mills, so he's avoided all the issues behind. There's almost 3 abreast going on there as well as they come to complete the first lap, but it's Mills that leads Sparrow by a second. In third is Scott Leach, so that's how they started. Up to fourth though, a good start from 550 is Thomas Mallet. There he is in 550 trying to come up the inside of Scott Leach. He couldn't quite do it. 778 Kevin Dengate made a good start, but he's sideways now trying to go around the outside of John Peffick, and also involved in that was 221 which is Chris Dawkins. But the top 2 have broke away from very much a battle pack behind, being headed by Scott Leach. There is 221 then. That is that car of Chris Dawkins, who was involved in that side-by-side action into Copse Corner. So the rest of the field head down the Wellington Straight for the second time of this race. 28, in fact, was the other car that spun earlier. That was Chris Watts. So into Brookland they come. The top 4 cars, all invitational cars and not battling for championship points. The best of those is Chris Dawkins there in 5th place. So the leaders come out of Luffield, and Owen Mills doing a great job here, pulling away from the car of Adam Sparrow. But this is about of a third, which is certainly exciting to watch. Scott Leach heading Thomas Mallet across the line, but Mallet comes to the inside, heading down towards Copse Corner. And he should slot in front then, and he does. Then you've got Chris Dawkins and John Pethick behind. 7th is Peter Hickton, who's got himself ahead of Kevin Dengate, who we saw slide out wide at the end on the previous lap through Copse Corner. Lead gap is 1.8 seconds from Mills to Sparrow. Then for third, it's 3 abreast now over the curbs at Maggots was Chris Dawkins, and I think he might pass both of them there. So that was a great move from Chris Dawkins. Very committed over the curb to get third position then, away from not just Tom Mallet but also Scott Leach. And now it's 3 cars across the circuit at least, heading down the Wellington Straight. Has Dawkins held on here. Well, he's on the inside line of Mallet. Scott Leach is the third of the cars. He was at the head of this pack earlier. He can't pass Dawkins, but he might get Mallet, who runs out very, very wide. Chris Dawkins does too, though, so they've both lost a handful of positions. So Scott Leach is back into 4th, and up to 5th has come Peter Higton, who started down on 10th on the grid, the former Toyota MR2 racer who swapped to Mazda MX-5 for this season, and he's got himself up to 5th. So that's been a great opening few laps from him. There is 150, John Pethick. Behind him is number 8, which is Richard Baxter. And for 3rd position then, Peter Higton was trying to come around the outside of Scott Leach, couldn't quite make it. It was actually for 4th. There's 550 trying to recover Tom Mallet. Remember, he ran out wide at Brooklands and dropped down to 8th position. Jay Shepherd was here, by the way, but he was running 11th, but looks like he's had an off and he's dropping down the order. So into Beckett's, there's Kevin Dengate on the outside line. On the inside is car 7, which is Oak Richardson. So that's the battle for 9th and 10th positions. There's yellow flags at Brooklands. I think that's where Jay Shepherd ended up. So Jay Shepherd, the driver that was a podium finisher at Croft, has had an off after running in 11th position. But for the battle here, Peter Higton comes round the outside of Scott Leach, but to the inside of both of them was 550 Tom Mallet, but that was all under yellow flags, so I'm sure the officials will be looking at that. But yeah, there was yellow flags into Brooklands. That could have all been done before the yellow flag zone. Not for me to say. There's the car in the gravel, so it's on the exit of Luffield, so we had double waved yellows at Luffield Corner there, but across the line, 4 laps done. Owen Mills is now 4 seconds clear of Adam Sparrow, so he's clearly the quickest driver here. In this category. In 3rd position is Chris Dawkins, 4th is Peter Higton, 5th is Thomas Mallet, 6th is Scott Leach. There's that car in the gravel. That's not the Shepherd car, I don't think. So there's 2 of them involved. So Jay Shepherd is somewhere else. That was 178 that was in the gravel at Luffield. That was Charlie Brisker. So this battle off 3rd position turns its way back into Beckett's corner. There's 7 on the outside line. Oak Richardson looks like he's losing a position. And at the front of this group, Chris Dawkins is getting away now. So I think this becomes a battle for 4th. So there's 2nd Sparrow, 3rd is Dawkins. And for 4th position, on the inside line is 550 Tom Mallet, who gained positions a lap ago. There's Scott Leach to the outside. We're still under yellow flags here, though, so they shouldn't be racing each other, really. And I think they have stayed just about in the same order, kind of, as they come out of Luffield Corner then. Peter Higton's dropped right back on that lap, so he's down to 7th. Into 4th has come Thomas Mallet. In 5th position is Scott Leach, and 6th is John Pethick as they come to the end of 5 laps. Owen Mills continues to lead. He's 4.4 seconds ahead of that man, Adam Sparrow, who's 1.9 seconds ahead of the 3rd place car of Chris Dawkins, who's lapping slightly quicker. There's Peter Higton losing another position. That was Oak Richardson that come down the inside of him into Cops Corner to grab P7. You've got Kevin Dengate. And you've got Stephen Bartlett all involved in that battle, but ahead of them, Scott Leach is trying to fight back to the outside line there of Thomas Mallet. He couldn't quite make it work, though. And then you've got John Pethick just behind them as they exit Beckett's for the 6th time of this 15-minute race. So down the Wellington Straight they go. Still yellow flags here, so there should be no overtaking. But again, they arrive into the yellow flag zone pretty much side by side. They sort themselves out with Thomas Mallet still in 4th. 5th is Scott Richardson. And 6th is John Pethick in that trio of cars that will pass the instant zone now at Luffield. The marshals here at Silverstone, I think, have pretty much cleared that car. They have. So on the next lap through Brooklands and Luffield, we should be back into a green flag racing zone. 6 laps completed. Almost a half distance now, pretty much now 7 minutes 30 on the clock, so we've been halfway through. We should get 13 laps into this race then, I would think. Owen Mills, leads the way by 5 seconds over Owen Sparrow, who's starting to be closed in by Chris Dawkins. The gap from 2nd to 3rd, 1.6 seconds. Battle of 4th continues, though. Thomas Mallet ahead of a new 5th place man because John Pethick is down the inside and ahead of Scott Leach. So Scott Leach loses another place. He started 3rd. He's dropped to 6th now in this race. So he's the one that's lost out of the front couple of road drivers really during the course of the first half of this race. There's Owen Sparrow, the second place car. There's Chris Dawkins in third. Fourth is Thomas Mallet. In his tow is John Peffick now, because he got ahead of Scott Leach, of course, at the beginning of the lap. Now we are in green flag racing zone through Brooklands and Luffield, so they can overtake, although that wasn't a situation at that time. So the leaders come out of Luffield corner. We're going to get a fourth car into the battle for fourth, because car number 7, Oak Richardson, has caught them. Oak Richardson started 15th, so this has been an outstanding drive from him, 15th up to 7th, and he might be able to buy more positions into this yet, and he's just at the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 12.244, and he's going for 6th up the inside of Scott Leach, and he gets it. So Oak Richardson, who didn't qualify so well in the damp this morning, is into 6th place. You'll see the novice cross on the back of his car, so very much a newcomer still to this, and doing a great job to get into P6. A look up there for the second place car of Adam Sparrow, who's being caught by Chris Dawkins all the time. He's only a second behind now at the start of the lap with Dawkins. It's probably less after that lock up from Owen Sparrow, who's 6 seconds behind the leader. You could just see the leader. There he is, car number 22, Owen Mills. We haven't seen much of him, but he's well clear in this race. 6 seconds ahead of Adam Sparrow. In third position is Chris Dawkins. He's the first of the championship runners, by the way. Then for fourth, John Peffick, trying to get the better of Thomas Mallet. Couldn't quite do it. Then the new fastest lap driver in 6th position, going sideways, is Oak Richardson. Then in 7th is Scott Leach. There's a gap back to the 8th place car, which is Richard Baxter. In 9th is 501, which is the Jordan Pimley car. And then completing the top 10 is Dan Blake. So across the line they go. Another gap gained by the leader. So 6.6 seconds is ahead of this battle now that has started to develop for second place. So you've got Adam Sparrow there in the 19 car, the BC Cars run machine. The Brian Chandler run car is just ahead of Chris Dawkins, who's catching all the time in the Go For It racing car as they turn their way through. Beckett's absolutely together then, nose to tail for second and third positions. And behind, I think there's been all change, because it looks like Oak Richardson might have got himself into fourth there in the braking zone for Beckett's. So he's gaining more positions. But what about for second? Chris Dawkins, who was a couple of seconds down earlier, is looking to come through. There is Richardson, so he did get past both Thomas Mallet and John Peffick at the beginning of the lap. Looks like Mallet might have lost more positions too, so perhaps a mistake from him. But there is the driver, car number 7, the fastest lap of the race, Oak Richardson, but he's got time to find to catch these two, the battle for second place. There's only 4 minutes of the race to go. Owen Mills leads still in second, continues to be Adam Sparrow, but under more pressure than he has been all race long from Chris Dawkins as they come up across the line. 6 seconds away from the leader they are now. Then in fourth position, 2.7 seconds behind that battle is Oak Richardson. So we'll see if he can catch at all. 5th is John Peffick, 6th is Scott Leach, 7th is Richard Baxter, 8th is Richard Bartlett, 9th Jordan Pimley, 10th is Dan Blake, and Thomas Mallet, after that mistake, dropped all the way down to 11th. So the battle for second is side by side now. Defending into the hairpin is Adam Sparrow, but trying to go right round the outside of him is Chris Dawkins. But I don't... yeah, Dawkins runs out of road, doesn't he, all over the curb, so presumably he hasn't gone through, but he might have been able to carry momentum okay, actually, and yeah, he's just having to tuck back in, but an attempt that didn't quite work, but he's still there to challenge, and he's challenging, he is, down into Brooklands on the left-hand side of the circuit, the inside line. Chris Dawkins goes through then into second place. He started 5th, he's up to second now, after chasing down that car of Adam Sparrow, and now he's ahead. I don't think he'll get any further though, because Owen Mills, who's just flicked through shot there, is well ahead as the race leader. We're about to complete 10 laps. I don't think Adam Sparrow's done with this yet. He's trying to fight back. He's in the tow. He's coming to the left-hand side of the circuit out of Woodcote Corner, because the new second-place man, Chris Dawkins, is defending from him. So the outside line of the Cox is his only option, and let's see if anything is made of that. Not quite. So they stay in the same order. Richardson's now only 2.2 seconds behind, so we'll have to monitor that gap to see if he can catch. There's the leader. We haven't seen much of him because he's been so far out in front. Owen Mills who in the damp qualifying session wasn't much faster than anybody else, but certainly in these dry race conditions he's been able to pull away. He hasn't set the fastest lap, of course, because Oak Richardson has got that, but he's very much been the form man of this race. There he is, and 22, Owen Mills, the leader in the OMR run car. He's an invitational driver though, so won't be scoring points. The best of the point scorers is Chris Dawkins there in 221, who's keen to get second position in this race. He's battling against another invitational car of Adam Sparrow, but it's all about the position on the track for them at the moment as they run side by side through Luffield Corner. And hanging on to second for now is Chris Dawkins with 2 laps of the race to go. It will be a 13-lap race. And catching them rapidly is Oak Richardson. He might get there for the last lap. Side by side they are then. Across the line, just nosing in front actually, was Adam Sparrow. And he is ahead by the time they get to Copse. So Sparrow gets second back, but now less than a second behind them is Oak Richardson. So he's caught a second and a half on that lap. Absolutely remarkable stuff. And it's 3 cars to battle for second then on the final 2 laps of the race. Behind, Scott Leach had got himself into 5th ahead of John Peffick. But what about for second into Beckett's? Looking up on the inside line is Chris Dawkins. He doesn't gain a place, he doesn't lose a position for now. He's going to be the championship point winner in this race, because the next point paying car is John Peffick, who's 6th overall. So the 2 cars he's battling with are not scoring points in this race, but he is keen nevertheless to get on the overall podium. But he's dropped behind Oak Richardson here, so Richardson's 3rd now. Remember, he started 15th, car number 7. You just watch go through your shot there, over the curbs on the inside line. The only driver of the novice cross as well in this battle for second position. So they come out of Luffield, about to start their final lap of the race with Adam Sparrow ahead, but Oak Richardson is the charging driver. You can see the last lap board there being shown to our leader, Owen Mills, car 22, that turns his way into Copse Corner. And he looks good to get pole position and to win this race. He might catch a slower car to lap at the end. That shouldn't cause too much of a problem for him. You can see the damaged car of 88 of Barry Francis, who was involved in the first lap incident. But he's still going to be running at the end. But Owen Mills then exits Beckett's and heads off down the Wellington Straight. He'll be racing tomorrow too, by the way, in the MX-5 Championship. So good bit of extra testing perhaps this has been for Owen Mills, and he's going to get a win out of it too. So breaks down into Brooklands, the left-hand corner, the corner where we see a lot of action in MX-5 racing, but Owen Mills hasn't really had to worry about battling anybody else. He's lapped that slower car. In the background there too, good to see spectators back at Silverstone too. It's about a second behind, very much continues, but let's watch the winner through. We won't see much of him, so let's give him his due. Well done then to Owen Mills, the winner of the 3rd round of the British Racing and Sports Car Club Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship. But who's going to take second position? Who's going to get to the checkered flag first? Will it be Sparrow, Richardson, or will it be Dawkins? And as they come up across the line, then second place goes to Adam Sparrow. He hangs on just ahead of side by side Chris Dawkins, who got the better of Oak Richardson again. So Richardson misses out on the podium after that drive back through the field. 5th was John Peffick, 6th was Scott Leach, 7th Richard Baxter, 8th Richard Bartlett, 9th was Jordan Pimley, and 10th was Thomas Mallett, who was much higher up earlier, of course. Outside the top 10 in 11th position, Dan Blake, there you can see him just ahead of 17, which is Harry Storer. In 13th was Robert Greensmith. In 14th, Peter Higton, who lost positions in the second half of the race. In 15th, Brad Jones. 16th, Jonathan Fieldsend. 17th, Luke Souch. 18th was Richard Bartlett. 19th, Kevin Bird. And 20th was James McCutcheon. Cars still flowing across the line. And it looks like we're going to get, 31 finishes on the lead lap. So majority of the cars taking the checkered flag. Let's take a look, though, at the highlights of the 3rd round of the Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship. So as they got away, it was Owen Mills, the closest anybody was to him, was at this point. He made a good start, led into Copse Corner, and wouldn't really have to worry about looking in his mirrors anymore. But what a great sight this is. 36 Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s in only the 2nd meeting for this championship. Battle for second, for third position, I should say, was pretty good. It was Scott Leach who was there early on. There's Adam Sparrow who was second. Peter Higton was involved too, but it was Chris Dawkins that got himself into third and then managed to chase down Adam Sparrow to battle for second. Oak Richardson, the driver of the fastest lap, was a man on the mission from 15th on the grid. For second place, round the outside, tried to go Chris Dawkins. Then he got the toe down into Brookland and managed to pass Adam Sparrow, but that wasn't the end of the battle. Because Oak Richardson joined in too, but then round the outside through Woodcote Corner, then down the inside into Beckett looking up. Chris Dawkins lost out to Adam Sparrow, who got second, but there, the winner, Owen Mills, he won by 9.5 seconds after 13 laps of racing. With Sparrow and Dawkins completing the podium and Oak Richardson taking fourth. So great stuff from the Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship. The winner, Owen Mills, will be down in the pit lane with Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Thanks, Josh. Another great race from the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship, their first race of the day. Our winner was Owen Mills, and Owen, you checked out after that. It was a good 8-second gap there. You've got to be good with the way it's started for you today.
Yeah, we weren't expecting to be in the Clubman. We entered the main championship. We're top 10 in the main championship and just qualified 8th, so we've ended up in the Clubman, unfortunately. But yeah, just used it as a bit of a test session, really. Checked out at the start and yeah, just kept it clean.
Excellent, well done. Second place was Adam Sparrow. Adam, if you'd like to come over. Adam, well done. I think we'll basically say you were busy, weren't you?
Yeah, very busy. I couldn't quite get the pace at the start of the race, but then once I started getting used to it, because it's my first time in the car for 2 years, so once I got used to it, then picked up the pace. But by that time, I had my mirrors full, so I had to worry about them behind.
And you were driving pretty much the world's widest MX-5, and of course you've not been in it for 2 years. Was it hard to get your head around it all again, or did it just come back straight away?
It takes a little bit of time, to be honest, but I haven't. The last time it was 2 years, I'd only been in it for a little bit. I'm normally karting, to be honest. But got there eventually, and yeah, happy with the result.
Excellent stuff, well done. Third place was Chris Dawkins. Chris, if I can get you just to pop your balaclava or mask on, just for the protocol, if that's okay. That's all right, don't worry. Of course, we've all got to wear masks down here in Parc Fermé. Absolutely fine. Fabulous third place for you. Great start to the day.
Yeah, awesome. First time I've been out of Mark one since 2014. Didn't test yesterday, but it was just thanks to Go For It Racing and Martin Tolley for lending me the car. Great fun. Very rusty, half the size of, those guys are half the size as well, so carrying a bit of natural ballast, but I really enjoyed it. Looking forward to the second race.
Yeah, I suppose testing yesterday, it was a complete washout, wasn't it? I mean, it was damage limitation. You don't want to risk the car. And of course, it's the Clubman Series. It's a one-day event. So you going into race 2, you're going to try and go 1 or even 2 better?
Try to. Going by the weather forecast later, it's a bit sort of 50-50. I think we're out at about 5:30. I like the wet. This is where this will come into good advantage. But we'll see. I mean, either way, really, I think that getting rid of the rustiness, and these guys were quick, just see what happens. Should be good, though.
Excellent stuff, well done. So there's your top 3 for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship. We're heading into our lunch break now. Next up, at around about 1 o'clock, will be the second round of the FunCup Endurance Championship, a 4-hour thriller that you will not want to miss.
Silverstone this afternoon on this BRSCC live streamed meeting. As Jamie was saying, it'll be the FunCup Endurance Championship, which will race after lunch. As you can see on your screen now, that is due to come up at 1:20, although we're running slightly ahead of schedule, so that might be a bit ahead of time. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes. I think the lunch break is due to be for the FunCup Endurance Championship. 4 hours of racing in that. I think a 25-car grid, something like that. Then the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship will have their second race of the day to conclude day 1 of action here at Silverstone for the British Racing and Sports Car Club.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the BRSCC Mazda and FunCup race weekend. Behind me you see the cars forming up for round 2 of the FunCup Endurance Championship. This is going to be a 4-hour thriller. You will not want to miss this. I'll hand you over to Josh Barrett, who will take you through the grid.
Morgan Tilbrook. Alongside him is 248, the CCS Media car, started by Nigel Greensall. On row 2, got car number 1, that's the Olympian car, to be started by Chris Duvall. Alongside him, number 14, which is the Greenheath car, started by Gary Bate. On row 3, 221, is the Dispatch Bay Express car, Andy Bicknell, the starting driver, alongside 97, which is the GT Radial car with John McGuinness at the wheel. On the 4th row, 146, which is the PLR Racing Machine, started by Neil Plimmer, and alongside 101, Stanju Motorsport, Warren McKinley starts. On row 5, 107, we have no idea, being started by Paul Calladine, and alongside 110, Team Viking, Nick Nunn starting that machine. On row 6, 171, Agu Caliente, being started by Matt Hogg, with 170 alongside, which is the Stobart Sport car, which is Richard Webb. On row 13 is the 104 car of EDF Motorsport with Chris Prosser, the starting driver, and alongside 207 is the second of the Agu Caliente cars, Rob Croydon, the start driver of that one as the cars go off on their green flag lap. On row 8 we have 99, which is JPR Black Windows, Dominic Jackson starts alongside 262, which is track focused Sean Cooper. On row 9, 125 is Greensall Motorsports Paul Lewis, and alongside 125 is 111. On the 18th slot, that's CGI Media's Craig Butterworth. On row 10, 212, Make Happen Racing with Steve Walton, starting alongside 188, which is Enduro Motorsports John Curry. On row 11 is 61. MJ Tech Geety, which is Martin Gibson starting that car, and alongside Gibson is car 158, which is Raw Motorsports Alex McLeod. On row 12, 246 is Team Vape Club Racing with EDF, that's Vlad Vasiliev, and alongside him is 263, which is Greensall Motorsports Sam Smeeth. And then we've got 225, which is the winner from Donington Park, Uvio Hoffman's Lotus with Fabio Randiaccio starting that car. So 25 cars then to take the start of this FunCup Endurance Championship race, the second round of the season. It's 4 hours long. We've got pit stops, which will take place after 40 minutes of each of the pit stops to take part every 40 minutes, I should say. So a number of pit stops during the course of the race. There'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, therefore. So plenty of action there will be in the pit lane over the course of this race, and plenty of overtaking to be done by a number of drivers in the opening part of this race, of course, with a random grid draw for the FunCup Endurance Championship then. And the race will shortly be getting underway then as they make their way through Brooklands and into Luffield. They're getting into a 2x2 form because it'll be a rolling start then for this. So the winners from Donington, as I said, the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car. Second was Dispatch Bay Express, and third MJ Tech Geety. So they're the three cars to watch out for who were successful last time. So the race is about to get underway then. The 4 hours of Silverstone for the FunCup Endurance Championship round 2 of the 2021 season, with Morgan Tilbrook and Nigel Greensall on the front row of the grid. So two quick drivers, both race GT cars. And then on row 2, you've got Chris Duvall, and alongside him is Gary Bates. So the red lights are about to go out. The 2x2 rolling start is go, and it's a better start by Nigel Greensall. Not a very good start from Morgan Tilbrook, who's losing positions already. So it's Greensall that leads as they turn their way into Cops Corner, and everybody we wanted to survive with the first few laps of this race then, because in a 4 hours race it can't be won on the first lap, but of course it could be lost. So they've all got through Cops okay, with Nigel Greensill, one of the most experienced drivers in the grid, leading the way. In second position is Tilbrook. It's side by side for third on the inside line. Chris Dovell was hanging on to that position. He finished in fifth position at Donington Park last month, as the cars make their way onto the Wellington Straight then for the first time, and Greensill leads the way. Everybody picking up a toe behind him. Tilbrook still second. Dovell's lost third, so he's I think dropped a couple of positions. It's 3 and 4 wide in the mid pack. Look out for the winner from last time out, Fabio Randaccio, making his way through in the UVO Hoffman's Lotus entry. And it's one big group of cars then that make their way out of Luffield to complete the first lap then of the race. And it's Nigel Greensill CCS Media car leading the way, but not by very much, over the Enduro Zip Cap car, which is of course the Milgon Tilbrook car. It's still 3 or 4 abreast in the mid pack, heading down towards Cops. In third place is Team Greenheath, car number 14, so that's Gary Bate. In fourth is 221 Dispatch Bay Express, which is Andy Bicknell. But here come the leaders. Greenstill's 6 temps has been gone now by the time they get to Beckett's, because Morgan Tilbrook, who, well, there's a car on the grass here in the background. Hopefully they've survived out. There's a car on the grass on the inside line. And I think they've all got through okay, but that was could have been a pretty dramatic moment, heading now onto the Wellington Straight for the second lap then of this race. And here comes Tilbrook down the inside of Nigel Greensill, so I think Morgan Tilbrook's got the lead then as they head into Brooklands. A big slide there from one of the cars in the front group, but they saved it and continued okay. And the two leaders look like they're overlapping here, because Nigel Greensill's fighting back, and he's back into the lead then in the CCS Media car, getting back ahead of Morgan Tilbrook as they come out to complete the second lap. Gary Bate runs in third position in the Greenheath car in P3, and then there's a fourth car trying to hang in there. That's a Dispatch Bay Express machine, which is driven by Andy Bicknell as they turn their way into Cops Corner. And there is the car that went off at Beckett, so it didn't continue. That's 97. That is John McGuinness, the multiple Isle of Man TT winner. So John McGuinness has come to grief on the second lap of the race, unfortunately. So yellow flags down at Beckett's. He's the only one that didn't come through. Everybody else is separated by 9 seconds still. But John McGuinness, the 23-time Isle of Man TT race winner, looks like he may be an early casualty to this race. So down the Wellington Straight they go for the third time, and Greensill leads, and a challenge for second place here, because under threat is the poleman Morgan Tilbrook, and he's passed around the outside by Gary Bate in the Greenheath entered machine. So a change for second place, and Morgan Tilbrook lost the lead at the start and now has lost second place into Brooklands on lap 3. As they make their way out of Luffield, no real gaps emerging at all in the pack in the 24 cars that remain. So one long line of the silhouette Beetle-shaped cars make their way up across the line after 3 laps, and it's 8 tenths of a second that Nigel Greensill leads over the new second place man Gary Bate. There is the battle for what is 4th position, which is the Dispatch Bay Express car of Andy Bicknell, who is just ahead of the PLR Racing car, which is Neil Plimmer, the former Formula Ford racer that's been in FunCup for a number of seasons now. We're still under yellow flags though at Beckett's corner for that car that is off, which is John McGuinness. We can't quite see him at the moment, so I think he's managed to move it a bit further off the circuit than what it was a moment ago. You can see the timing tower then on the left-hand side of your screen. If you're keeping an eye on who you are supporting at home, you can do so. And there is the John McGuinness car. It looks like then he is out of the race, the car that he shares with Steve Peat and Ellis Hadley, the GT Radial car number 97. So real shame there for John McGuinness, who was out at Donington Park too. So the leaders make their way out of Luffield to complete lap 4 of this race now, being headed by Nigel Greensill then, the sports car ace who's been in FunCup for a number of seasons now. doesn't necessarily do full seasons, but is always around, and he's usually at the front of the field, and that's absolutely the case here. But the gap has come back down again, so Gary Bate is catching him. The gap came down to 0.3 of a second after 4 laps. In third position is Morgan Tilbrook, but he's under threat from the dispatch car of Andy Bicknell as they turn their way through Beckett's corner. In fifth, the PLR Racing Machine, started by Neil Plimmer, continues to be fifth. In sixth is the Olympian car of Chris Duvall. In seventh position, gaining a place on the last lap, was Sam Smeeth, who managed to pass the track focus car of Sean Cooper. They turn their way into Brooklands, and again Greensall just trying to eke away, but the big slipstream that is offered by these FunCup machines means that he is closing every time. Great to see there in the background. You can see spectators back at Silverstone and enjoying the action. And the FunCup Endurance Championship should be action-packed throughout the motor race, which is headed still by Nigel Greensall. They come across the line. There's a challenge in the mid-pack. That's 263 coming down the inside. That's Sam Smeeth, who makes a move. He'd already passed the track focus car Sean Cooper at the beginning of the lap, and he now was trying to get ahead of Neil Plimmer as they turned their way into Copse there. And had he got it done? I think he has. So Sam Smeeth, a driver on the move in the 263 Greensall Motorsport car. He started 24th and he's up into the top 5 now. So Sam Smeeth, who's a Ferrari racer as well, so another GT racer out there, making great progress. We're only on lap 6 of this. Here they come then into Brooklands, 263. That's the car that's progressing well to look out for. How the winners doing from the last round, where 13th is where Fabio Randaccio has got to. And here comes Smeeth. He's gaining another place. He's already passed Morgan Tilbrook, who's dropped down on this lap. And now he's on the inside of Andy Bicknell, which will give him in third place as they come through Woodcote Corner. They're side by side. It might be free abreast if Morgan Tilbrook can fight back. And you've got a fourth car trying to progress here, and that is Neil Plimmer, who comes down the inside to grab fifth. So I think Morgan Tilbrook has lost out, but the big gainer in all that is Sam Smeeth, who's up to third, starting from basically the back of the grid. So great progress from him. But here's the leader, Nigel Greensall then, who turns his way into Beckett's corner as the leader. But here, back up the inside of Smeeth, comes 221 Dispatch Bay Express Andy Bicknell, who gets third place back, I think, into Beckett's there as they come down the Wellington Straight then for the 7th lap of this race. There's Greensall, the leader, back under pressure from Chris Duvall as they turn their way into Brooklands. Big challenge then coming down towards Brooklands corner for third position as Sam Smeeth tries to get back alongside Andy Bicknell, but he can't quite manage it, can he? Well, it's absolutely together as they come to the end then of lap 7. Nigel Greensall is the leader, but they make their way to complete the lap. I think we can be joined by Jamie Peter Ennis, expert in FunCup racing. A dramatic start to the race as usual, Jamie.
It was, yeah. It's always a great start in the FunCup Endurance Championship. The man on the mission is Sam Smeeth to go from sort of row 12 on the grid up into the top 5, and it's the first time they're using the 263 car, because at Donington they were using the 108 car. The Smeeth family have actually got 2 cars which they can use. They usually test on both cars on the Friday because it gives them more track time. But as you see, they're very busy as Neil Plimmer sort of going into Beckett's got a little bit of a slide there. With these, they've got a paddle sequential shift, so if you do shift too quickly on the downshift, it can momentarily lock the rears. But Neil has been doing this series since day one. I think he's done 20 complete seasons as they go down into Brooklands now, and Sam Smeeth is down the inside of Gary Bate. Josh, he's not scared to get his elbows out, is he?
Here he's second now. He was a second behind at the start of the lap to the Greenheath car of Gary Bate, but he caught him and now he has passed him into Brooklands. So now he'll be going after Nigel Greensall, who started on the front row of the grid, and pretty much at the back of the grid was the car that is now chasing him, which is Sam Smeeth. The slipstream, though, really effective around the Silverstone circuit, Jamie.
It is, yeah. I mean, these cars only have around 130 horsepower as we go 3 wide down the home straight. That's the track Focus car of Sean Cooper going down the inside of Andy Bicknell, and I think he actually also got Neil Plimmer as well. Yeah, slipstream is absolutely key, especially here at Silverstone, because it's a relatively short lap, but it's got long straights in between the 6 corners that we have here, as Andy Bicknell tries to fight back as they go into Beckett with Neil Plimmer and Morgan Tilbrook holding on behind, and behind them is Chris Doval, last year's champions. They lost out at Donington Park because they unfortunately had a problem with their fuel churn, so they had to make a last-minute splash and dash. And yesterday, as we've got a change for the lead for Sam Smith going on the inside of Nigel Greensill, of course, they're both Greensill Motorsport run cars, so I'm not sure whether the boss would like to be overtaken by one of his customers, but nevertheless they'll both be enjoying the race as Morgan Tilbrook is hanging on to Neil Plimmer. But Josh, I think the star of this first stint so far is Sam Smith.
Yeah, how much FunCup racing has he done before?
I think this is actually only going to be his second or third full season. They've done, as a family, they've done a couple of races on and off over the last couple of years, but Nigel Greensill going down into Copse Corner was looking to get past Sam in the 263 car. I'm not sure if he made the move stick there as we...
Just watching the whole field come through there, Jamie. The 22 cars separated by just 13 seconds after over 10 minutes of racing just shows you how competitive not just the front of the field is, but the whole pack. On the best lap times, there's only 2 seconds really separating the majority of the field. But yeah, they're the leaders. They're pretty much side by side still, with the Gary Bate Greenheath car staying with the top 2 on the outside line, heading down towards Brooklands. Then is Sam Smith to the inside, Nigel Greensill. Then you've got the next pack, which includes the winners from Donington Park. So also now making progress is Fabio Randaccio. He was 9th at the end of the previous lap. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, the rules state if you win the previous round, you have to start at the back. Unless it's the first round of the series, then it's the championship winners have to start at the back for the first round. But no, Fabio Randaccio, he's just been making steady progress throughout the first sort of 10 minutes of this race. The key is just to stay in the slipstream. If you lose the slipstream, you might as well just let them pass. As you see there, Nick Nunn is holding off Craig Butterworth as they go down the home straight into Copse. And earlier, Josh, you were saying about a car running off on the entry to Becky's. It was Chris Prosser in the 104 car that got squeezed onto the grass on the inside. So not sure what happened there as the field round Beckett. Sam Smith now holding on to the lead. He'll be joined by his brother Ted and his dad Simon during the course of this 4-hour race. And as we say, it may say endurance on the title, but this will be a 4-hour sprint race, and I'm glad that everyone is enjoying it. And for those that are new to FunCup Endurance Championship, welcome, and we hope you're enjoying the live feed here as the field goes down into Brooklands with Gary Bate trying to get past Nigel Greensill. A little bit wide there, Josh, just slightly missed the apex going into Brooklands, but nevertheless he's still within that sort of half a second tolerance that you need for the toe, and again it does gain you a good 4 or 5 miles an hour in a straight line. Absolutely.
So it sounds like John McGuinness might have been an innocent party then down at Beckett. So it's a real shame. It looks like he is out of his race, but how's he been enjoying the FunCup experience so far?
He said at Donington he felt a fish out of water because he's so used to riding at nearly 200 miles an hour around the Isle of Man on a motorcycle. So jumping in a FunCup car that you've only really had sort of an hour's track time in, it is a completely different experience. And initially Donington was only meant to be a one-off, so a deal was done with the GT radial car to get him and downhill world mountain bike champion. I mean, we don't muck about with the calibre of drivers here, Josh. We do have sort of world champions coming in to do it, and they've both absolutely loved it. And this will be their first race in the dry because it's Donington. Well, it would have been their first race in the dry. Hopefully we'll see them back out because Donington, it was that horrible greasy stage for that whole race. But the great thing is these GT tyres that we are using here, the GTR2 tyres, are a fabulous all-weather tyre. So these guys don't need to change tyres during the course of the race. They will do the whole race with no problems, and as we saw at Thruxton last year in the heat, we didn't have to change tyres at all, so they are very, very durable tyres. As Sam Smith is trying to make a little bit of a break now. However, Andy Bicknell is very, very busy for 5th place as he's holding off the 103 car of Morgan Tilbrook, and Fabio Randaccio is starting to make progress.
And he had set the fastest lap of the race at 69.804. The top 14 cars are all within 1 second of that lap time, though. Just again, as we've been saying, proving how competitive this all is as they make their way through Beckett's then. So Sam Smith continues to lead. Nigel Greensaw in second. Third is Gary Bate. In fourth position is Sean Cooper. So 3 of those top 4 guys have all raced in GT racing of some description or another. But Gary Bate, is he more of a FunCup guy, regular, is he there in third position?
Yeah, so this is him and Simon Smith's second full season. They made their debut in 2018. They had a couple of hire car drives with another team before they bought the 14 car from the equivalent round in 2019. As Sean Cooper is coming into the pits, this is absolute terrible luck. This team, Trap Focus, just need all the luck in the world. They've had some terrible bad luck recently, and unfortunately at Donington they had an issue with Mike McCollum when the left front wheel collapsed on them, and of course they were running in the front. So yeah, great luck. I'll be down in the pit lane a little bit later on during the pit stop window to get all the news and views of what's going on. So yeah, terrible luck for Sean Cooper as Morgan Tilbrook tries to go down the inside of Andy Bicknell. Morgan's also been doing some GT racing this year, so having to switch from a GT3, GT4 and a FunCup car all in the space of a month is good going. And he did say he's finding it a little bit tricky just getting his head round the jumping from one to the other, but he's proving that he's a regular front runner. This is his 3rd season of FunCup racing. Both him and his teammate at the time, John Curry, had only passed their race driver's license 3 weeks before the first round of the 2019 season. So they've been great stalwarts of the championship as he's holding off Neil Plimmer coming through Brooklands, with Chris Doval just hanging on at the back there in 8th place. And then behind there's another little clump of cars involving Nick Nunn in the Viking self-storage car.
So Sean Cooper, as you say, pit in there. He was in 4th before whatever problem on that, the 13th lap, and he's still in the pits now. So that car's gone a lap down. And really, if you go lap down at this stage, Jamie, that puts you out of contention.
It does, yeah. I mean, it puts you on the back foot for the race. But as we know in the FunCup Endurance Championship, as there was a move there at Beckett's on Gary Bate. Was that the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car diving down the inside of Beckett as Nick Nunn tries to get past Craig Butterworth for 10th place, 9th place, excuse me, with Richard Webb just behind them in the Stobart Sport car. But yeah, you don't want to lose time in the early stage of the race because it does put you on the back foot, and what they'll be praying now is for safety cars to get them back on the lead lap as Nick Nunn goes past Craig Butterworth and also Scott Jeffs in the MJ Tech GT car. They had a great first round at Donington Park, 3rd place in their first appearance as a team. Obviously Martin Gibson and Scott Jeffs have both raced in the 97 GT radial car as well, and of course Martin Gibson, Josh, is also doing truck racing this year, so to go from a truck to a FunCup car couldn't be any more different if you tried.
Very much so, and a very different style of racing as well. As you say, up into 3rd position, then comes the Donington Park race winner, Fabio Randaccio, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 69.693, and now he's right there with the cars of Nigel Greensaw in second, and the race leader, Sam Smith, as they turn their way through Beckett's corner. The top 7 cars are still separated by 3 seconds. There's a bit of gap behind them, but still you've got 21 cars separated by 20 seconds. And here are the leaders, Nigel Greensaw, is he attacking or defending here, or both, and then diving to the inside, Randaccio, but in the end nobody actually made a position in all of that, but 3 experienced drivers right at the front of the field with varying degree of experience, but very much Randaccio and Greensaw particularly have both been in FunCup for some time, Jamie.
Absolutely, and Nigel Greensaw, as we know, has driven everything from touring cars to, of course, historic Formula 1 cars. So whatever move Fabio tries to do on Nigel as he tries to go down the inside going into Copse Corner, has he made the move stick? Yes, he has. So up into 2nd place is Fabio Randaccio, but Nigel will just sit behind him now and then get the tow and then potentially send it down the inside going into Beckett's. As further back we see Paul Lewis making a move further down the field, and also Vlad Vasiliev in the EDF Motorsport Vape Club racing car towards the back of the field. Of course, he's in his 2nd ever car race, Josh. So a baptism of fire for him and Matt Dawkins, but again stayed out of trouble at Donington and got there got their first points on the board. As now the key is for Fabio Randaccio and Nigel Greensall. Will they work together to try and catch Sam Smith as Andy Bicknell goes down the inside of Gary Bates?
Yeah, so Gary Bates sort of lost out to that front group now and has lost a couple of places since we spoke about him recently. He's got Morgan Tilbrook behind him there, who's in 6th position. Then in 7th place is Neil Plimmer. Neil Plimmer, another driver that's been around the FunCup scene for a long time. I think a former champion as well.
Absolutely. Neil's done, I think we worked it out, this is his 21st year of FunCup racing, and he's driven a lot of these cars, so he knows these cars probably better than anybody else. He does a lot of work behind the scenes as well in promoting the championship. And of course, if anyone wants to come and join the FunCup Endurance Championship and you've never raced anything, you haven't raced a FunCup car before, doesn't matter what you've done, and you win your first race, FunCup will give you £10,000 as the prize. So that's an incentive that we're running at the moment. So yeah, if it doesn't matter what you've raced before, if it's F1, touring cars, British GTs, whatever, as long as you've never competed in a FunCup car and you win your first race, you will get £10,000 as the prize. It's never been done yet. But as we say, never say never. As we saw there, a couple of moves going into Beckett's further down the field. As Andy Bicknell goes wide through Brooklands, Morgan Tilbrook is trying to get past going around Luffield, because I think Morgan's probably thinking, hey, I'm quicker than Andy. I need to get past to latch onto the back of Nigel Greensall.
Yeah, I don't think in that group anybody found the apex into Brooklands, and a problem here for Gary Bates. We said he was losing places, now he's into the pits, so presumably problems there for the Team Greenheath car that had been running so well. Up front now, you've got the car that started in 24th position leading the car that started in 25th position, and we've had just over 20 minutes of the race.
Yeah, and we can see there the car 101, the Stand 2 Motorsport car, has got a little bit of splitter damage. Warren McKinley behind the wheel of that. Now, the front splitters on these, Josh, do affect the way the cars work. I mean, as we say, they may look silhouettes, but the wings and the splitters do serve a purpose. And if you do have any kind of damage to your front splitter or you lose it, you'll have then horrendous understeer. And a lot of teams do try and continue the race without the splitter, or if they can do it quick enough, they can change the nose section in around sort of 30 seconds. So hopefully that shouldn't be hindering Warren McKinley, who's currently running down in 15th place from memory, and hopefully it won't affect his handling, as Nick Nunn is trying to hold off Scott Jeffs as they go into Brooklands, with Craig Butterworth holding on behind, but again it's a fraught race. And Josh, another thing we must mention, great to see so many people on the live stream and also spectators at the circuit as well.
Yeah, got a good number of people there at Luffield. Looks like that's the first meet in that part of the circuit's been open. So Silverstone able to open more of their venue as the weeks go on. So great to see people here trackside, and hopefully, as you say, everybody at home is enjoying their dice of FunCup action with battles all over the circuit. To note, the track focus car has not re-emerged from the pit lane, so that's already gone 6 laps down. And as we said, Team Greenheath now in the pit lane as well. Here comes that battle for what is 8th position, being headed by the MJ Tech car of Martin Gibson. But here are the leaders, and now going for the lead from the back of the grid. Fabio Randaccio down the inside of Sam Smith, but slides out wide to Smith, tucking back underneath him. So Randaccio led for all about 1 second there, and Nigel Greensall trying to buy into this around the outside, but he won't be able to do anything about him there. But perhaps on the exit might be able to have a look, but not really. But these three drivers know, James, the race can't be won at this point, so it could be lost if it goes wrong, though. Absolutely.
We've got to remember it's a 4-hour, in inverted commas, endurance race. It may not look it from what we're seeing on the pictures, as Fabio Randaccio is diving down the inside of Sam Smith going into Copse. Nigel Greensall is watching suit in 3rd place, but of course now he's going to be getting a double toe going into the Maggots and Beckett section, and of course now they'll want to brake, shift down into 3rd gear around sort of 50-60 miles an hour for Beckett. And of course now as they go onto the Wellington Straight, Josh, Nigel Greensall is in the perfect position to pounce to get that double toe.
Team Greenheath have come back out of the pit lane, by the way. They only lost a lap, so they might be able to make progress still, whereas the track focus car still in the pits, and the GT radial car seems to be out of the race after their first lap drama. But here come the top 3 into Brooklands. We're 25 minutes into this race, so 15 minutes away from the first pit stops. And pit stops, perhaps a time where time can be lost, Jamie, if there's an issue in that period of the race for you.
Yeah, because not every team will fuel on the first pit stop. Some teams will have fueled to do 2 stints. So you'll hear me when I go down into the pit lane, I'll be using the term double fueling. What that means is they're putting 2 22-litre churns into the car. So effectively, they'll fuel every other stop as Morgan Tilbrook is down the inside of Neil Plimmer as they go into Copse Corner. Not sure if he made that move stick, and that's the Dom Jackson car, the 99 JPR Black Widows car, who's had a spin at Brooklands.
And he's got damage to the front.
And he's got damage to the front as well. Now, has there been contact, or has he gone backwards over a curb and it's just ripped the corner of the splitter off?
Well, I wouldn't think Silverstone curbs would do that to cars, but I noticed also you had the slippery surface flag out, which would either mean there's fluid on the road or there's a bit of car on the circuit. Either way. That was our 17th position for 99 Dominic Jackson, so that's what happened to him. The leaders, when they crossed the line, were only separated by 800ths of a second, so Nigel Sam Smith was trying to fight back for the lead. This, though, is the battle for 8th position, being led by Nick Nunn, but looking up the inside of him is Martin Gibson, the truck racer, as Jamie said about earlier. Then in 10th position, also in this battle, is Craig Butterworth. So freeway battle for 8th position through Luffield Corner on this lap 22 of the race. Yeah,
and of course this is Nick Nunn's first race of the year. He unfortunately had to miss Donington Park due to other commitments. So welcome back to Nick, of course, thoroughly enjoying being back in the FunCup. Him and Mark Home have been doing it now for 6 years. This is their 6th season. Got the breakthrough win at Zandvoort in 2019, and they've been an absolutely fantastic addition to the FunCup Endurance Championship as we watch Craig Butterworth working his way through Copse Corner. Of course, another thing Josh will need to keep an eye on is track limits. Cars, they've all been told that they can't go too wide at Copse Corner and also coming out of Beckett's and Luffield, but they of course racing drivers, they do have communication with our race director Julian Floyd, who's got a one-way system as Paul Lewis is holding off Warren McKinley, and he's got the Make Happen racing car, which was started by Steve Walton for this first stint. Him and Greg Evans do alternate between the racing. Of course, that's the battle for 13th place, because they've caught Matt Hogg in the Agua Caliente car, which for those want to know what Agua Caliente stands for, it's warm water.
101, the Warren McKinley car looks like it had a touch of damage on the splitter. The splitter's still there, but it seems to be flapping about more than it should be. You can see there, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, that will hurt him going through Copse Corner, because it's a right-hander corner. It's the left side splitter that is flapping around, but the risk is obviously of it folding underneath the front wheels. So maybe the team will want to try and rip it off at the first pit stop, or use a cable tie or something to secure it. As we see Vlad Vasiliev going into Copse Corner, he's down in 19th place, staying out of trouble and enjoying himself.
Sorry, Jamie. There's been a change for a 4th position, because the PLR racing car of Neil Plymouth dropped to 6th. Morgan Tilbrook's up to 4th, and in 5th place Andy Bicknell. And this is the battle we're watching now, isn't it, into Luffield?
Yeah, and it looks like it's just changed again. That Andy Bicknell's gone down the inside of Morgan going into Brooklands, with Neil Plymouth behind in 6th place. Of course, as we know, the slipstream is so powerful in these cars. I mean, the cars are doing around sort of 110, 115 miles an hour in the slipstream. I mean, they're running at the 1.8 litre Volkswagen Audi engine, producing around 130 brake horsepower. It's what we call the FunCup Evo 1 car that we use in the UK, and it's a formula that works fantastically well. And as we see, Josh, it's providing great close racing.
It certainly is, isn't it, in this opening part of the race. We're almost a half an hour into it now, so 1/8 of the way through this 4-hour motor race. We're going to get a 4th car into this group, because the Olympian car of Chris Dovell has caught them, so it's a 4-way battle, and of course that was the champion car from last year, hence why it's running number 1. Meanwhile, 246 has just come into the pit lane, the EDF Vape Club car. So that's Vlad Vasiliev that's into the pits. Another unscheduled pit stops. We've had 3 cars into the pits with presumably some sort of mechanical issue. And then, of course, John McGuinness's incident on lap 1. So 4 cars in strife in this opening stint of the race.
Yeah, it's very, very unusual to see 4 cars having issues so early on. I mean, these cars are very bulletproof, and of course the teams will be doing their best to get out as quickly as we can, as Greensall Motorsport has now gone into is in the lead with Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus, so just 89 1,000ths of a second behind as they crossed the line. So of course Sam Smith is going to have to get his elbows out again because Fabio Randaccio is on a mission, Josh, and I'm now going to head down to the pit lane and get ready for the first pit stops.
Okay, thank you to Jamie Peter Dennison alongside me, giving us some great detail into the championship, a category that I don't particularly often cover, so great to get Jamie's expert views on what's going on, and we'll hear from him in the pit lane in a few moments' time. But yes, a change for the lead then on lap 25, because Sam Smith has got himself back ahead of Fabio Randaccio, but it's hard to take our eyes off this 4th place battle, which sees here Morgan Tilbrook drop to the back of it because through has gone a couple of cars, Neil Plimmer and the Olympian car of Chris Dovell. So a couple of places lost on that lap from Morgan Tilbrook. Remember, he started on the front row of the grid. He's dropped to 7th. He's also been racing, as Jamie was saying, Mercedes in British GT and GT Cup this season, I believe. So across the line, more changes. So back into the lead of the race has gone Fabio Randaccio. Into 2nd has come Nigel Greensall, and Sam Smith has dropped to 3rd, so that's out of what we've been watching. This is about the 4th we've been watching. Just to update you though, another change for the lead, and here they are through traffic. That all happened then. 158, the Raw Motorsport car of Alex McLeod was lapped. There he is, 158, and involving while they were lapping him, a change for the lead, and we've had another change for 2nd place because fighting back is Sam Smith. He's coming back alongside Nigel Greensall then as they come down towards Brooklands corner, and he's gone back through, so Sam Smith into 2nd place as they head into Brooklands on lap 27. Another car in strife, pitting before the window is car 104, the EDF Motorsport car of Chris Prosser. So another early stopper. We're not yet into that first pit window of the race. Leaders coming up across the line then to complete 27 laps, with the leader being 225 Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus. Fabio Randaccio in 2nd position, 7/10 behind is Sam Smith, 263 Greensall Motorsport, and then 3rd 248 CCS Media Racing, driven by Nigel Greensall. In 3rd, the 3 of them separated by a second. They are 10 seconds though ahead of anybody else. In 4th place is 221, which is Dispatch Bay Express, Andy Bicknell at the wheel. In 5th is 146 PLR Racing, Neil Plimmer driving. In 6th position, number 1 Team Olympian with Chris Dovell. In 7th is 103 the Enduro Motorsport, backed by Zip Cap car of Morgan Tilbrook. In 8th is 110, with a gap between 7th and 8th. In 8th position, the Viking self-storage car, being driven by Nick Nunn in this opening stint. 9th is 61 MJ Tech GT, which is Martin Gibson, and completing the top 10 is 111, and that's CGI Racing, Craig Butterworth, after just over half an hour of racing around this Silverstone National Circuit, 1.6 mile track. And we've had 28 tours of the lap about to be completed now by the top 3, which have got more traffic to deal with here as they turn their way onto Copse Corner. So it'll be the 107 machine that's going to be lapped, the We Have No Idea car driven by Paul Calladine in this opening stint of the race. There's the battle for 4th into Copse. A change for 4th position on the most recent lap because Vlad Vasiliev has got himself ahead of Andy Bicknell. So a change for 4th position then at the on the most recent of laps. Top 3 head down towards Brooklands, having dealt with that lapped car. They're still in the same order for now, but right underneath the rear wing of the leader is Sam Smith as they turn their way left then through Brooklands. Absolutely nose to tail for the lead then, with Sam Smith putting plentiful of pressure on Fabio Randaccio. These two drivers that started at the back of the grid worked their way through the order. Sam Smith quicker than Randaccio, but really didn't really matter because they are tied together now as they complete 29 laps of the race. And now down to Copse, down the inside, has a look for Sam Smith, and he grabs the lead into Copse corner. Sam Smith then goes back through using the toe. He just set the fastest lap of the race as well, a 69.619, and on the inside line into Copse corner he goes through then to take the lead. And there they are into Beckett's in that new order, with the third place car, Nigel Greensall, just keeping a watching brief on what's going on in front of him as they turn their way now onto the Wellington Straight. We've still got 18 cars on the lead lap, and here are the two leaders. They're going to change again, are we, in towards Brooklyn, so the lap chart may not show a lead change because Sam Smith passed into Copse to take the lead, has lost it by the time they get to Brooklands, because the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car of Fabio Randaccio takes the lead once more. Out of this leading trio, that's the only two-driver team. It'll be Farquini Diot, who shares that UVO car with Randaccio, whereas Sam Smith shares with family relations Simon and Ted, and Nigel Greensall has Bob Tomlinson and Alan Hondemon to take that car over. So a free driver layouts in those two cars, with the single driver car that's trying to take the lead. Side by side for the lead, but I think we can hear from Jamie down in the pits.
So down here in the pit lane, we've had 4 casualties so far in the opening laps of the FunCup Endurance Championship. The most noticeable one is the 97 GT radial car, which was driven by John McGuinness. I'm just going to see if I can grab John now, because speaking with Ellis Hadley earlier, he was saying the car just cut out, and John, that's not the start you wanted, was it?
No, not great, was it? No, but I was like up the sharp end, which because we got drawn 6, I was like, oh, this is going to be great. I learned so much in a lap and a half we were racing, and gutted really. Yeah, I went into turn 1 and then just on the curbs, and it just as soon as it hit the curb it just stopped. So it's got an electrical problem. A strange one though, because it turns over and the engine, the engine turns over, but it won't come down the gears, and I've messed, tried to fix it, and I was just completely stranded out on that part of the circuit. So yeah, I've had a ride back on the recovery truck. So yeah, not much fun, but I was really enjoying it. I was really looking forward to it. I'd love to just been out there in that gaggle at the front for a few more laps, but hopefully they'll repair it. We can get a bit more of a spin for the rest of the race.
Yeah, because yesterday was a washout, so it's just like Donington again. I mean, you had real confidence coming into this one because you really wanted some dry running, didn't you?
Yeah, I had a busy day. Yesterday I was doing a motorcycle instructor thing yesterday at Donington until 2 o'clock. Jumped in my van, raced down here, got out for the last session, and felt really good in the car yesterday. I really enjoyed it, and then quali was really good, and then the race, and then means they're going to have to come back and have another go somewhere, doesn't it? But yeah, it is what it is. That's racing. I've been in this position lots of times before. You know, the bloody things break now and again, but happened to be our car, didn't it, on the first 2 laps? But hopefully we'll get it going and we'll get going again.
Excellent, thanks a lot, John. Yeah, that's John McGuinness in the GT radial car. Of course, he made a guest appearance at Donington. Initially, it was going to be a one-off, but as you see, he loved it so much he came back. We also had the 2 EDF Motorsport cars coming in with some problems. So what we'll do is we'll hand back to Josh. Me and Kim will go down there and find out what's going on, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Pit lane with John McGuinness, the 23, I think it is, time Ironman TT winner. It's great to have him out in the FunCup Endurance Championship, getting his first taste of car racing. And you can tell they were very enthusiastic about it, but a shame that it ended so early. So race continues. We're coming a couple of minutes away from that first pit stop window, which will take place over 10 minutes. Great gaggle of cars here heading down towards Copse Corner. This is the battle for 11th position, which is headed by the 171 Agu Caliente car of Matt Hogg, but he was under increasing pressure from a number of cars. 3 abreast here, and that's amongst the lappery, the battle for 6th position of Morgan Tilbrook involved in all of that. All very busy, it has to be said. They're dropping away, though, this group of cars from the top three, which have been so quick during the course of this stint, with the top three remaining the same as it was prior to speaking to Jamie. Fabio Randaccio, Sam Smith and Nigel Greensaw. Then there's the battle of a fourth, which are 15 seconds behind now, headed by Neil Plimmer from Andy Bicknell, Morgan Tilbrook and Chris Dovell. They turn their way through Copse Corner, getting their way through this traffic, which of course will be a factor of these long races. There's Plimmer then leading this group, the former Formula Ford racer before he turned his hand to FunCup racing, as Jamie was saying, for quite some time now. I think Neil did get back in a Formula Ford 1600 recently, and of course when he's in the first round of the National Championship this weekend, we've got more Formula Ford 1600 racing to look forward to here at Silverstone tomorrow. But with FunCup, with just a few seconds now to the pit window opens. 104 is a car being lapped in this. That's a car that did pit, had a short pit stop. The EDF Motorsport car of Christian Prosser is running 22nd and a couple of laps down. But the pit window is now open, so we expect cars to be peeling off right on the exit of Luffield and for the pit lane for scheduled pit stops over the next few laps. So the battle of the fourth comes up across the line, and a challenge here from the Dispatch Bay Express car of Andy Bicknell that comes down the inside of Neil Plimmer into Copse and tries to gain that position, then into fourth. Let's see if he's made it work. They get down into Maggots and Beckett's. And they are side by side. On the inside line is Plimmer, but he can't brake later, so through into the P4 position goes Andy Bicknell ahead of the pit stops. Morgan Tilbrook right on the tail of those two cars as they exit that turn and head off down towards Brooklands Corner. Not far behind them in P7, the champion from last year, Chris Dovell. So here they are, the battle of the fourth. It's not over yet because Plimmer comes back down the inside into Brooklands. They run wheel to wheel, absolutely side by side as they turn through the left-hander at Brooklands, but then the outside line gives the inside line into Luffield Corner for the Dispatch Bay machine, and he stays in front. If you look in the background, car one is for the pits. This is the first scheduled stopper of the race. So that's Chris Dovell that comes in after 35 laps of the Silverstone National Circuit to be our first scheduled stopper. So none of the rest in that front group have pitted, so they're all still out there. They stream across the line. So that promotes the Viking car into 7th of Nick Nunn, who is there just ahead of the battling cards of Craig Butterworth and of behind. Here are the leaders. They continue to battle, but Jamie Peter-Dennis has got more news from the pit lane.
So as we start the first round of pit stops, we just had the Olympian car come in with Christian Rose jumping in the car. We've also got the Track Focus car in, who are up at the front, and Sean Cooper, who started the car, is just sat at the moment. They're working on the engine bay at the moment. Sean, not the start you wanted, mate.
Well, the start was actually good, 19th to 4th, and then I started getting some issues. The voltage dropped off, a bolt's unfortunately sheared that holds bracket on for the alternator, so the alternator had stopped charging.
Can the guys get it fixed?
Say again?
Sorry, can the guys get it fixed for you?
Yeah, they've got it fixed, but unfortunately we're just so down on laps now. Unfortunately, we're out of the running, which is a real shame.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, they're saying they'll be out in about 10 minutes. Also, we've had the EDF Motorsport guys that had both cars come in. Let me have a quick chat with Dave Farrow, very quickly, team manager. You weren't expecting both cars to come in at the same time, were you?
No, I wasn't. I had a misfire issue on 104 and a gear selector issue on 246, but both sorted now, so we're back in the running, ready for the first lot of pit stops.
Okay, excellent. Thanks a lot. That's Dave Farrow. And also the number 14 car had a misfire, so they've changed some electrical components on that. So Josh, it's all go down here in the pit lane.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, very busy down in the pits, and more cars are coming. 99 there, you can see pulling in. That's Dominic Jackson, who had that spin earlier on. So pit stops are very much part of all of this, but the battle for the lead continues nevertheless. They haven't pitted yet, and a change there for the lead into Copse Corner, because Sam Smeeth goes through then ahead of Fabio Randaccio, that runs out a bit wide at Copse Corner. He may lose a second place here to Nigel Greensall. So from leading the race, Fabio Randaccio is going to drop down into third as they turn their way into Maggots, and hard on the brakes for Beckett. He's trying to hang on the outside line, can't manage it though. So new leader Sam Smeeth, second place Nigel Greensall, and third position out of Beckett's for the erstwhile leader, the UVO car of Fabio Randaccio. Refueling here for the Enduro motorsport car, and I think Jamie can describe it to us. Okay, perhaps we'll hear from Jamie in a few moments' time, but that was the Enduro Motorsport car of Morgan Tilbrook in, handing over to Marcus Clutton, top GT racer. So we expect Marcus Clutton to be progressing his way through the order here. The leaders across the line with Sam Smeeth in front. Nigel Greensall, though, loses second into Copse, because up the inside of him comes Randaccio, but out the corner, Greensall trying to come back alongside. Can't quite manage it. They've just had a car to lap as well amongst all of that. But Sam Smeeth the leader, then Randaccio in second, and third Greensmith. A big, Greensall I should say, a big slide into Beckett's corner for the leader, Sam Smeeth. This lap 39 of the race. We've had 3/4 of an hour of it as they head down towards Brooklands corner. So Randaccio, who lost the lead a lap or so ago, is fighting back now into Brooklands. He can't quite make it work though, so they stay in the same order as they turn left through Brooklands. These three now 20 seconds ahead of anybody else. So very much they have been the four men of this first stint of the race. And we head back down to Jamie.
Enduro Motorsport have just had their pit stop. Marcus Clutton has gone into the 103 car. Morgan Tilbrook is just getting a drink. We'll have a chat with Morgan. He was saying off camera that his first stint was rather busy, because you were saying the group of cars around you were being a little bit feisty, let's just say.
Yeah, I think everybody forgot it was a 4-hour endurance race, but really it should only be overtaking on the straights to benefit from the tow. But I think it's just, not the smartest, but it is what it is.
And on a personal level, you're doing some GT stuff as well. How are you adapting, jumping from 3 different types of cars in the space of a month?
Learning very quickly. The hardest thing to get your head around is just the downforce difference between a GT car and a FunCup, and also just the very unforgiving in a GT car. In a FunCup you dance it around in a GT car. It's quite easy to light the rear wheels up, like I found out at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. So these are a lot more forgiving. So it's probably easier to go from a GT car to one of these than it is one of these to one of them.
All right, we'll let you go and get some water. Thanks a lot, Morgan. Behind here we've got Chris Weatherall, who's just waiting for the 188 car. Chris, very, very quickly, we're not going to talk about Donington. Season starts now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Donington didn't exist, so new engine. Car's running great, so we should have some fun out there. I mean, if we can get to the end, we're going to be happy, and we've got the pace to be there, so that's good news. So we'll just see what happens.
Excellent, thank you. That's Chris Weatherall, who's about to jump into the 188 Enduro Motorsport car. And if you look behind you, Kim, there's the 246 EDF Motorsport with Vape Club racing car back in. As we heard from Dave Farrow, they're experiencing some electrical issues, I believe they were saying, and this is not what Vlad Vasiliev and Matt Dawkins wanted. It is Matt Dawkins behind the wheel, as Vlad has just got out of the car, and as you can see, they're just currently working on the exhaust and engine area now. The team are very, very quick at getting these done, and Vlad is just having a chat with Eddie Farrow now. We'll just have a quick word with Vlad. He's just having a swig of water. He's just talking with EDF Motorsports team owner Eddie Farrow now. Let me see if I can just dive in and have a quick chat with with Vlad, and he's just putting his mask on, as we have to adhere to that, and obviously get the cap on as well. Not the start you wanted, is it?
Performance-wise, it was great, but yeah, then we're having a few clutch issues. So I lost 5th gear, then lost 4th gear, so we had to come in, and unfortunately still having some gearbox issues. But otherwise, yeah, had a good start, made up a lot of places, was really excited, and I guess this is motorsport, you know, everything has to fall together, your performance, the car, and a bit of luck. So yeah, a bit frustrating, but we'll carry on, and hopefully we'll have another 4 or 5 good stints.
I mean, you gained a lot of confidence at Donington, didn't you? Because it was probably the worst conditions for your first ever car race. We saw Matt practicing during the week, which didn't go quite well on the e-sport, but that's just a bit of fun. And but you really wanted some dry running, didn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. We managed to have a dry test day here a couple of weeks ago, so we had really good pace. So did a lot of sim work. I've changed my platform. I'm using R Factor 2 now with the FunCup simulation, and it's actually helping me a lot. I think it's showing in my performance today, I hope.
Fantastic. Obviously other games are available, so yeah, so great. Obviously Vlad and I have been doing some e-sport racing. He's quicker than me, so it's good. But no, great to see you, and hopefully we'll catch up later on. We've also got Greensall Motorsport that have been in, so what we'll do is we'll hand back to Josh, and then we'll catch up in a few moments.
Thanks, Jamie. Yep, so the race continues. The majority of cars have pitted now. The pit window closes in a few moments' time, so therefore we should get the last cars back in. The CCS Media car has just pitted, so Nigel Greensall is in. So we just got the Greensall Motorsport car, Sam Smith, and the UVO Hoffman's car of Fabio Randaccio to come in, the top 2, and then that will be the last of our sort of leading group of cars to pit. There is 101, the Standu Motorsport car. Warren McKinley started that. Martin Compton has got into that now. They're running 17th at the moment, as the rest of the field flow their way around this Silverstone National Circuit. This is the second round of the FunCup Endurance Championship, which started at Donington Park last month. We're here at Silverstone today. Further rounds at Anglesey, Oulton Park, Croft, Oulton Park again, and then Donington Park concludes the season in November. So a good busy season for the FunCup Endurance Championship in 2021. Problem here for 99. This is a car that was started by Dominic Jackson, so it should either have Steve Harris or David Clark in it at the moment, but real dramas there for the JPR car that was running in 18th position but in trouble. They've got back going though, so perhaps that was another spin again at Brooklands Corner, but time is therefore lost. Another pitter here, so that's 207 is in. That's the Agu Coliante car of Rob Croydon, who had moved up into 6th position, but that's because of course he hadn't pitted. He does so now. Still waiting for the top 2 to come in, which should be on the next lap, I think, to make their mandatory stop. So here's a driver change for the Agu Coliante 2 car. Fuel going into it. Once the fuel comes out, the driver gets in. So Rob Croydon got out of it, and Paul Turner gets into the 207 machine. And Paul Turner then will refire the car, and away it goes. Back into the race. The top 2, though, have made their way into the pits, so perhaps we'll pick them up in a moment. So the UVO car and the Greensall car both into the pits, and it was Fabio Randaccio ahead of Sam Smith when they pitted. The leading stopper, I think, is a CGI Racing car. Or they yet to cycle through. I think they're yet to cycle through. So I think it should be the Team Olympian car then, the car that was started by Chris Dovell, who is the leading stopper. So that means the car that Nigel Greensall started has dropped down a little bit. The CGS Media car seemed to have lost a bit of time during the pit stop process. But once everybody's pitted, we'll take a look at that order and work out what the new positions are and who to look out for. Great group of cars here heading into Brooklands, including 170, which is the Stobart Sport car, which was started by Richard Webb, has Colin Kingsnorth in it now. And he's running in 13th position, battling with 212 Make Happen Racing, which was started by Stephen Walter, but now has Greg Evans at the wheel. So coming out of Luffield, that is the battle for 12th and 13th positions. And I think they're both still on the lead lap of the race. There's a couple of other cars involved in that too. You've got 171 and 207. The two Ago Colante cars have got themselves together, and involved in that battle, that's Rob Perry, who's taken over from Matt Hogg, and Paul Turner, that's taken over from Rob Croydon. We just saw their pit stop a moment ago. But across the line comes the leader then, the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car has made its pit stop and now has Farquini Diot taken over from Fabio Randaccio, and a good pit stop process from them sees them 8 seconds ahead of Team Olympian. They've moved up to second, so the car that Chris Dovell shares with Riley Phillips and Christian Rose has moved into second position now with Christian Rose at the wheel. In third position is 110, the Viking self-storage and safe box car, which has Mark Holm in it now, taken over from Nick Nunn, is a further 12 seconds down on second place. In fourth position, 146, which is now Ben Pitch, the PLR Racing Pentel car, is 6 seconds down on third, and it is fourth, and is closely followed by 111, which is Ian Wood, who's taken over from Craig Butterworth in the CGI Racing car. Then 9 seconds back in sixth position is 61, which is the MJ Tech GT car, which Scott Jeffs has taken over from Martin Gibson. In seventh is 263, which is the Smiths Greenstall Motorsport car, which was running the front group, has dropped down to 7th, and equally down to 8th position is the CGS Media Racing car that Nigel Greenstall had relayed over to the car that he shares with Bob Tomlinson and Alan Honorand. So those two cars that were in the top 3 earlier have dropped to 7th and 8th. In 9th position is 103 Enduro Zipcat, which Morgan Tilbrook has relayed to Marcus Clutton. And then completing the top 10 is 221 Dispatch Bay Express, which Andy Bicknell has handed over to Harry Mailer. So that's how the top 10 sits. Jamie Peters-Ennis has got more news from the pit lane.
So down at Greenstall Motorsport, I've got Sam Smith, who was one of the stars of the first stint because he went from 25th to 1st. You weren't hanging around, were you?
Just shut my eyes and hope for the best.
That's what you normally do anyway, but you're in the other car this weekend. Is there any particular reason why?
We just favour it for a bit of straight line speed. It hasn't quite got the handling characteristics, but yeah, straight line speed, it's awesome. So yeah, good fun.
And we saw you and Nigel battling away. You two were giving each other a very wide berth because we thought this might be a bit embarrassing if you start hitting each other.
That's right. I mean, it was really nice and tidy racing between the three of us, to be fair. And yeah, I mean, Nigel's an absolute pro, isn't he? So we could trust each other and just really enjoy a bit of close racing. So yeah, it was great fun.
And is the plan to stick with 263, or will you chop and change throughout the year, depending on how you feel?
I think we'll chop and change. I think dependent on the track. So yeah, we're not quite sure which way we'll go for the next round, but we'll see. Do a bit of testing there and then go with whichever one's best. Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Sam.
Great. All right.
Back to you, Josh.
cars that have stopped twice, EDS Motorsports 2 cars, they both have problems. The 104 cars that are damaged, the 246 with possible misfire and also losing a gear.
Another team that was making progress in the first stint was Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus and Fabio Randaccio. Obviously you had to start 25th, you got into the lead, it took you 13 minutes, so you've got to be pleased with that.
Oh, that's good going, isn't it? I actually, 2 laps in, all the electrical power went on the car. So I turned it off, turned it on, turned it off, everyone was going past me, turned it on again and it went. I crossed my fingers and then just went. And yeah, I mean, a cracking run and really nice to be dicing with 2 really great racers in Sam and Nigel. It's close and fair, and everyone's giving each other racing room, and yeah, what a terrific stint. You know, enjoyed every minute of it.
And as we saw at Donington, I mean, the conditions couldn't be any more different. I mean, yesterday was just a complete washout, and I mean, nobody really got any testing at all. So to get some dry running is really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we had a few laps of pretty dry running last night, but I mean, yesterday we sat it out for the day because it was just wet to the point of dangerous, so we didn't really turn many laps yesterday, and today it's perfect. The forecast was for rain this morning, but looking out there, I'm not sure I can see it happening.
So if it happens, we just blame you?
You can blame me, yeah, but it's not a bad thing when it rains with the FunCup cars. Often it draws them together, and maybe it'll throw a safety car that keeps the race tight, so you know, if it comes, it comes.
And Spider-Man mode engaged?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, start to finish, yeah, absolutely.
Excellent, thanks mate.
Yeah.
Right, so as I head back to the commentary box, we'll hand back to Josh.
Thanks to Jamie then. Jamie Peters-Ellis doing hard work down in the pit lane. Racing continues around the circuit though. In this FunCup race order, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, the gap still around 8 seconds between the Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus car of Farquini Diot and the Team Olympian car of Christian Rose. And the 2 of them quite some way ahead of the 3rd place machine of the Viking South storage car of Mark Holm, who was racing here just last weekend in a couple of historic cars on the Grand Prix circuit, an MGB and an Austin Healey 3000, but Mark Holm back in to his FunCup machine that he's been more regular in over the years. A great group of cars here, headed by the Team Greenheath car of Simon Smith, who's taken over from Gary Bate. Remember, they had that problem earlier on. They're back up to 18th despite the unscheduled stop, so that's pretty decent going. We've had an hour of the race now, by the way, so a quarter of the way into it, which means we're only 18 minutes away from our next pit stop window. Big tyre squirrel, that's because there's cars spinning. So the Make Happen Racing car and the JPR car has its 3rd spin at Brooklands of the race. So the spin there for Greenstall Motorsport, sorry, 125, not 212, so 125 Greenstall Motorsport, 16th place spinning, and JPR 2, car number 20. So that was Ryan Lewis who spun, as well as Greg Evans. So a couple, sorry, not Greg Evans, I should say, the Steve Harris, David Clark and Dominic Jackson car. So a couple of spins there at Brooklands. Don't think there was any contact, which means they should be able to rejoin before too much longer. So that's taken a couple of cars out of this big group. We've just had the fastest lap of the race done by Dispatch Bay Express. That's Harry Mailer now, the former Ginetta racer, has just set the best lap of the race, a 69.530, and on that lap he got into 7th position, passing the Scott Jeffs-driven MJ Tech GT car. So P7 now for Harry Mailer and the fastest lap of the race, but he's some 40 seconds behind the leader. There's 188 with a bit of damage. There, that's the car, the Enduro Motorsport car that's running there in the hands of Chris Wetherill. A bit further down the order in P15, and a car for the pits. Is that the JPR car that spun a moment ago, I wonder? Car number 99, that's for the pits, I think. Here's the 3rd place car, the Viking South storage car of Mark Holm. Those are cars behind him are not battling for position. but are sort of towing around with him, trying to get good lap times. But Mark Hull is being caught for third place up. There's a JPR car, so that's still off the road after its spin. That's a second spin actually, so I think that's its fourth spin at Brooklands of the race. So as Jamie rejoins us, they're having a dramatic start to this.
Yeah, it's been a dramatic first stint in true FunCup fashion. I mean, as we saw down in the pit lane, it got very, very busy because the teams tend to all arrive at once, sort of in clumps. So as we see the Simon Smith car just diving down the inside of John Curry at the going to Brooklands. There's Paul Rivette in the Raw Motorsport by Taco Sis car. Of course, Paul, absolute legend in motorsport. He's a 4-time Clio champion. He's raced trucks. He even had a spell in the British Touring Car Championship. So whatever Paul's raced, he is very, very quick. As we see Simon Smith making his way through. They had a misfire which brought them into the pits earlier, but a quick change of parts and it was all away they went. As we see the Agua Caliente car of Paul Turner, all 6'6" of him squeezing into a FunCup car. To answer some of the questions on the YouTube chat of what are these cars, so they're called a FunCup. So what they are is they are a space frame silhouette. They're not a VW Beetle. They may look like it, but they're not. These only two components that resemble a VW Beetle. The cars have a 1.8 litre 130 horsepower engine mounted to a 5-speed sequential gearbox, either by stick shift or paddle shift, and as you see, it produces great racing. Of course, these cars race all over Europe and also out in the Middle East as well in various guises. But as we see here, Josh, 25 car grid, especially in these difficult times that we've had over the last 18 months, it's producing some fantastic racing.
Yeah, we get these big clumps of cars around the Silverstone National Circuit, not all necessarily battling for position. But you're going to find someone to have some good fun out there with, aren't you, as of course the name suggests.
Absolutely, and that's Greg Evans going down the inside of the 99 car, which I believe is driven by David Clark, affectionately known as Scrappy. There's some drivers that do have some nicknames. Steve Harris is known as Snooker, and as they go down the straight, we've got Farkini making his way into Brooklands, followed by Greg Evans and John Curry Paul Turner passing John Curry in a very similarly coloured car. And we've also got Colin Kingsnorth in the Stobart Sport 170 car. That's run by the 9W team as they come out of Luffield. But although, as you say, Josh, this may not be for position, but these guys have all raced against each other for many, many years, and of course they all know everyone's strengths and weaknesses. So you may see some drivers that think, well, I'm not going to pass them into Beckett's because I know I will get them into Brooklands, and vice versa. So there can be a lot of games played, especially with strategies as well. As we see, that is Simon Smith, as we heard from his son Sam, going into Brooklands. As we've got the Stobart Sport car making a move at Brooklands. Is that for position?
Just going back to what you were saying about the CGS and the Greensill cars, they're now down to 9th and 10th. Of course, they were running in that lead group early on, so they've lost some time during that first pit stop sequence.
Yeah, I mean, there were some teams that fueled, so what we call a non-fuel stop can be done in around anything between 10 and 15 seconds. A fuel stop where you put in at least one 22-litre churn of fuel, you can add another sort of 5-10 seconds on top of it. So it may look a little bit jumbled up. It does take around sort of 10-15 minutes to cycle through, but then of course, Josh, we're then into pit window number 2, and it's nice to see that you got your driver sequence form, so we can see who's in what car, because there are a couple of teams that do change their sequence at the last minute. As we watch Farkini go through Copse Corner, just running a little bit wide, obviously maintaining track limits, and as you see, Greg Evans is hanging on to the back of him, and as we lost the pitch there a little bit, as that's Bob Tomlinson in the CCS Media car with Simon Smith going through.
And that's the battle for 9th and 10th position, so that's a change on that lap there. The last two cars on the lead lap, because just behind them is the cars that was battling with them for an overall position earlier on, now in the hands of course of Farquini Giot, so he's looking to lap the 9th and 10th place cars. They're only a few seconds up the road.
Yeah, and another team that benefited in the pit stops was Team Olympian. They've jumped up into second place. Now, they are very, very quick at their pit stops. I mean, I remember one race last year where they practiced over 20 times on Friday, and each time they were getting quicker and quicker and quicker. I timed them at almost sub 10 seconds for what we call a non-fuel stop. So that's when you literally throw the driver out, put another driver in, and that's Christian Rose going down the inside of Rob Perry in the 171 car as they go into Copse Corner. That's not for position, that's just to put a lap on the Agua Caliente car in its matte green livery. As there we've got Ferrari racer Simon Smith, and as we heard from Sam, they have 2 cars. They also run 108, which isn't here this weekend, so you may see them out in 2 cars over the course of the year. As Sam said, they'll chop and change between the 2, purely so that they can get the best performance out of them.
As you were saying there, this is very much unlike, I think, pretty much any other club race series where there isn't a minimum pit stop time, so the teams can do the pit stops as quickly as they want.
Yeah, so years ago they used to be, then they changed it to literally as fast as you can, as long as obviously it has to be safe and you have to make sure all the contact points are sanitized. But yeah, you've got some teams that literally throw the driver out, and then the other driver gets in. I mean, with these cars being central seated, you can get out from one side and the other driver gets in on the opposite side, so you're not tripping over each other. And again, that can save you some time as the field starts to spread out a little bit as we go into Copse Corner. We still got the looks like the GT Radial car is back out. That's the 97 car that had a complete electrical failure, and maybe that, as we say, the moment at Beckett's at the beginning potentially is if that car was cutting out in the middle of that group, people taking avoiding action, trying not to hit it, because the last thing you want is to hit somebody in the back, because the radiator is at the front of these cars, and as you noticed on some of the cars, they have different front grills, obviously to aid cooling, and because it can get very hot in these cars. Obviously temperature today is only about 16 degrees, so the temperature wise in the cars will be absolutely fine. As we see Farkini working his way out of Luffield, catching the 107 car, who I think we agree, Josh, has the best team name ever. We haven't got a clue. That's literally their team name. That's Paul Calladine and Alan Baldwin, who have done some guest appearances over the last couple of seasons. Fabulous to see them back, we believe, for the rest of the year.
So yeah, you mentioned the GT Radial car back out, as is the Track Focus car. The only car that's now in the pit, which I think is a recent pit stopper, is 104, the EDF Motorsport car, which seems to be having more problems. That's Simon Coles now, who's taken over from Christian Prosser.
Yeah, as we heard from Dave Farrow, he wasn't expecting both of his cars to arrive at the same time, and one car had a misfire, the other car, which was the 246 car, had a gear selection issue, and he, as we heard from Vlad Vasiliev, he lost 5th gear, then he lost 4th, and of course a circuit like this you can't go around in 3rd gear because that's just putting so much strain on the engine, and of course the inevitable will happen. As there's the 107 car called apologies, we have no idea their team name is called. That's actually their team name. We have no idea. That's driven by Alan Baldwin in this second stint, as we've got Simon Smith just behind him, followed by Bob Tomlinson, Christian Rose, Paul Turner, Rob Perry, and then Colin Kingsnorth.
So the interesting thing that's happened in this stint is Christian Rose is catching the leader. It was 8 seconds earlier, it's now about 4.5. So Christian Rose is lapping quicker than Fabio Vandaccio now Farquini Diot, of course, in that car. During the course of this stint, the pit window opens in 7 minutes for the next group of pit stops, but that gap has been coming down, so Christian Rose catching the leader. So a very different type of stint to the first one, where we had big packs of cars all battling each other. For these two leaders, about getting lap time, getting through the lap traffic at good speed.
Absolutely, and the great thing is, as you can see, Christian is getting a toe off Simon Smith, and of course Farkini, although he doesn't want to be battling with Greg Evans, hopefully they'll be working together to try and get the 225 car away. As we cut back to Mark Home and Marcus Clutton now in the 103 car, so that car will now start to make progress. Of course, we heard from Morgan Tilbrook, who's probably one of the busiest men in UK motorsport this year. Him and Marcus Clutton are doing at least 3 different championships in 3 very different cars. So to jump from a GT car into a FunCup car and then back again in a month, it does take a little bit of getting used to. But going back to Christian Rose, Josh, as you see, his last lap was 0.6 quicker than Farkini. Of course, Christian is behind Simon Smith, who's then basically pulling him along, where of course Farkini is having to hold off Greg Evans. Obviously that's not for position because Greg Evans is down in 9th place, but of course he wants to get back onto the lead lap, so then Greg can then start making progress to catch the MJ Tech GT car, which is now driven by Scott Jeffs for 8th place.
Just going through shot there, I think was the 101 car, the Stand 2 Motorsport car driven by Martin Compton, who's taken over from Warren McKinley. There's the leader, 4 seconds clear of the car that will probably just go through your shot there. So the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car ahead of Team Olympian by just 4 seconds. You mentioned Marcus Clutton. Well, he's up to 3rd now. I think he was 6th or 7th at the beginning of the stint. He's up to 3rd. He's just got himself ahead of Mark Colm, who had been in that position for a long time. And then in 5th position is Ben Pitch in the PLR racing car. Those 3 cars, 3rd, 4th and 5th, are all together on track, but are over 20 seconds behind the 2 leaders.
But at the rate that Marcus Clutton's going, he's lapping currently at least anything from 0.2 to 0.7 faster than the 2 in front of him. It won't take him very long to catch the top 2, but then of course in 6 minutes time he's going to have to come in and hand over to Morgan Tilbrook, as Farkini gets a little bit of a wobble there going into Beckett. So as he's still holding off Greg Evans again, it's not for position, as Christian Rose is closing as they go down the Wellington Straight. Now the key is, Josh, they'll be on different fuel strategies. Olympian tend to come in as soon as the window opens, whereas UVO Hoffman's Lotus tend to come a little bit later on. So again, that strategy will play a very important part in this 4-hour race, as it almost looks like there, Josh, that Farkini's actually having to defend from Greg Evans.
Yes, he's certainly no slower than him, is he? Because he's been right on his underneath his rear wing for a number of laps now. The other difference, of course, is the UVO car is a 2-driver squad, where Olympian have 3 drivers. Is there any advantage to either of those, do you think?
I suppose the only advantage is that you have a greater gap in between your stints. You've got an hour and 20 minutes before you get in the car again. I mean, some teams prefer to have 2 drivers. But of course you don't get a lot of downtime in between, especially when the weather's extremely hot. I mean, if this race was last weekend, I think we would have been going through about 1 million litres of water. But as we said before, although it gets hot in the car, I mean, these cars run with polycarbonate windows, the engines are in the back, so they're right against the bulkhead. So you do get hot and sweaty in the car, but nowhere near as temperatures as we've seen before, as Simon Smith has had a spin at Brooklands and is at Beckett's, beg your pardon, narrowly missed by his teammate Bob Tomlinson in the CCS Media car. Now, did he fall or was he pushed?
Let's have a look how close they were. Well, they had a car between them. The Agu Calionte car 171 of Rob Perry was between them at the beginning of the lap. But he's been able to get going, so Simon Smith is back into the race. There's 8 cars left on the lead lap, by the way, as the leaders come back across the line, and the gap is down to 2.7 seconds now between Farkini Diot and Christian Rose. So Christian Rose is continuing to catch the leader, and I suppose just as he catches him, it will be time to pit.
Absolutely, and it's great to see Christian back on form at Donington. He wasn't well at all. He wasn't feeling 100%. So it's great to see him running around the paddock as he normally does and enjoying his time in here. Of course, a local circuit for him. He resides just down the road. So nice to see Christian up at the front and going well in the number 1 car. And of course, last year, Josh, you might be surprised at this. Although Christian has been around FunCup since the beginning, last year was I think it was either his first or second full season ever, because he's only really had sort of the odd drive or 2 during the course of the year. So yeah, to get a full campaign in and to win the championship was fantastic. And of course, he's got Riley Phillips to jump in the car next, who is very, very quick, and he's still the youngest driver ever to win a FunCup race at I think it was 16 or 17 years old. So yeah, great that we've got drivers from all ages. And we have to obviously mention as well, Josh, the Masters class, because the Masters class is for teams with drivers over the age of 55 in their driver, and from looks like PLR Racing are currently leading that, 4th overall, followed by Agua Caliente down in 11th.
To note, on the last lap, Mark Holm had a problem. He lost about 15 seconds with a slow lap, so presumably a spin. He dropped down to 7th. Marcus Clutton, who had got himself into 3rd, has dropped to 5th now, and up into 3rd position has come Harry Mailer in the Dispatch Bay Express car. Into 3rd has come 146 Ben Pitch in the PLR Racing car. Marcus Clutton in 5th. 6th position is Ian Wood, and dropping to 7th after some kind of mistake for Mark Holm.
Yeah, we didn't see that, unfortunately, but yeah, his last lap time was a 1:11.
Yeah, the lap before was a 1:24.
Ah, okay, so yeah, not sure where that happened, but again, Mark will just regroup and get going again. But of course, he's going to be handing back over to Nick Nunn. So of course, these are one of the 2 driver squads. Like we say, they don't get a lot of downtime in between these 4-hour races because it's a 40-minute stint between pit stops. As we see Mark Holm coming into Brooklands, he's got Paul Rivette behind him in the Raw Motorsport by Taco Sis car. They're currently in 19th place. Hopefully now should be making some progress. They've got Alex and John McLeod with them, as we saw the MJ Tech GT going through the shot. As we follow Mark Holm through Woodcote.
Interestingly, Paul Rivette is a sort of a couple of seconds off the pace, which is that the car, is it, rather than you wouldn't expect Paul Rivette to be that much off the pace, and even in a straight line here it looks a bit slower than the cars around him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on now. I think when we go down to the pit lane shortly to get our next batch of news and views, we'll have a chat with Paul Rivette. Always welcoming, always a great guy to talk to, and he'll be very honest with what's going on. So yeah, it looks like they're just lacking a little bit of straight line speed there. They ran the 214 car last year in a very chrome green livery, which was very striking, as he's just coming up behind Neil Smith in the Trap Focus car. And it says he makes the move going down into Brooklands, but yeah, it just doesn't seem like it's got the straight line speed that you would expect from a FunCup car.
Well, we've passed the 80-minute part of this race, so the second pit window is open for the next 10 minutes or so, so we should be seeing cars peeling into the pit lane any time from now. The lead gap has come down to 1.6 seconds between the UVO and Olympian cars, so Christian Rose continues to chase after Farquini Diot. And those 2 cars are now nearly half a minute ahead of anybody else. So, and that's the group now just heading through your shot at Beckett. It's being headed by the Dispatch Bay car of Harry Mailer. And then Marcus Clutton's got back into 4th place. He's got himself back ahead of the PLR Racing car 146, driven by Ben Pitch, as the first of these second stoppers come in, Jamie.
Yeah, and as I predicted, the Olympian car is straight in during the pit stop. Now they should be fueling on this stint, because as we hear the pit limiter on the outside microphone going through. That's fine. All cars must adhere to the 60 km/h speed limit. As we see the Olympian car coming into the pits, that'll be Riley Phillips getting into that car as we watch Harry Mailer going through to the pit stop. Yeah, and it looks like they are fueling that Olympian car. So whether they are a double fueling, when I go down to the pit lane very shortly, we'll find out and have a chat with Christian Rose, who will tell me all about his stint, like he always does, and thoroughly enjoying himself, as Marcus Clutton is just closing on Harry Mailer there as they try to get past Bob Tomlinson as they go into Beckett. And of course, Bob Tomlinson's a little bit further down the field. They are currently CCS Media in 13th place, and a very nice driving there from Bob. Made no attempt to hold them up through Beckett's.
So this is the battle which effectively now comes for second place between Harry Mailer and Marcus Clutton, 2 drivers that have been making progress during the course of this stint, and Marcus Clutton looks to the inside of Harry Mailer, and they run side by side through Brooklyn. So that'll be the outside line for the Zip Cap Enduro car of Clutton, who then tucks back to the inside on the exit of Luffield. They run side by side, they're leaning on one another. There's 2 hours and 36 minutes to go. You wouldn't know about it, how they're racing, and they're absolutely together as they complete lap lap 70 of the race, and they continue to lean on one another. And oh dear, this is getting all rather feisty between Marcus Clutton, who goes round the outside into Kopp's corner, on the inside into Kopp's corner off of Harry Mailer, but Mailer hangs on, but maybe a little bit unnecessary driving going on there, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, it's fierce racing. I mean, the great thing is, Josh, is Marcus has actually driven the 221 car, so he knows how that car performs and knows how Harry drives. And that was clean. That was there was a little bit of wheel rubbing, but I mean there's nothing dangerous. I mean they're both hard, fair races, so that will be perfectly fine. There'll be no issues with that. As Marcus Clutton is in the slipstream as they go into Brooklyn, is he going to try and send it down the outside going to Britain's, or is Harry going to hold him off? As he's got the cut back, and Harry's left a little bit of a gap, and he's straight through. Lovely move there from Marcus Clutton. Yeah,
I don't think Marcus Clutton was keen to give Harry Mailer any room on the exit of the corner once he'd gone through. So Harry Mailer into what is now net second position after the pit stop for the Olympian car. But really that's, I suppose, for third when you factor in that pit stop. So they come up across the line there, 27 seconds behind the Uvio Hoffman's machine. Just a couple of seconds behind them in fourth place is the 146 PLR racing machine of Ben Pitch, but Harry Mailer straight back on it, and he's straight back in the slipstream of Marcus Clutton. He pulls out to the right hand side of the circuit, which would give him the inside for Beckett's, but he tucks back underneath Marcus Clutton, who's a very experienced GT racer. Harry Mailer started his racing career in cars out in Ginetta Juniors. So both of these guys have really raced at the top level of British motorsport.
Absolutely, and as Harry Mailer goes thinking about selling the dummy into Brooklands, and I remember when Harry Mailer first appeared in FunCup with a team called Apollo Motorsport. Hello to Stuart Ramsey and everyone there. We miss you and wish you were back doing this. And he was bang on the pace, but Harry just a little bit too quick there going into Luffield, and just slid a little bit wide on the apex there and lost a little bit of time. But as I head back down to the pit lane, Josh, it looks like this fight is on now. But of course they will need to come in and serve their mandatory pit stop, as Harry Mailer's got a lot of straight line speed as they go into Copse.
He's back on the inside of Marcus Clutton. He goes back through. So after all that hard work that Clutton did earlier on, he's going to have to try and find a way back through again. Although we should expect, as Jamie's been saying, these two cars to pit shortly. Already, half dozen cars have made their second mandatory stops of this race. Down into Beckett's then. The Dispatch Bay Express car ahead of the Enduro car, the Enduro Motorsport car backed by Zipcap. They run nose to tail once more down the Wellington Straight, down into Brooklands, and here comes Clutton again, back up the inside, brakes late, and he goes back into P2. So a great battle that has broke out between these two of the quicker drivers during the course of this stint, but have had to make progress during it, and they both stay out. Perhaps teams feel these are slightly quicker drivers in their pairings, and therefore going long. So across the line they come. This is 73 laps of the race done, and here comes back up the inside for Marcus. Up the inside of Marcus Clutton comes Harry Mailer, and he slides the car back up the inside into second place. They're trading positions multiple times over the course of one lap. They just slot in front of one of the cars that has just completed their mandatory stop. Clutton so close to the back of Mailer, you can hardly see his car. He has a little nose looking up the inside into Beckett's. He couldn't quite make it. We mentioned that the Team Olympian car had pitted. Christian Rose handing over to Riley Phillips, and Riley Phillips has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 69.367. As once again Marcus Clutton comes back up the inside for second place and gets the place back ahead of Harry Mailer. So it seems like Clutton gets the place into Brooklands and Mailer repasses into Copse. Riley Phillips, by the way, he's back into sixth position overall despite having pitted. So he's looking good, and to see how he compares to the Uvio car once they've pitted. But back to this battle, down towards Copse corner. Are we going to see Mailer challenge into Copse? Not this time, so Marcus Clutton stays in front on this occasion as they turn into Copse, still 27 seconds behind the leader. A few minutes left of this pit window, so shortly we'll be getting a new complexion on this race after 2 stops. We've had an hour and a half of the race, so that means 2.5 to go. So this race rapidly speeding through with plenty of action, plenty of breathless action, and once again we're side by side heading down to Brooklands, but on this occasion it's Harry Mailer that comes up the inside and goes back ahead of Marcus Clutton. They turn their way into Luffield, passing the spectators there that are making use of the Luffield complex. And diving for the pit lane is Marcus Clutton. He's had enough of that battle. He's in, so he'll be handing over to Morgan Tilbrook in the Enduro Motorsport Zip Cap car, and he speeds his way before having to brake hard to get down to 60 kilometres per hour at the entrance to the pits. Only a couple of cars are yet to make their second stop, and they are our 2 leaders, the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car and the Dispatch Bay Express machine. The lead-in 2-stopper is Team Olympian, of course, being driven by Riley Phillips, who's taken over from Chris Dovell and Christian Rose, who did the first 2 stints of the race. So heading down towards Brooklands here, a trio of cars, which includes 111, which is CGI Racing, which runs in 7th position. That's the Martin Compton and Warren McKinley now at the wheel. Warren McKinley's just taken that car over. That's going well. Sort of been a quiet race from them, but they've been working their way up the timing screens, which of course is good news for them. Chasing the 104 car, which is about to go a lap down. But Jamie Peters-Ennis has made his way into the pits, so let's hear from him.
So down at Team Greenheath, Simon Smith just got out of the car. Gary had a bit of a misfire to start with, but car's running all right and you're starting to make a bit of progress again.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. I think it was a loose lead. He was running P2, P3, something like that. I've just gone out there running again with the leaders, but 1 lap down or 2 lap down for the whole stint. So it's really frustrating. It's what could have been. The car's brilliant. It's absolutely mega. We can keep with, like I say, nearly on leaders' pace, no trouble.
I mean, as we said, yesterday was a complete washout. I think you only did a handful of laps, didn't you? I mean, the track was virtually flooded, but now we've got some dry running, and it's a fast pace out there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's aggressive as well. Like I say, I was with a bunch of the leaders. They're doing qualifying times 2 inches away from each other, so yeah, it's pretty mental out there. But yeah, yesterday was a complete washout. We did 2 laps all day and didn't put it in the wall and thought it'd be better for today.
All right, thanks a lot, Simon. That's Simon Smith. As we've got the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car coming in now. They're single fueling, so that's 1 22-litre fuel churn going into the going into the car as Fabio gets in now. He's just being strapped in by Farchini and also the JPR crew. The engine is fired up and they're away. That's a really quick stop. As also we've got the Dispatch Bay Express car coming in, which is going to be Harry Mailer handing over to Andy Bicknell, and they're also single fueling as well. Team Olympian, they double fueled, so that was 44 litres of fuel going into the car. As Andy Bicknell gets in, seat insert is out, and as they do the belts, check all the tyre pressures, engine fire up, and they'll be away shortly as we hear a bit of popping and banging there from the exhaust. 262 goes on, and that's all dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's a trap focus. Nearly got collected by the Dispatch Bay Express car as they came in for their pit stop. That was Neil Smith coming in to hand over to Mike McCollum. So as you see, Josh, it's getting all a little bit chaotic down here.
Yeah, indeed. That was a little bit too close for comfort. I'm sure the officials have been looking at that and whether anything is deemed to not to be to regulation, but we'll let them sort that out. So everybody's made their second mandatory stop. So we've got, 27 minutes before the next one, which will come at half distance. And we'll wait for the timing screens to slot through before giving you the definite new order. And across the line to complete that is 225. So the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car continues to lead. The car that is back into the hands of Fabio Bandaccio, you can see that on your screen now. So the left-hand side of your screen, you can see the new order after 2 stops. So Uvio Hoffman's Lotus leads by 8 seconds once again over the number 1 Team Olympian car, which is now Riley Phillips, who's taken over from Christian Rose, and Chris Double started the car. We'll wait for the car to, which car comes across the line next, because we know the Dispatch Bay Express car had pitted. So will they hang on to third? They will, but only just. So in third place is 221. Dispatch Bay Express with Andy Bicknell back in for Harry Mailer. In fourth is 146, PLR Racing by Pentel, with Neil Plymouth, who's just taken back over from Ben Pitch. In fifth is 103, the Enduro Motorsport by Zipcap car, and that is Morgan Tilbrook, who's relayed Marcus Clutton. In sixth is 111, CGI Racing, which is Craig Butterworth in for Ian Wood. In seventh is 110, the Viking South Storage car by Safebox, and Nick Nunn has taken over from Mark Holm. In eighth is 61, MJ Tech GT, and Martin Gibson back in after Scott Jeffs did the last stint. In ninth is 212, Make Happen Racing, which sees Stephen Walton back in for Greg Evans, and in 10th is 170, which is Stobart Sport, and that is Richard Webb, who's taken over from Colin Kingsnorth, and the rest of the top 20 on your screens if you're looking for somebody a bit further down the order. So 8 seconds is the gap between the top 2, Uvio, Hoffman's Lotus and Team Olympian. They look like the two, at this stage of the race, they are the 2 cars that have got the advantage. They're a long way clear of the rest. They seem to be the 2 cars making the quickest pit stops as well, and they're now 40 seconds ahead of anyone else. There's 7 cars on the lead lap, with the Viking South Storage car the last car on the lead lap, and not so far away from being lapped for Nick Nunn. On our screens we're watching 212, which is the car in 9th position of Make Happen Racing, with Stephen Walton at the wheel. The car directly behind him is not battling for position, but the one behind that is 170, the Stobart Sport car, which has Richard Webb in that, and they are battling for 9th and 10th positions. But they're the only 2 cars in this 5-car train that are battling for that position. So coming now past Make Happen Racing is the 125 car, which is a bit further down the order. But more news, I think, from Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the pit lane.
So down at PLR Racing, who are currently leading the Masters class, Ben Pitch has just got out of the car. Ben, that stint was pretty busy, and you're watching some forceful driving, let's just say, from some drivers. But it's a fast pace out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I had a grandstand seat for the battle between Harry and Marcus. I came on the radio and I said one of these is going to go off in a minute, but I actually managed to hook on to the back of them and work with them to try and catch up with Viking, and then we passed Viking, and just watching them, the inevitable about to happen in front of me.
And how's the car behaving out there? I mean, Donington was a little bit up and down for you, wasn't it? You had a little trip to the gravel, but it's one of those things, the conditions were horrendous, but car looks good out there.
Yeah, the car's great. I mean, I did have a little gravel excursion, but that was the least of our worries. We got caught in a first lap incident, but we bent the steering and we lost loads of time, but managed to recover back to 8th. And, you know, we're due a bit of good fortune because we've got the pace this weekend, and we'd like to convert that into a podium. The car's great. I think just at the end of my last stint, we had a bit of a problem with the exhaust, but the exhaust is now dragging on the ground, so we're going to watch that and hope that doesn't cause us a problem later on.
Okay, yeah, is that going to be a concern? Obviously, you've got to look out for the meatball flag as well.
Yeah, I think it's all right at the moment, but what we don't want to happen is something to fall off, the exhaust to fall off. I think it's just touching on right-hand bends, and we'll watch it. But yeah, fingers crossed it doesn't develop into something more serious.
Excellent, thanks a lot, Ben.
Thanks, Jamie.
Back to you, Josh.
Thanks, Jamie. So pit stops all now completed. So a lot of these 2 driver squads, the drivers with very little gap before being able to get back in the car sort of 40 minutes later. So Racing continues. 82 laps is completed by the leaders after 100 minutes of racing now. And it's the UVO Hoffman's Lotus team 7.3 seconds ahead of Team Olympian. So much like we saw in the previous stint, the gap coming down during the course of the stint. But the two of them seem to be lapping quicker than those behind. With the PLR racing car now up to third ahead of Dispatch Bay Express, so that means Neil Plimmer has got himself ahead of Andy Bicknell. 263 is involved in all of this. That's Smith in the Greensall Motorsport car, they're 16th. Just behind the team car, 125, Paul Lewis, so they're 15th and 16th amongst this group, 125 and 263. 125 at the front of this train. They're going side by side now on the two Greensall Motorsport cars, and 263 up the inside goes through. So that's a change for 15th position, and that is the car of Ted Smith now, getting himself ahead of Paul Lewis. So a change there for 15th position. Pit stop there for 171. That's out of sequence. That's the Agu Coliante car. The Matt Hogg and Rob Perry shared machine that is dropped down to 20th position with an unscheduled stop. So the Greensall Motorsport car is still going at it. With that car coming out the pit lane to make it a 6 cars amongst this lot. Also in this battle is the 9th and 10th position machines of Make Happen Racing and Stobart Sport. 212 driven by Stephen Walton and 170 driven by Richard Webb. And they are absolutely together. The 171 car is involved in this too, the one that come out the pit lane, the Agu Coliante car as well. So they make their way down towards Brooklands. The 170 car, the Stobart car you saw on the left-hand side of the track. The Make Happen car that it's battling with has got a car between them, which is the 99 JPR car that runs in 19th. The car that is now driven by Steve Harris. Dominic Jackson and David Clark drove that in the earlier stages. So you've got a couple of battles on different laps in this group, and then a couple of other cars as well that have had problems earlier on. And Smith there just ahead of Lewis. So sort of two family driven cars in the two Greensall Motorsport machines, the Smiths and the Lewises. And they're heading this pack down into Beckett's on what for these the two Greensall cars is on lap 83, and the two behind them on lap 84. Jamie Peter Dennis down in the pits. Let's find out who he's found to talk to now.
So down at GT Radial, they've got some celebrity drivers in, as we had it at Donington, and Steve Peat, who's a downhill world mountain bike champion. I thought Donington was a one-off, mate.
I did too, but luckily I got invited back. And it was supposed to be Rob Warner, fellow mountain biker, doing it, and Ellis and the guys at GT Radio called me in to try and keep Warner under control, but he backed out last minute, and it ended up being me and John again. So bittersweet, really. John went out at the start, got a really good start. We got 6th position, and a little wire came off the car and welded itself to the frame, and engine died. So I think we're 38 laps down now, but me and John are going out, getting a bit of experience and still having a bit of fun.
Well, this is the thing, I mean, because at Donington you had no dry running, didn't you, on the Saturday, because it was that horrible greasy conditions. Yesterday was a complete washout, so this now will give you loads and loads of confidence in the car, because you'll be able to feel what the car can really do, and hopefully maybe give you the bug to come back and do some more.
Yeah, definitely. I had a 40-minute stint just then, and had a little battle with a couple of cars, and I was watching the fast guys come through, being able to watch their lines. I was doing 111s, which I was really happy with. I didn't think I'd get to that yesterday, and I think the end of this start straight feels the best turn. You come in flat out in 5th, just let off a little bit and then floor it again, and you're just sort of drifting at top speed. So it's an absolute awesome feeling.
It's certainly one for the brave. Well, good luck for the rest of the race, and we'll catch up later on.
Cheers.
Thanks. As I head back to the commentary box, it's back to Josh.
Thanks, Jamie. So we've had an hour and 44 minutes pretty much now, and that means the leaders are on lap 87 of the race, and the gap is coming down again between the UVO car and the Olympian car. So that is Fabio Randaccio being caught by Riley Phillips. The gap now 5.2 seconds. 40 seconds down in third is the PLR Racing Car 146, which is Neil Plimmer, who is closely followed by Dispatch Bay's Andy Bicknell. In fifth place, 103 Enduro Zip Cap, which has got Morgan Tilbrook in it. But he's 11 seconds behind the fourth place machine, but he is 9 seconds ahead of CGI Racing 111 Craig Butterworth. In seventh position, 110 Viking Self Storage Nick Nunn is 3 seconds back. In eighth position is 61, which is Martin Gibson. Although saying that, he's just made his way into the pit, so a problem there for Martin Gibson, out of eighth position for the pit lane, which will promote the battle we've been watching between Stobart Smorf and Make Happen Racing into what will be 8th and 9th. Richard Webb ahead of Stephen Walton, and into 10th position will come 207 Agu Caliente's Rob Croydon. Joining in this larger and larger battle pack is the battle for third position between Neil Plimmer in 146, the red car towards the back of the group, followed by 221 Dispatch Bay Express's Andy Bicknell. At the front of this train is still the two Greenstone Motorsport cars, which will become the battle, well, it's currently for 15th and 16th, but if the MJ Tech car's in for too long, they'll gain a place, of course. So Smeeth ahead of Lewis, who looks down the inside. Then the next two cars are battling over 8th and 9th, and then the next two cars are battling over 3rd and 4th. They're all on different laps, of course, those three different battles. So Neil Plimmer and Andy Bicknell will be looking to get through. There's the leader overall, though, just exiting Beckett's, but with damage there, it looks like to the rear left tyre. So let's get a closer shot of this. The race leader might be in problems here. So this is the car of Fabio Randaccio with tyre rubbing on the left-hand side of the car, the rear left tyre. Let's see if we can get a good shot of that. Looks like there's damage to it, and the bodywork is rubbing on the tyre, which could cause a puncture. Surely the car will not be able to keep going like that. They'll be hoping to limp it to the pit stop window. No, that's not going to be enough. So real drama in this race. The race leader is into the pits with a slow puncture, you'd think, with the damage on the rear of the car, the bodywork rubbing on the tyre for Fabio Randaccio. He and Farquini Diop with some good pit stops have been doing so well, but the UVO and Hoffman's Lotus car then into the pits with this slow puncture with bodywork rubbing on the tyre. So that means Team Olympian will take the lead of the race then. So Riley Phillips is going to be a long way ahead of anybody else with that the erstwhile leader then into the pits with that bodywork rubbing on the tyre, and presumably that should be a quick fix, but it might need a tyre change as well if there was a puncture of some sort. So that means Team Olympian car number one of Riley Phillips, the champion from last year, the car he shares with Christian Rose and Chris Dovell will be a long way ahead. The UVO car is back out of the pits, by the way, so it was a quick pit stop for Fabio Randaccio. That they, of course, lost a lot of time in the grand scheme of things to the car they had been battling with. So Team Olympian car number one is the new leader, and we'll check who is second, whether the UVO car managed to hang on to that position. We're just watching other battles out there, including the Greenheath car. We heard from them that had the problem early on. They've recovered so far to 17th, with Gary Bate back in the car for Simon Smith. So Team Olympian then across the line after 90 laps, the new leader, but we wait to see who is in second, whether the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car made a quick enough pit stop to hang on to P2. Yes, the answer to that is yes. So it was a very quick pit stop for Fabio Randaccio, because he's only 28 seconds behind the Team Olympian car, so presumably that was just to pull the bodywork off of the tyre, and they'll be hoping that it hasn't done any damage to the tyre. A huge gaggle of cars turns its way through Copse Corner now, which includes the back of a third place between the PLR racing car and the Dispatch Bay Express machine. That are third and fourth place now, only 11 seconds behind the UVO car after their unscheduled stop. So there's 146, Neil Plimmer, who's got himself to third place in this group of cars. He's just got 2 more to pass, and he's put now cars between himself and the dispatch car of Andy Bicknell as they make their way down towards Brooklands. Here, car 61. The MJ Tech car back out the pits after their unscheduled stop. So Martin Gibson now running down in 15th, and he's going to take the lead of this huge train of cars. Cars on different laps, but cars battling amongst them as well. Really busy out there, Jamie.
Absolutely, and it was actually a stop-go penalty for Martin Gibson for the MJ Tech GT car. Unfortunately, we don't know why. I did ask the marshal to see if he knew, but he was very polite and said unfortunately he doesn't get told. So the driver would have been told, because they're in communication with our race director Julian Floyd one way, so they can't argue back. And as we see this fantastic gaggle of cars, it's Ted Smith in the 263 car that's leading this gaggle, and it looks like, Josh, actually half the field all together, and as we see, it's great to have everyone back out on circuit again.
Absolutely, but the UVO Hoffman's team, they'll be absolutely gutted with presumably what must have been contact out there to put the bodywork rubbing on the tyre, a quick fix, but now they're half a minute behind the Olympian squad.
Yeah, I mean, the team will have just ripped whatever it was that had folded rubbing against the tyre, but of course the Silverstone pit lane here is a long pit lane, so of course you've got to sit on the 60 km/h or 37 miles an hour pit limiter while the other cars are going past at nearly 100 miles an hour, so you can imagine the amount of time that they're losing. But as you say, they're 29 seconds back. They've got Riley Phillips in the Team Olympian car leading, followed by Fabio Randaccio in second place with Neil Plymouth third. But as we know in FunCup racing, Josh, it's not over till the checker flag waves.
Absolutely right. 7 cars are currently on the lead lap, which of course is important. But the race continues with this big gaggle of cars. There's the 101 car, the Stand 2 Motorsport car that runs in 12th place. The car shared between Moran McKinley and Martin Compton. It's McKinley in the car at the moment as they make their way down towards Brooklands. There is the UVO car there, in the head of this group after their quick pit stop. And yeah, it looks like they've just pulled the bodywork away from the tyre, because I think the bodywork's still there, so it was just rubbing on the tyre, and luckily for them it didn't puncture the tyre, because that would have been a much longer pit stop.
Absolutely. I mean, we don't normally have tyre changes in the FunCup Endurance Championship. I think a couple of years ago during the Anglesey 8-hour race, so a couple of teams did change tyres, but normally these tyres, the GT Radial GTR2 tyre that is used in the FunCup Endurance Championship, is extremely durable, both used in wet and dry, so we don't have to worry about wet or dry tyres. Again, that saves cost and saves time and everything. And that 101 car, Josh, considering the splitter damage they've had pretty much from lap 2, they're hanging on in there, aren't they? It's not actually causing them too much trouble as we watch Riley Phillips coming out of Luffield.
So you could tell there how far ahead therefore he is on the road of the UVO car. It's sort of just under half a lap that the 2 cars are separated by.
Absolutely, and he's just coming up behind the Raw Motorsport by Tacosys car that has one of the McLeod brothers in the car. It's John. It should be John now. Who's in the car? Is as I say, Alex and John brothers, and of course they've got the Paul Rivette with them, as well as we've got Viking and GCI getting busy at Beckett's. Of course, Viking ran a little bit wide there, allowed Gary Bate in the Greenheath car to come through to unlap himself. Of course, Greenheath are down in 17th place at the moment, but considering they've had their early electrical issues, are starting to make good progress again.
Yes, so of course, they're pretty much dead last after that pit stop. There's the leader then. Down into Brooklands with Riley Phillips at the wheel. He turns his way through Brooklands corner. He's now 31 seconds in the lead of this race as he turns now right through Luffield. But he's got 3 cars that he's shortly going to have to lap.
Yeah, and the last pit stop, Team Olympian actually double fueled, as I said when I was down in the pit lane. So double fueling is basically 2 22-litre churns of fuel. So what will happen next is they'll either not fuel on the next stop or just literally put a splash in just to top it up. They do run a strategy which is very different to a lot of teams, and usually tend to keep it to themselves, Josh. So even when I ask what they're doing, I usually have to sort of drum it out of them to find out what's going on, as Riley Phillips dives down the inside of Gary Bate, who gives him room going through to Beckett, but Ian Wood behind in the is it Ian Wood or Craig Butterworth? I think it's Craig Butterworth back in the car now, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, so in the 111 car, of course, Craig had a nasty accident here a couple of years ago and injured his shoulder. Glad to see he's back pretty much fighting fit as Nick Nunn goes down the inside of Ted Smith in the 263 car, who gives him plenty of room and actually makes no trouble at all there for the front runners to go through.
Yeah, so you've got Nick Nunn there in the Viking car, who is in 6th position. Is that one car peels into the pits? That's the Smith car, isn't it?
Yes, Ted Smith coming in.
So presumably had some sort of problem, because we're not yet into the 3rd pit window. That's about 6 minutes away.
Absolutely, and of course these pit windows, Josh, they come and go very quickly, don't they? I mean, they've only got a 10-minute period to come in, but of course that effectively gives them half an hour of track time, and then they're back in the pits again. As we heard from Steve Peat earlier on in the 97 car, of course he's going to want as much dry running as he can, because so far the only time he's ever driven a FunCup car in competitive conditions is in the wet, which was down at Donington Park 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, he's got some interesting background of a different type of vehicle.
Yeah, he's more used to downhill mountain biking. So I think we made a little bit of a joke that he's flat down the Craner Curves with no problems at Donington Park, but here he's absolutely enjoying the FunCup, as we see Alan Hollemond going down the inside of Warren McKinley at Copse Corner. I don't think that's for position though.
Yes,
is it?
Yes, it's for 12th and 13th, and actually it was the Stand 2 Motorsport that made the move on the last lap. So CCS Media lost the position, was trying to fight back. So that's 101 then that goes through. Warren McKinley getting himself ahead of Alan Hollemond.
But still second in the Masters class. Third in the Masters class, aren't they? Because we've got Agua Stobart Sport in 8th place and second in Masters, and PLR Racing still leading the Masters class at the moment.
Okay, so we're nearly coming up to half race distance, so we've had almost 2 hours of it, which is quite extraordinary, really.
Just warming up, Josh.
So exiting Luffield, that battle continues. Then on to Woodcote Corner, so this is a battle for 12th and 13th places as they come up across the line. Now, interestingly, it seems to be a bit of a pattern for Fabio Randaccio, being about a second a lap slower than Riley Phillips, which I don't know if that is some kind of damaged legacy from an instant earlier.
It could be that maybe the rear tracking may have been knocked out slightly, because these cars are quite sensitive on the corners. With the slightest touch can knock the tracking out, so the car may not be driving straight. I mean, we'll catch up with Fabio after the stint when I go back into the pit lane in around sort of 10 minutes time, so to give Josh a little bit of a break, so you can catch up with what's going on. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say without really seeing what's going on. So we'll catch up with Fabio and find out what happened. But as the cars come through Luffield, that's Warren McKinley holding off Ted Smith, who's just come back out of the pits. Again, there was no message to say he had a penalty or anything, so
it was the sort of length of time that a penalty sounded like, isn't it?
Absolutely, unless they've just pitted him too early. Of course, the Greensall Motorsport team, run by Nigel and Nicky Greensall, of course, both established racers. They've also got Sean Stafford Atkinson with them this weekend. Of course, front runner in the low cost series, I think, and a very, very quick lady racer. And of course, if there are ladies out there who think, oh, I can have a go at this, please, we're encouraging obviously more females into motorsport. And of course, we've had Sarah Reed, Jade Edwards has even done a little bit of FunCup racing before her exploits into touring cars. So yeah, come and get in touch with us, and we'll certainly put you in contact with various teams.
Yeah, Sian was a podium runner in the low cost championships. So good to hear that she's here this weekend. I know she's very keen to get back in a race car before too much longer, because she's been out of one for a few seasons now. Here amongst this group, that battle continues for 12th place between Stand 2 Motorsport and CCS Media. The reason potentially the gap keeps going out between the top two overall is because Riley Phillips is so fast. He's pretty much a second a lap faster than anybody else at the moment. A 109.4 on the last lap, which is just hundredths away from the fastest lap of the whole race. So you said earlier, Riley Phillips is rapid in one of these cars.
He's rapid in either the real world or the virtual world.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, he's been fortunate in this stint that he's been very, very lucky with where he's picked the traffic up. So he hasn't really been held up in some of the corners, whereas some of the other drivers have caught the clumps of cars in difficult positions. So, for example, like going into Beckett's, if you get stuck behind a group of cars going into there, you're going to lose the momentum going onto the Wellington Straight, as we see Martin Gibson working his way. Martin Gibson working his way round Beckett's, followed by the Stobart Sport Car, and then the team Greensill Motorsport Car, which should have Paul Lewis back behind the wheel. And this battle still raging on. Unfortunately, Josh, it's not for position, which is a great shame, but it just shows you how great FunCup is, because everyone can race with everyone.
Yeah, so over a stint you don't necessarily have to be battling for position to perhaps have 40 minutes of a race against somebody of a similar speed to you. And particularly on a track like this where the toe is so effective, it's actually hard to pull away from anybody, so therefore you end up involving yourself in a battle. We heard from some of the guys in the pit lane, some of them finding some of the racing a little bit unnecessary out there, but it's probably hard not to have fun out there because you're side by side so often.
Absolutely, yeah, but at the end of the race they'll all sort of do the fist bumps or the elbow bumps, I think they're now affectionately known as, aren't they? Because of course we can't handshake. Have a good chat about it and look forward to the next round at Anglesey in 3 weeks' time, which actually it will be a double header and we'll be racing into the night.
One of the only categories, of course, that gets to do that in the UK, and luckily for all, the Welsh Government have allowed motorsport to resume in the last week or so the Anglesey meeting can go ahead.
Which is fantastic news, and as we both know, it's a very picturesque circuit, especially when the weather's nice.
Yeah, when it's sometimes a bit
when
more,
it's raining, it's horrible. So
yeah, it's quite something. I know that when the W Series were testing there last month, that brought the eyes to the Anglesey circuit for a lot of new people that didn't know really much about it. They thought, is that Phillip Island? That's what they know. But that's a great circuit. Is a popular one for FunCup. The pit window is open, and we've already seen one car peel in. So this third pit window of the race is open, and 107 we have no idea with the first team to come in, so that's Paul Calladine, but he's down in 21st position.
And also Dispatch Bay Express has come in, but if you look at the front of their car, Josh, it looks like they've lost their splitter. Right. Well, the splitter looked like it had been damaged, so maybe when that car comes back out we'll have a look at that, and because obviously with it being a black splitter it's difficult to see, but it's just the angle of the GT sticker on the actual splitter just didn't look quite right to the naked eye. I mean, I apologise in advance if it's completely incorrect, but it just looked like the splitter had a little bit of a bite taken out of it. So as we watch Riley Phillips, he's cleared that big chunk of cars, which includes the 246 car, which is again making up for lost ground. They are currently down in 23rd position, 14 laps off the lead, but again, for drivers that are only in the second ever car race with no previous experience before, this is a great way of him getting used to the racecraft and also track time as well.
Yeah, you certainly learn a lot over the course of a race, don't you, as a new driver to car racing. So the Dispatch Bay Express into the pits, and I guess coming in as early as possible for Andy Bicknell to give Harry Mailer a longer stint, because we know how quick he is.
Absolutely. I mean, they'll want to try and maximise the time out there on circuit, and of course they'll need to be careful, obviously, not to get embroiled in unnecessary battles. Of course, that's going to cost them time, and as we see, obviously, there's lots and lots of clumps of cars going around the circuit, so there's very few cars that are actually on their own. So as we see the number 1 car just coming up behind team We Have No Idea, which is now driven by Alan Baldwin, again, who's done some guest races in FunCup before, and obviously Paul Calladine did some races many years ago, and then did a couple of races earlier on last year and this year. As Riley Phillips makes his way past the 107 car, and we've still got this group, and I have to say, I mean, for newcomers, the 246 car, they're hanging on with them, aren't they? I know they've gone wide at Brooklands, but for newcomers, they're not scared to get their elbows out, are they?
Well, their fastest lap is only just over a second off the fastest lap of the race, which was done by Team Olympian, the overall leaders. So their lap time's pretty much there. Also into the pits, the Enduro Motorsport car. So this is Morgan Tilbrook to hand back over to Marcus Clutton. And if Marcus Clutton and Harry Mailer find themselves together on the track again, we might see some pretty fraught action going off that earlier dice we saw. And it was interesting to hear from who was behind him.
Ben
Pitch. Found it quite interesting to watch, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was hanging back a little bit just in case it all went a little bit wrong. But they're hard racers, and of course they would never put each other in any danger. But they're hard, fair racers, and it's great to see the Enduro Motorsport car, touch wood, having some reliability, because at Donington both cars were out within the first sort of 40 minutes with an engine issue for the 188 car, and also another overheating issue with the 103 car. So it's great to see them both out there and both running in the top 10 as well.
Okay, so out of Luffield comes Riley Phillips then. Got close to that. There's one car headed for the pits and one didn't want to pit in, but they all survived that okay. So Riley Phillips, when he pits, it'll be back to Chris Dovell, who started the race.
Riley Phillips has just been he's slowing.
Yeah, so this is the race leader then in trouble. Riley Phillips, I was just saying, he'll be handing over. There's smoke coming from the exhaust there, which I'm no mechanic, Jamie, but that doesn't look right.
No, and the way they've all gone past him, it's saying that, as you say, it's not right, and it's coming.
I think it's done.
In fact,
I think the car's going into. He might not even make it back to the pits at this rate. It's potentially engine related, you'd have to suggest, with that smoke, and now the car's bobbling about.
Yeah, I'm going to make my way down to the pit lane to find out what's going on. So I shall catch you in about 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. So certainly something mechanically has gone horribly wrong then for Team Olympian. The champions from last year, we were mentioning how well they'd been doing, how quickly Riley Phillips had been driving. It had all been going so well for them, but it's not going so well anymore. So Uvio Hoffman, they were leading. They had that bodywork issue. Certainly that was a much smaller issue, though, than now we've got for Team Olympian, that are crawling their way back to the pit lane. I think they are going to get there, but whether they'll be able to get any further in this race is hard to see, with smoke billowing out the back of that FunCup machine now. Hopefully not dropping any kind of fluid on the circuit, which would be a problem, of course, for everybody else. So Team Olympian then for the pit lane, which will put the Uvio and Hoffman's car back into the lead. So that will mean that Fabio Randaccio is the new leader again. He's already crossed the line to complete lap 106, but it was lap 106 which was the problem for Riley Phillips. And the car's dying through Luffield, which means he's done a whole lap slowly, and I don't think he's going to make the pit lane, because it's It's slightly downhill here, so it means he might be able to make his way in. The hard-working Silverstone marshals are already on the scene to push the car in. Riley Phillips has opened a door. Wonder if any fumes have got into the car as well. But I think the Silverstone marshals are doing a great job here. Will get the car into the pits. So big thanks to all the marshals here this weekend, helping the BRSCC operate the weekend. It couldn't be done without them. So big thanks to them. And they will get Riley Phillips' car to the pits, but that really, I think, will put them out of contention, which means the UVO and Hoffman's Lotus team, which has got Fabio Randaccio on board, is the new leader, 18 seconds ahead of the PLR racing car of Neil Plimmer. And into third comes Viking Self-Storage, which is Nick Nunn, but we will have to factor in the already stopped Marcus Clutton, Enduro Motorsport and Dispatch Bay Express, Harry Mailer, that are currently running in 4th and 5th now, with Clutton ahead. So Clutton's made an advantage during the pit stops. We heard from Jamie with different fueling strategies you can gain time, and of course just making quicker pit stops too, with no minimum pit stop time in the FunCup Endurance Championship. 13 seconds is the gap between Clutton and Mailer, so it looks like we won't get a battle on track between them, but we'll see where they factor in the overall picture once UVO, PLR and Viking have all pitted. Through Cops 171 there. Agio Colleonte in 20th, being chased by 99 JPR, which are 3 laps ahead. No, sorry, they're on the same lap. Apologies, reading the wrong line. So that's a battle for position. I think Agio Colleonte getting ahead of JPR there into Cops Corner is what was going on, and that's the battle for 19th and 20th positions. So we're into the second half of the race now. We've had 2 hours and 10 minutes. There's an hour and 50 to go therefore, and the leader has completed 108 laps of the Silverstone National Circuit. There's your order on the left hand side of your screen. And Team Olympian have already dropped down to 10th position as they've made the pit lane. But we're here later on to see if they are able to repair the car, get the car back out there, what the problem was. Lots of questions for Jamie to ask once we get to hear from them. Into the pits now has come Viking Self-Storage, car 110, so that's Nick Nunn to hand back over to Mark Holmes. So that's pit stop number 3 of a 5 pit stop race. A 4 pit stop race. No, all right, so 5 pit stop race, isn't it, this? So 3 pit stops done of the 5 now for them, but a couple of cars out front still to pit, including the UVO, Hoffman's Lotus and the PLR racing cars. Side by side on the road, 171 gaining position on track there. That's Agio Colleonte's Rob Perry that runs in 19th position. And following him past the 111 car there was the JPR car that is battling with him for position. 111 is further up the order though, 6th position for GCI Racing, 111 in 6th. That is Craig Butterworth. No more, because Ian Wood at the wheel of that now and doing a good job up in P6, although just being passed by a couple of the cars running a bit further down the order. So let's hear see who Jamie Peters-Ennis has found first.
So drama down here in the pit lane. We've got the Olympian car that's been pushed into the pit garage. I've been hearing that they're experiencing some engine issues. The team are currently looking under the engine cover now. I'm going to try and dive in. Kim's going to stay where he is, so let me see if I can dive in and try and speak to one of the drivers. Chris Doval is just getting his helmet off, and he's just having a quick chat now. Chris, very quickly, what seems to be the problem?
I think we think the engine's gone pop. I think it's got, yeah.
Such a shame because it was going so well, wasn't it?
It was going beautifully. The car was absolutely going peachy, absolutely wonderful. And then we noticed the temperature going up very slightly. We're going to do an earlier pit, just check things over, and then it went bang on that last lap. And that was it.
So you're going to park it, are you?
I think it's parked. Yeah, we're just guys having a look at it now, but it doesn't sound very good. So I think that's it.
Okay, hard luck. Thanks a lot, Chris. That's Chris Doval, who is one of the drivers in the Team Olympian car. Earlier on, we saw the MJ Tech GT car come in for a stop-go penalty. That was for an unsafe release that caused a collision, so not a good time for our podium finishes at Donington Park. But as we see, absolute tragedy for the #1 car. Back to you, Josh.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. I thought it looked rather engine related. And indeed that is the case, so real shame for the champion from last year, Team Olympian, that finished in 5th place at Donington Park to start the season off, and it presumably looks like that car will go no further in this race. Getting notification that car 212 is going to be getting a stop-go penalty, so that's Make Happen Racing, and that is for refuelling with the engine on. So part of the regulations is the cars have got to have their engines off during refuelling, otherwise you get a penalty. Back down to Jamie, who's found somebody else to talk to.
One team that's been having a really good day so far is Team Viking, and Nick Nunn was, I'm not going to say he got out of the car, he got thrown out of the car. That's probably the most stylish exit you've ever done, so it's all going well for you.
Yeah, no, I had a good stint, yeah, really well. I think we got up to P3, so it was good, really good battles around the track, and yeah, it was a little bit of a stumble getting out of the car, must be the old age. It's, yeah, a bit stiff, but no, it was good. Really good stint for us.
And you had to miss Donington because of other commitments. So hopefully you're not feeling too rusty.
No, so I think yesterday was the first time I've been in the car since the last round last year. So yeah, big steps to fill with Nigel being in at Donington and finishing 4. So yeah, if we can finish in the top 3 or 4, we'll be chuffed to bits. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Jamie.
Cheers, mate. So that was Nick Nunn from Viking Self Storage. We'll hand back to Josh while I go and find some more drivers to talk to.
Thanks, Jamie. So I think the pit stop window has been completed, so all the 3rd round of stops are done, and it leaves the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car 225 out front with Farquini Diot back in for Fabio Randaccio, and a half a minute ahead of 146, the PLR racing car of Ben Pitch, who's back in for Neil Plimmer. In 3rd position is 103, the Enduro Motorsport Zip Cap car with Marcus Clutton, who's taken over from Morgan Tilbrook. In 4th place is 110, which is Mark Holm in for Nick Nunn. In 5th is 221, the Dispatch Bay Express car, which is Harry Mailer in for Andy Bricknell. We'll talk more about the order in a moment because we have more news from Jamie Peters-Ennis in the pits.
So down here is all go in the pit lane, and one driver who's seen thousands of pit stops in the FunCup Endurance Championship. I've probably just aged Mr. Plimmer now, but you're still enjoying it 20 years later, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely loving it. Yeah, my knees will be black and blue tomorrow and Tuesday, but yeah, it's great. I love it.
Has Eddie been throwing you out the car again?
Yeah, he likes just getting hold of me. Yeah, it's good. Pit stops are good. Team Slick is just mega. I just love it.
And you're currently leading the Masters class, which is great. The car's been going really well, and as we said at Donington, I mean, you've been doing this since day one, so, and every year it gets harder and harder. And would you say this is probably one of the toughest so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's so competitive, it's so tough. These guys that are running at the front are just so quick. But it's just testament to the series and the cars. The cars are the same, it's the drivers that you're putting in them, and we've got pros out there, and we're trying to hang on to them. It's good.
And from a championship point of view, it's great that we got the live streaming at Donington. It went down really well, didn't it?
Yeah, mega. I mean, I watched it all when I got back. Fantastic. And the amount of comments that I got as well afterwards where people had watched it. And also sponsors' guests, Durnleys and Pentel. Their guests can't be here at the moment, but they all got online and they could all watch it. So yeah, it's fantastic for the series.
Excellent, thanks a lot, Neil. That's Neil Plymouth, affectionately known as Captain, because he's the captain of the ship that we all sail. And yeah, he normally has about 50,000 or so guests that come and see him and Ben at the races. And obviously, because of these difficult times we're in at the moment, we can't have as many people as we like. But hopefully, very, very soon, we'll be back to some degree of normality, where we can start having fans and guests and everyone enjoying the racing live from down here in the pit lane. Back to you, Josh.
So we run through who were in the top 5 positions. So in 6th place is 170, and that is the Stobart Sport car, which has Colin Kingsnorth, who's relayed Richard Webb. In 7th is 207, that's Agu Coliante 2, which is Paul Turner back in for Rob Croydon. In 8th is 212, Make Happen Racing, which is Greg Evans in for Stephen Walton. In 9th place is 111, which is GCI Media, which has a transponder problem at the moment if you're watching the timing screens, and that is Ian Wood, who's taken over from Craig Butterworth. In 10th position, completing the top 10, 61, that's MJ Tech GT, and that is Scott Jeffs, who's taken over from Martin Gibson. So that's how the top 10 runs after 3 pit stops, 2 pit stops to go, 100 of minutes of racing to go as well here at Silverstone on the national circuit for round 2 of the FunCup Endurance Championship for 2021, and the top 20 cars in the race and their positions and the gaps are on your screens now on your left hand side, so you can see how everyone's doing, who you're looking out for. And it's a big old lead once again for the UVO Hoffman's Lotus team. The car that's shared between Fabio Randaccio and Farquini Diot, who won at Donington Park and are leading here at Silverstone after that small problem with the bodywork, which was quickly fixed. And now they're back where they were at the top, extending their lead out over the rest. Gap second to third might be one to watch in this stint, which is Ben Pitch to Marcus Clutton. The gap is 6 seconds. Hanging on to Marcus Clutton for third is Mark Holm. So third and fourth are together on the circuit, separated by about a second. And catching the second place car as they complete lap 116, a 111.4 for the second place car, and a second quicker the Enduro Motorsport and the Viking Self Storage car. So that gap's down to 5 seconds. So that's going to be one to monitor. On your screens is 107. This is the We Have No Idea team. Car number 107 is 20th. And that's a car shared between Paul Calladine, and now at the wheel is Alan Baldwin. And he exits Luffield, just behind the race leader actually, the car driven by Farquini Diot, taken over from Fabio Randaccio. And he completes lap 117 as the Make Happen Racing car, the 8th place car, laps the We Have No Idea car, and following him through 263, which is Greensall Motorsport that run in 17th position. Back to the pit lane though with more news with Jamie.
Right, so down here at Greensall Motorsport, and I've bumped into Sian Stafford Atkinson, a very, very quick lady racer. I bet you wish you were out there, don't you?
I do, but this is just as good. It's just as much fun.
And how are you finding the FunCup?
Oh, it's great. It is what it says. It is absolute, just pure fun. Even on being on this side, it's fantastic. But if anybody drops out, then I've got my licence with me.
And what do you reckon about, this is probably a crazy idea I've had, you and Nikki doing a team, so going against the boys?
I think we should do that. I think we stand a chance.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the race. Thanks, Sian. Back to you, Josh.
Thanks, Jamie. Good to hear from Sian Stafford Atkinson, who's on the team for Greensall Motorsport. Coming through Woodcote Corner here, he's one of the Greensall Motorsport cars, 125, which runs in 15th position. The car shared between Paul and Ryan Lewis, and they running 15th position, 13 seconds behind the CGS Media Racing car that Nigel Greenstall will get back in at the end of the race. But it's Bob Tomlinson driving that currently in P14. So here's car 99, that's a JPR car that runs in 17th position. It's just grabbed that position away actually from the 263 Greenstall car. So that is Dominic Jackson now back in that car, and on that last lap, lap 113 for him, got ahead of Simon Smith in the car that of course led the race earlier on. Watching here, 212 Make Happen Racing that runs in 8th position, driven currently by Greg Evans, who's taken over from Stephen Walton, and he uses all the road on the exit of Luffield Corner. He's just 1.4 seconds ahead of the GTI racing car 111, being driven by Ian Wood. So they come out of Woodcote. You should see that car right there, not far behind. In fact, as the transponder catches up with itself, I think the GTI car is a lap ahead, apologies, so Ian Wood about to lap that car, but because the transponder's not working properly, that gets updated manually by our timekeepers. Here's the race leader, that's the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car. It's completed 119 laps, and Farkini Diot is ace in this rather, 35 seconds ahead of the second place car, so that's pretty much spot on actually. Half a lap, dives up the inside of the CGS car that runs 14th, and he laps in with no problem, and quite a bit of clear track up in front as he turns his way right through Luffield. In second place, as I say, 35 seconds behind, that's Ben Pitch, who continues to be caught by Marcus Clutton. The gap 1.8 seconds, second to third. So they should be together probably on the next lap. So second and third might be something to look out for shortly, once those two cars are together, because I suspect it won't take Marcus Clutton too long to pass Ben Pitch, but maybe in the tow, Pitch might be able to stay with him. See in the background there, you can see hospitality buildings being put up ready for the British Grand Prix here next month, and the Silverstone Classic just after that, with ongoing discussions I think with Silverstone Circuit and the government to find out how many people will be allowed into the venue for the British Grand Prix, I think, which takes place in 4 weeks time. But planning afoot going on at the venue, with structures being put up ready for that. Not for the FunCup competitors to worry about though, and certainly not for Farkini Diot, who continues to lead. He turns right through Luffield Corner. He did a 71.3 on the last lap, and he completes then lap 121, 36 seconds ahead of second and third, which are together now. So Marcus Clutton has caught Ben Pitch for second. He's pulled out 3 seconds to Mark Holmes, so Mark Holmes dropped away from them. But battle on for P2, half a lap behind the leader, who we continue to look out for, making his way down to Maggots and Beckett's. There he is then, the UVO car. Hard on the brakes into Beckett's. See with the Hoffman's Lotus back in. Of course, Fabio Randaccio under a different guise, a Lotus racer of the past. And he makes his way then down into Brooklyn. We've got a new second place car though, because the Enduro Motorsport car in the hands of Marcus Clutton has got into second place. So Clutton has already passed Ben Pitch. He caught him and passed him pretty much immediately, and we'll see if Ben Pitch can hang on. Those two cars separated by a quarter of a second, 35 seconds behind the leader, who we are continuing to watch head round the Silverstone National Circuit. Everybody now has been lapped up to 5th, I think. There is 262. The Track Focus car that had real strife earlier, the car shared between Sean Cooper, Neil Smith and Michael McCullum. Cooper and McCullum, who done a bit of British GT racing together recently. And there they are then in that Track Focus car, a long way behind, 35 laps behind the leader. But still running. The only car not running at the moment is the Team Olympian car, who it looked like they lost an engine after leading earlier on. So they exit Copse Corner. Just behind them, I think, is that battle for second place between Marcus Clutton and Ben Pitch. Pitch at the moment staying with Clutton. Another big group of cars here, including the Dispatch Bay Express car that runs in 5th position, 221. That's Harry Mailer, of course, who's 12 seconds behind Mark Holm in 4th. And he's to the front of this group now, is Harry Mailer, with a bit of damage to the front. Jamie Fordy saw some splitter damage, and that is the case then for Harry Mailer. Nevertheless, he's got himself to the front of this group, and he's running in 5th place. Who else have we got in this group then as they turn their way into Brooklyn? 61, the MJ Tech GT car that runs in 10th position, driven by Scott Jess, who's a mini challenge racer recently as well. And just 3 tenths behind him is the second of the Enduro Motorsport cars at the beginning of the lap, and he's still right there too now. That is Chris Wetherill. So that's a battle for position, 10th and 11th position. Scott Jeffs and Chris Wetherill. There they head through shot then in 10th and 11th positions, the MJ Tech and Enduro Motorsport AXA metric machines. And only 4 seconds behind them in P12, the Team Greenheath car, driven by Simon Smith, who's relayed Gary Bates, that car that made an unscheduled stop early on. Has got themselves up to 12, so top 10 is very much possible for them. And then a further 4 seconds behind in P13 is the Stand 2 Motorsport 101 car, Martin Compton in at the moment, who shares with Warren McKinley. So a couple of cars not far behind this battle for 10th that continues into Brooklands, with MJ Tech GT still ahead of the Enduro Motorsport AXA metric car. Oh, bit of debris being flicked up there. Bits of FunCup machine, I think, scattered around the Silverstone circuit. And they exit then Luffield Corner. Also in this is 171, which is the Agu Coliante car that runs in 19th position, currently being drove by Rob Perry. And then the 5th car in this group is 170, which is the Stobart Sport car that runs 7th. And that is Colin Kingsnorth. See the full order on your screens now, and you can see the gaps as well, which shows that Marcus Clutton has pulled away from Ben Pitch now and is 1.4 seconds ahead of him in the battle for 2nd and 3rd after passing him recently. He is lapping quicker than the overall leader, Farquini Diot, but he's over half a minute behind. So here's the 5th place car of Mailer. He's 11 seconds behind the Viking car, but he's slightly quicker. As the rest of that group head through sideways for 171, Agu Coliante's Rob Perry. He controlled the slide without too much of an issue. That battle for 10th has spread out now, so MJ Tech GT has pulled away and put a couple of cars between themselves and the Enduro Motorsport car, the second of those machines, the Axometric machine of Chris Wetherill. So Wetherill falls away from Scott Jeffs, and therefore Scott Jeffs is being caught by Team Greenheath's Simon Smith, who's only 2.9 seconds behind now. Down into Beckett's. So you can see in the background, catching the Greenheath car, is catching that car 188. So Chris Wetherill being caught by Simon Smith. Had 2.5 hours of the race now, 90 minutes to go. Not terribly far away from the next pit stop window opening, just another 10 minutes. Into Luffield, the Stobart backed car there, we can see 170, runs in 7th position overall. Colin Kingsnorth at the moment in the car, which he shares with Richard Webb. And they come across the line and down towards Copse Corner. And they start another lap. And down towards Beckett's. 107 in that Group 2. That's the We Have No Idea car that runs 20th. They're at the back of the group, car 14, we're watching now. So that is the Team Greenheath car that runs in 12th place, that had to make an unscheduled pit stop for an electrical issue earlier. Driven now by Simon Smith, and is only at the beginning of the lap 2.9 seconds behind the 188 car driven by Chris Wetherill and Catchin. So into Luffield. And to complete another lap. So for these cars that we're watching, this is the completion of lap 125. They are a couple of laps behind the leader overall. There's CGS Media, sorry, the Dispatch Bay Express car, I should say, 221. Harry Mailer slowly catching the Viking self-storage car, 10 seconds behind. It was 11 earlier, but not at a rapid enough rate for Mailer to catch within this stint. That damage possibly hurting him. So this big bunch of cars turn their way through Beckett's. Here's the leader though. That's of course Farquini Diot. The car that did have to make an unscheduled stop, but it was a short one for the bodywork rubbing on the tyre earlier. And they've completed 128 laps, head down towards Beckett's, all in splendid isolation. So able to do lap times in the high 1minute 10s. Consistent times, keeping a lead of what is 32 seconds over Marcus Clutton. So Clutton is quicker, but only catching by a few tenths here and there, which isn't really a problem for the leader of this motor race. Clutton in second is a second ahead of the PLR car still, of Ben Pitch, who's pulled away significantly now from Mark Holm, who's 7 seconds behind in P4. Here's that group of cars, which includes 171 of Rob Perry, who runs 19th. And they're down into Beckett's here. 61 involved too. That's the MJ Tech car that have been re-caught by the Axia Metric car. So that means Scott Jeffs has been re-caught by Chris Wetherill here for 10th position. Coming down towards Brooklands Corner. See there, 104. EDF Motorsport had real problems earlier. They're 27 laps down, but still going. Driven by Simon Coles at the moment. Chris Prosser, the other driver in that car. Just following the Dispatch Bay Express car, the 5th place machine in the race. Here's a Stobart Sport car that's 7th, but it's the 2 cars behind him that are battling for 10th and 11th position in this race. The MJ Tech car, that lap just pulled away a bit using the slipstream from the Stobart machine. A second ahead of the Axia Metric car as they headed down towards Copse. So here they come, down towards Beckett's. And the Stobart car on the inside line hangs on ahead of the 2 cars that are a lap behind him, MJ Tech and Axia Metric, who are both being caught still by Team Greenheath, who are not quite there at the moment, a couple of seconds behind. Just trying to get into slipstream range, so they've got a lap that EDF car. They go up the inside through Brooklands, and they both pass that car successfully. There's a slow car though heading for the pit lane here with that's the EDF Motorsport car, I think, isn't it? So they're off schedule anyway, a long way behind, but more problems perhaps as they head into the pits. down into Copse, about of a 10th then in the middle of this group. There's 61 then, so that's the MJ Tech car. That is Simon Jeffs, who's ahead still, but under pressure still from Chris Wetherill, as they head down towards Beckett's corner here, and just in the background 14 is catching them. Team Greenheath 1.3 seconds behind, in the hands of Simon Smith, continuing to catch and catch. That was what, 4 seconds when we started looking at that. It's just a second now, and just out of slipstreaming range, and that's what they're trying. Simon Smith is trying to get into. Down into Brooklands corner here then, the Stobart Sport car is 7th. It's sideways as he turns into the left-hander, which just backs the MJ Tech car right up into the second of the Enduro Motorsport cars, which brings them closer therefore to the Team Greenheath car. So the 2nd, 3rd and 4th cars in this shot are 10th and 11th and 12th in the motor race, all on the same lap, and come up across the line to complete what is lap number 130 for these 3 cars, and head off down towards Copse corner. Still in the same order though, with Scott Jeffs, the mini racer, still in front, and into Beckett's. He's change there, up the inside goes Team Greenheath ahead of Axiometric, so that is a pass for position. Simon Smith gets himself ahead of Chris Wetherill and into that position, and in the meantime the car ahead of Martin Gibbs, Scott Jeffs I should say, put the Stobart car between himself and the chasers that are almost overlapping now as they turn their way into Brooklands corner, with the Axiometric car trying to get back alongside Team Greensmith. But was unable to do it, and now passing that lapped car kind of, the MJ Tech car, the car that's actually unlapped himself from, has put a bit of space between himself and the Team Greenheath car, and actually the Stobart car looked back down the inside of the Copse corner. That didn't work though, and they will come rather close to one another as they turn through Copse corner there. Here they come into Beckett's then. So how did that all work out? Well, the Stobart Sport car is being passed then by these cars that are a lap down on him. So really not a big drama for Colin Kingsnorth. Car in the pit lane here, 107. So this is the We Have No Idea car. This is just before the pit stop window. So perhaps a problem here for Alan Baldwin in the car he shares with Paul Calladine. Driver opening the door there, so some kind of problem, but it looks like they're going to rejoin the race. They do, so We Have No Idea. In P20, 11 laps down, gets back into the race then. As this 10th place battle heads back across the line again, out of Woodcote corner, as I think our next pit window is just opening now then, so the 4th pit window of the race with 80 minutes to go is back open, and it is the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car that continues to lead from the Enduro Motorsport Zip Cap car by about half a minute, Jamie.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with Fabio Randaccia regarding the damage on the rear of the car, and it was just at turn 1. It was literally just a light touch, so no damage to the tracking or anything, and the car seems running okay. But we've gone into that sort of, I use the term very loosely, calm stage now, where everyone's just going to be cycling through their pit windows. But Josh, absolute heartache for the Team Olympian car with that engine failure. Yeah,
when there was smoke from the back of it, it didn't look good, and we heard that they were running slightly hot, but I guess at that point there's nothing you do about it, just hope that it lasts, but it did not. They finished 5th at Donington, and now a retirement, not an ideal start for championship defence.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you can change the engines in these cars, but it does take around an hour, and with only at the time sort of an hour and 40 minutes to go, the team decided to just park it, because they would have lose so much time. I mean, they would lose nearly sort of 50 laps just to change the engine, as we see We've got a nice little group of cars coming out of Copse on the way to Beckett, headed by Team Greenheath with the MJ Tech GT car.
And that's a change for position. That's for 10th place. So Team Greenheath had been catching the MJ Tech and the Axiometric car. So Team Greenheath now up to 10th. They were at 4 seconds behind when I started monitoring it. They caught, and now they've passed both of them. So that is Simon Smith and Gary Bate back into the top 10 after that problem right near the beginning.
Yeah, but it looks like the 61 car was about to take that place back again as they go into Brooklands. As we see the GCI racing car just having some fuel. That'll be Craig Butterworth getting in the car. Ian Wood was getting out of the car. They've had a nice steady day, currently running in 6th position. They had a top 6 finish at Donington. So the key is as well with the FunCup Endurance Championship is consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. They've sort of not been somebody we've spoke about very much in exciting moments in side-by-side racing, but they've managed to, as you say, set consistent lap times, and therefore it's all gone rather nicely for them into a strong position.
Absolutely, and they've just stayed out of trouble. You know, they've not got involved in any silly little battles. I mean, their car is as immaculate as it started, and they've not had any splitter damage. As we see the MJ Tech GT car on its own, but I think it's like Greenheath's in the pits.
Yes, so that car's pitted, so that will be Simon Smith to hand back over to Gary Bate. But if they can get back into the top 10, that's a nice run from them since the problem earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, as we say, they've been making great progress throughout the course of this race. I'd say it's gone incredibly quickly, these 2 3/4 hours, hasn't it? And if you think we're on the on the last but 2 pit stop on there, and yes, I think I was right regarding the dispatch bay car. It has lost its front splitter, so that's not going to be doing the handling any good. As we see the track focus car running a little bit wide coming out of Copse. Obviously, got to be mindful of track limits, because we don't want the race director Julian Floyd dishing out any penalties. So as we see the Greensall Motorsport cars making their way through Beckett. Another team that's been having a relatively quiet day is the 125 car. They're languishing down in 15th place, but again they're not that far behind their sister car of the CCS Media team.
Yeah, a gap of 20 seconds between those two. Into the pits, the 107 machine. This is the We Have No Idea team that were in the pits quite recently as well with some kind of issue.
Yeah, that's Alan Baldwin in the car, and that's Paul Calladine stood to driver's left as Alan gets out of the car. They did have the front nose section off that car. That car ran in 2019 by a team called If Motorsport, run by the legendary Bryce Wilson of LMP and touring cars. So they've purchased this car this year, and I believe they're doing the rest of the season as they have their single fuel churn going in as Paul Calladine gets in. Of course, being centrally seated, Josh, they're not the easiest of cars to get in and out of, because you've got a gap either side, and of course if you're a taller gentleman or lady, as we say, they're not the easiest things to get in and out of. And of course you want to try and do these pit stops as quickly as possible, as we see the belts being done up, as we hear on the outside the pit speed limiters popping and banging their way down the pit stops as we watch the 107 complete their stop, still looking as immaculate as it was in their very fetching livery. So quite eye-catching, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's a really well turned out championship on the whole, isn't it? With lots of good liveries and not many liveries the same, which is quite nice.
No, but this is significant for the Stobart Sport car. They were running in the top 10, and that's Tom Pickering, Johnny Hode and Gareth Evans actually trying to push the car started. I mean, sometimes these cars, when they're hot, they don't like restarting, so that would have cost them a little bit of time there. And of course Jonathan Hode, again, a very, very quick peddler, and he does occasionally gets let loose in one of these cars. He mainly does the Friday free practice sessions just to help get the car set up, but yeah, no, good to see everyone chipping in there to help get that car restarted. But Josh, that would have cost them some time, potentially lost a place to the GCI racing team.
Yeah, they were running in 7th, I think, before the pit stops. I think they were actually behind the GCI car prior to the stops. But yeah, they may have lost a time, 10 seconds at least lost there. Here's the 110 car, the Viking self-storage car that runs in 4th place. Mark Holm at the wheel, who was here at Silverstone last week racing a Austin Healey 3000 and MGB, and now in his FunCup car again this weekend.
Yeah, Mark's got a great collection of historic cars, and he thoroughly enjoys his motor racing. He's a bit like Nigel Greensall. Whatever he jumps in, he's happy, and loves doing the FunCup Endurance Championship as well. As we see John McGuinness jumping into the 97 GT Radial car. Steve Peats just got out of the car, and it's great to see them making progress, enjoying the day. There's a John Sun Ewan, a very quick RX 150 rallycross racer, but drama for the Stobart Sport car. It's not got out of the pit lane. It's stopped on the pit apron there. You've got that's Richard Webb in the car, and that's one of the team members, Tom Pickering, with him as another team member, Gareth Evans, runs down to assist. But they're sort of pushing the car back, but I'm not sure if they'll be allowed to push it all the way back to the garage, whether they'll have to be towed as per the one-way system.
So yeah, obviously where they tried to bump start the car, however it did get back going, it died pretty much immediately afterwards. So a team having a look to see if anything can be done on site, but yeah, well, it's a good number of pit garages away from where they'd ideally like to be if they need to get any tools or whatever out of the garage.
Yeah, we're based in the Woodcote end of the pit lane, and of course they're right down at the Copse end, so the team would have had a good 400 metre sprint down there, and of course if they need any parts they haven't got anything near them, so they're going to try and do what they can on site, maybe send Richard round on an out lap and then back in again, as we see the field just making their way through. It's getting a little bit spread out now, but still plenty of time to go as we come into sort of the final hour and 11 minutes, as we see the Agua Caliente car making a move on the Enduro Motorsport car 188. That wasn't for position though, as we see the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car there, currently still leading, currently just over a lap ahead. They've just put another lap on Team Greenheath, and they've got 246, the Team Vape Club Racing by EDF Motorsport behind them. Yeah,
during this stint Marcus Clutton has been catching Farquini Diort. The gap is 25 seconds. I think it was at least 10 more than that at the beginning of the stint, so perhaps unsurprisingly Marcus Clutton going that bit quicker, but with this lead I suspect Farquini Diort's not been taking any risks. It's been running to a time, and 25 seconds is still a good gap to have.
Absolutely, it's near enough half a lap, so, and that will buy them a pit stop. Has more problems for the 97 car. That's John McGuinness, who stopped pretty much in the same place as the Stobart Sport car. Now of course these guys had electrical issues at the beginning of the race where the car just died, and he's tried to do the obligatory Control Alt and Delete and reset and restart the car, but it looks like it doesn't want to play ball, Josh.
It was working perfectly when the other two drivers were in. As soon as John McGuinness gets back in, it seems to fail on him again. So, yeah, John McGuinness isn't having the best of luck today, is he?
No, he's not, and it's a shame because he was really looking forward to this one. As I said, it was only a deal done this week to get him and Steve in the car, so it was very last minute, and he's not ruled out doing more.
Because of course his main programme, Lalaman TT's been on a rather hiatus over the last couple of years because of COVID, cancelling it last year and again this year, so he's had a chance to try something different, and I guess most people on the outside world may not see FunCup as the obvious first choice into car racing. I'm not sure he actually knew what it was before until quite recently, but he certainly seems to be enthusiastic about it and enjoying it.
No, and now we've got a race to restart their car down at the bottom end of the pit lane. But no, I mean John and Steve Pete have been a welcome addition to the championship, even if they've come in as guests. It's great to have them here, as we have the 225 Uvio Hoffman's Lotus team coming in. That'll be Farquini handing over to Fabio, so they'll be doing their pit stop now, as we see the PLR car making its way through, followed by GCI and Stand 2 Motorsport. So who do you reckon, Josh? Bear in mind we've been racing near enough 3 hours. Has been your standout team so far?
Well, certainly as a team, always over the pit stops, the UVO car gains an advantage, and therefore they don't need to drive it flat out, which means they don't force any problems onto the car. And of course they started last and worked their way through the order when they needed to, so as a whole team effort, which of course endurance racing is, and that's probably why they're at the front, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's been a great effort from them. Quick pit stops, good driving, and therefore they're the race leaders.
Absolutely, and I think as well the stint that Sam Smith put in at the start to go from 25th to 1st in 8 minutes, or however long it took him, I mean, that was a standout. I mean, unfortunately we don't have Team of the Day anymore. That's been replaced by this new Masters category for this year, and it encourages new teams to come in. Of course, we've got, as I said earlier, we've got this £10,000 prize for any new teams that have never raced a FunCup before. Doesn't matter what they've raced, and if they come in and win, they win that prize. And I think people will come in, think to themselves, okay, we'll have a go at this. I mean, if it attracts drivers from the likes of World Endurance, British Touring Cars, and other high championships and so forth, it's great. I mean, I remember Anthony Reid doing this series, and he came in and said, "This is hard."
Yeah, Anthony's had a few goes in different things over the years, and it just shows you the British club motorsport, whatever category it is super competitive if you're right at the front, right at the sharp end. There's a great mix of categories over this BRSCC race weekend, and all of them are super competitive, and it's great to see the health the British motorsport is in currently.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the great thing with this weekend is the variety of cars that we've got here. We've got everything from saloons to sports cars, and I think there's the sports prototypes as well with the Zeos series that will be racing tomorrow, and so yes, that's a very, very exciting. Be looking forward to seeing that. Unfortunately, I'm not here tomorrow, but I'll be certainly watching online as we watch the Viking self-storage car coming round Luffield with Mark Holm behind the wheel, just behind CCS Media and just ahead of the Enduro Motorsport car, which should have John Curry behind the wheel.
So now we've gone through that pit stop window. The gap that UVO had, 24 seconds, becomes 36. So as they've been doing all race long, in the pit stop window, they are pulling out big chunks of time. So let's give you a rundown then after the fourth pit stop window. Pit stop stint. You can see the positions on your screen. The leader, 2:25, UVO Hoffman's Lotus, which is now Fabio Randaccio taken over from Farquini Diot. In second place, 146, the PLR racing car by Pentel. Has Neil Plimmer back in for Ben Pitch. They've got themselves ahead of 103, the Enduro Motorsport Zipcap car of now Morgan Tilbrook, who's in for Marcus Clutton. Fourth is 221 Dispatch Bay Express, which is Andy Bicknell in for Harry Mailer. In fifth is 110, the Viking Self Storage, which is is even Nick Nunn in for Mark Holm. In sixth is 111 GCI Racing, which is that's what we just said. In seventh place even is 111, let's get that right. It's Craig Butterworth, isn't it, in for Ian Wood. In seventh place is 207 Angu Colleonte, which is Rob Croydon in for is Paul Turner. In eighth is 212 Make Happen Racing, which is Steve Walton in for Greg Evans. In ninth is 61 MJ Tech GT, which is Martin Gibson in for Scott Jeffs. And in 10th is 188 the Axiometric car, which is John Curry in for Chris Wetherill. But problems out on circuit, Jamie.
Yeah, drama for the 103 Enduro Motorsport car. Marcus Clutton has stopped on the outside of Copse Corner. Now, of course, they were running third and were pretty much caught the PLR racing car for second place, but Josh, this is not what the Enduro Motorsport guys need with just under an hour to go.
Yeah, so that would be Morgan Tilbrook back in the car only for a few laps, and some kind of problem with it already. So they'd lost second in the pit stop period to the PLR racing car of Neil Plimmer, now at the wheel, who's 37 seconds behind the leader. But it looks like Enduro Motorsport, you said that they have some bad luck. They've been lasted, 3 hours, but now some kind of issue.
The thing now is will we see the first visit of our safety car because of where he stopped? Because he's right on the edge of the corner. So of course, if someone else was to go off there, they're right in the firing line and I don't believe we're doing a live snatch during green running, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And of course we've just had our pit window, so there will be no risk of 25 FunCup cars coming into the pit lane at once, so we'll just keep an eye on that one, but we might see the first appearance of our Jaguar safety car. So that is Morgan Tilbrook behind the wheel, so it looks like he's pulled off rather than gone off, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's more of an angle where he would have pulled off with some kind of issue. This is the battle which will come for third position. So this is Nick Nunn, who's right on the tail here of Andy Bicknell. So this is a new battle for third and fourth positions, Jamie.
Yeah, this is a great battle between Andy Bicknell and Nick Nunn. Of course, Andy will be struggling with a little bit of understeer without his front splitter, and of course that will hurt him going through the long right-hander of Luffield and also Copse Corner as well. That's where the car is going to be its most vulnerable. But Nick Nunn, no, he's seen that, and we've also got the first appearance of our safety car, so they can't move the 103 car safely. And of course we don't want our marshals to be put at risk, and we do thank our marshals for being here and for giving up their time so that we can enjoy the sport we love. So thank you to all the guys and girls in orange. But yes, now the race will be neutralised, and of course it will all bunch up with the Uvio cars. Lead will be diminished.
It will, although there should be a number of lap cars between them and the rest. And I think we've got now, if we trying to work out how many cars are actually on the lead lap, because it's not many. So the PLR racing car across the line, they're second. Now, are these two here on the lead lap too? I think they might be. Yes, they are. Yes, we've got 4 cars on the lead lap. So UVA Hoffman's Lotus, PLR Racing, Dispatch Bay Express and Viking Self Storage, with a safety car coming out on circuit for the stopped car of Morgan Tilbrook. So with one pit stop window to go, with 1 hour of racing to go, we've really got a 4-car race for the victory, Jamie.
Yeah, and now it's going to blow the race wide open, because the team, it'll be all down to when the top 4 make their pit stops, because that could win or lose the race, as the safety car has picked up the race leader. But yeah, it looks like they've got pretty much the majority of the field between them, between the leader and then our second place of PLR Racing. So although they had a 37-second lead, of course Neil Plimmer and Andy Bicknell and Nick Nunn will have to battle their way through in excess of 15 to 20 cars, and of course they are in their own races, so they're not going to want to make it easy for second, third and fourth to get through as they come through now. So it could help them, it could hinder them.
Well, it certainly will bring that gap down, because the gap was 38 seconds, so it should be less than that. And the Dispatch and Viking cars were almost lapped, because they were 65 seconds behind, and it's about a 70-second lap. So they were almost lapped. There you can see the recovery then of the Enduro Motorsport car of Morgan Tilbrook, who stayed at the wheel of it. He hasn't got out of the car, which means I guess he's hoping for some kind of quick recovery, but a real shame for them. I guess they're not going to be too disappointed, because they get to race a Mercedes here next week, which will make up for disappointment, I guess.
It'll be the McLaren next week.
Oh, it's McLaren next, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, no, they'll be in the GT3 McLaren next week. So sort of going from one extreme to the other, isn't it? So, but no, it's a great shame for them, because they've been up there all day. I mean, they haven't really been outside of the top 8 all day, and to have this happen after 3 hours is an absolute tragedy. So as you see the second and third and fourth team making their way around Copse now. So
yeah, so Marcus Clutton was so quick in that previous stint. All that work's obviously come to nothing. So the rest of the field behind the safety car. Got 4 cars currently in the pit lane, by the way. The Stobart Sport Car, Team Olympian, EDF Motorsport and GT Radio. And of course we saw 2 of those cars have those problems not getting the cars refired after the last pit stops.
Yeah, I think with regards to the Olympian car, I think they've parked it, like we say, and there's not enough time to get the engine changed and I think because they would lose so much time. There's just be no point in going out. But of course, points mean prizes, and it looks like the 97 car has actually making it back out of the pits again. So whatever the issue is, whether it was a recurrence of the electrical problems that they had earlier, they seem to have fixed it, and they live to fight another day.
I suspect this safety car period may not last too much longer, because the tow is on the Enduro Motorsport car. It will be able to take in, I suspect, into the pit exit road, and then the race should be able to get back underway in a lap or so's time, with just under an hour to go. So probably about a 15-minute sprint before the last pit stops get underway. And during those few laps, it'll be all about Fabio Randaccio trying to pull away while the others make their way through the order.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be Harry Mailer jumping into the dispatch bay car. We know he's very quick. Ben Pitch will be jumping into the 146 car, just as quick as Neil Plimmer. And then we've got Mark Homan and Nick Nunn, who are very evenly matched as well. So I think it is going to be the last hour. I think once the safety car comes in, it's just going to throw the race wide open. Everyone's pit strategy is going to be put to the test now, whether they all pit at the same time or whether one team comes in first and then the rest follow suit, or we don't know. I mean, it's just the thing with the FunCup Endurance Championship. It is so unpredictable as to what can happen. I mean, in a way, it's nice there's only 4 of them, because I think if it was the whole field battling for the win, I think we might need our abacus.
It'd be fun though.
Yeah, we could. I mean, it's been a great race so far, hasn't it? I mean, to go sort of 3 hours in green running, and it's been very, very, very fraught, as we see John McGuinness working his way around Copse Corners, just at the back of the Crocodile. Again, been enjoying his day, and so we've got Steve Peat. Not sure who will be in the car at Anglesey alongside it, because Al Hadley is the permanent driver in that car, and normally he raced with Martin Gibson and another guest, but this time him and Martin, who work for GT, they're going against each other. So that could be quite an interesting conversation tomorrow morning on Monday morning in the office. And looks like safety car lights are out, Josh. So again, great work by the marshals. That only needs sort of 2 and a bit laps to under caution.
Yeah, so we're about 15 minutes to go when we restart. So 15 or so minutes until the next pit stop window and the last pit stop window gets underway. So we should see some pretty frantic racing amongst all of this. And up front, it'll be all about the leader, Fabio Randaccio, trying to extend his lead while the others are embroiled in a number of cars to lap. So the safety car peels into the pits, and green flags will wave at the line, overtaken before the line, of course. And we've had 151 laps now of racing, and the green flag is waved and racing can resume. Of course, there's a number of cars on the same lap as one another, so there'll be a lot of battles to go. And 262 there immediately. Mike McCullum dived up the inside of 125, which was Paul Lewis. Of course, Mike McCullum had that car, the track focus car, had problems early on, so they're way down the overall order. The gap is 5 seconds, by the way, from the UVO to the PLR car. So Neil Plimmer 4.82 seconds behind the race leader. But of course, there's a lot of cars between the two of them, and already the UVO car pulling away from the pack, Jamie.
Yeah, of course, Neil Plimmer's got to get past at least 10 or so cars down the Wellington Straight. There's a little bit of debris being flicked up there. I think that was there already before, wasn't it? And that they've just caught. But yeah, the 225 car as they go around Brooklands. Paul Lewis very wide through Brooklands there as he lets, I think that's Ted Smith behind the wheel of the 263 car. But yeah, Fabio's gone, hasn't he? He's just he's up sticks and said, right boys, I'm off, as the headlights are blazed on the 146 car, but he's got to try and get through the pack. But of course, Josh, because these cars are so equal, it is very, very hard to get through, as it looks like the 2 Greensill Motorsport cars are getting a little bit cosy going into Copse.
And actually on that lap, Neil Plimmer did lap quicker than Fabio Randaccio, which is quite impressive despite the traffic. So the gap stays around 5 seconds. Despite all these cars between them. Actually, the top three were all within top four were all within 1/10 of a second of one another on that lap. Despite the traffic, they're 3 wide here between various different cars.
It's like the first lap, isn't it? With 3 abreast going into Beckett's. Not normally possible to do that, but again, no contact, so that was great stuff. But of course, this is what Neil Plymouth doesn't want. He doesn't want the cars in front of him battling, because as you can see, going into Beckett's, a little bit of a touch there between Matt Hogg and Paul Lewis as they go into Brooklands, and Neil Plymouth barges his way past the 188 car, is that? Or the 188 car of John Curry, and he's trying to get past as quickly as he can. I mean, he's done half of them already, and he's just got the Greenheath car and the Greensill and Caliente car, and then his next target will be the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car. Sorry, it's the 207 car that Neil Plymouth was barging his way past. But as we see, he's trying to get past them, but of course they're all in their own race, Josh, so of course they're not going to want to let Neil Plymouth through, are they?
But he's doing a good job here, because again he laps quicker than the leader, so it's a 70.62 for Fabio Randaccio and a 70.48 for Neil Plymouth. So despite the traffic, he's using all his experience to not lose any time. He's sideways on the brakes, coming down to Beckett. He's on the grass now on the inside of the corner, isn't he? So I'm not sure on this particular lap he will gain time, because that was all rather exciting for him on the brakes down into Beckett's corner.
Absolutely, and he'll come out with his favourite phrase that he's not doing bad for a plumber. And as he works his way down the Wellington Straight, as the Mike McCollum goes past the MJ GT car, which is driven by I think Martin Gibson now behind the wheel, so we're coming through. But meanwhile at Brooklands, it's still Neil Plymouth trying to get past Paul Lewis, and I think he was on the grass again trying to get past, but he's got to be very careful, Josh, that he doesn't damage the splitter, because if he damages the splitter, then that will hurt him. And of course Greensill Motorsport, of course they're trying to make up ground. They're down in 13th place, and they're on a mission as well, so of course there's battles all the way up and down the field.
Yeah, that was a much slower lap as we thought it might be for Neil Plymouth, so the gap's gone out to 6 seconds between him and the leader. For third and fourth, they were side by side across the lines. That was Mark Holm trying to get ahead of Andy Bicknell. So if you look in the background there somewhere, Jamie, third and fourth were together.
Yeah, and of course they've not been as lucky getting through the back markers. I mean, they've been bottled up behind that group of cars, and of course now they're trying to get past the 246 car. They then got the Stand 2 Motorsport car to get through. Of course, we were running in 10th place, and they're just behind. They're trying to get 9th place off Greenheath. So as Neil Plymouth goes down the inside of Matt Hogg, that's nice clean move there. But meanwhile, behind them, we've got the 101 car trying to get past Greensill Motorsport. And again, Team Viking self-storage, they're probably screaming in the car saying, let me through, I need to get through. And of course Andy Bicknell will be trying to hang on. There's a little bit of contact there coming out of Luffield, but Andy Bicknell will be trying to hang on to the back of the 110 car to help effectively push their way through to get to the front of this queue.
And the Viking car did pass the dispatch car on that lap, so Nick Nunn did get himself ahead, therefore, of Andy Bicknell. So amongst all this traffic, they are trading positions. There's the leader, 6 seconds ahead of the Plymouth car, as they make their way then down into Beckett's corner for what is lap 156. There's a squeal of tyres. Is there a car that's had an off there in the background? Not yet seeing it. Yeah, there's a car on the grass. Not sure who it was, but a little bit of drama down there at Beckett's corner.
Yeah, that was the 246 car, the Vape Club Racing by EDF Motorsport car. I think it's Matt Dawkins behind the wheel of that car, so they've had a little bit of a moment going into Beckett's. Of course, Beckett's is a very tricky corner to get the braking, because you're braking on a corner. So, and of course, these cars are only around sort of 800-900 kilos, so they're very, very light cars for their size. So getting that weight transferred from one side to the other can be a little bit tricky, especially if you're new to these type of cars. As we see Neil Plymouth still trying to get past the 14 car, but behind him we've got GCI Racing trying to make their way through as well. And of course we've got the 61 car now, which is just in front of Neil Plymouth.
I think the Viking car was involved in that incident at Beckett because they've lost 10 seconds on that lap and dropped back behind the dispatch car, and 10 seconds behind. So I think they must have been involved in the incident that happened at Beckett's on that last lap.
Yeah, so that would be a great shame for the Team Viking self-storage car. Of course, it was so busy, wasn't it, Josh, going into Beckett's? It's just one of those unfortunate things. As has Neil Plimmer got the run on the Greenheath car of Gary Bate behind the wheel. Let's have a look. I can generally tell by crash helmets and height of drivers. Yeah, that's Gary Bate behind the wheels. So that's Neil Plimmer goes through. Right, he's clear now, Josh. So hopefully he can start making inroads of trying to catch the 225 car. And as you can see straight away, he is pulling away. But the thing is now, he's going to be pulling this train along with him.
Yeah, he's not getting a tow from anybody anymore, is he? So, is Neil Plimmer. Remember, before the safety car, he was 37 or so seconds behind. He's only 7.7 now. So during the safety car period, basically they caught half a minute up.
Yeah, we see Stobart Sport cars back out again now, so great news for them. But yeah, we see the Viking car just coming through just ahead of the Raw Motorsport car. They've dropped to the back of that queue now, and as you say, they've lost so much time. I mean, they've got to try and pick this up now in the pit stop, so it'll all be down to the pit window, which will be opening in the next 7 and a bit minutes.
The cars behind Neil Plimmer are battling for 8th and 9th positions, and Gary Bate got the better of Martin Gibson on that last lap, so that was Team Greenheath up into 8th in this race now, but they've still got that MJ Tech car right on the back of them as they turn left through Brooklands and head off into Luffield Corner, being pulled along, of course, by the PLR racing car of Neil Plimmer.
Yeah, so as they come out of Luffield, Neil Plimmer, as I say, he's pulling this train along with him. He's not really making a break because, of course, what Gary Bates thinking, right, if I can hang on to the back of them, I can then pull away from Martin Gibson in the MJ Tech GT car. But again, Martin Gibson's going to think, well, hang on, I can get on the back of Gary Bate and get away from everybody else in this queue, so I don't have to worry about what's in my mirrors. So it swings and roundabouts. Now, Neil Plimmer's in that situation where he needs to catch the 225, but he's also got to be wary of what's going on behind him, because as we've seen, you don't want an unfortunate incident.
Indeed so. On the last lap, pretty much even lap times were done between the top two, between Randaccio and Plimmer. And how the race has gone so far, you wouldn't expect the UVO team to lose any time in the pit stops.
No, but all it takes is for the car not to start, or a fuel churn not connecting properly into the fuel tank. It's or an airlock. The slightest thing can turn your race upside down.
That's certainly the case. So they'll be hoping that's not the case for them, of course. As the field flow their way then down towards Cops Corner, and a quicker lap actually done by the leader that time, because Neil Plimmer is having to defend because he doesn't want to be passed by these cars, but equally he's having to go offline, which means his lap times aren't as good as perhaps what they could be.
No, and that's also going to compromise his entry speed going into Cops, because Cops in these cars is really only a lift. It's not a brake and change down, but that's going to compromise him, especially now, because as you say, he's having to defend from Gary Bate, which he doesn't need to, but of course he doesn't want Gary to get past him. But then again, would it actually hurt Neil if Gary got past him, because then they could actually help each other, as we've got the 125 car with a right rear puncture, which is just coming through now. That's Paul Lewis in that car. He's making his way into the pit lane now as Neil Plimmer comes round Brooklands. He's still got Gary Bate. But Josh, if you were Neil Plimmer, would you want to let Gary Bate through to then try and work with him?
Well, Plimmer was pretty keen to get past and defend from him, so I'm guessing Neil Plimmer doesn't want that's the case. No. Want that to be the case. But we know Gary Bates quick, because he was right in that lead group at the start of the race, and they've worked their way through the order. So you'd think it wouldn't harm him if that did happen. Again, though, he's quite keen to make sure he stays behind. Of course, Gary Bate himself is having this battle with Martin Gibson for 8th and 9th positions on the road together behind him. as they make their way down towards Beckett's corner. The Greenstall car, by the way, with the puncher, was in 13th position before that issue.
The problem Neil Plymouth has now is because he's having to do this defending, he's losing around 2 to 3 tenths a lap, which of course is buying, you know, is buying into the 225's pit stop, because obviously the bigger gap that 225 have, you know, the less stress they're going to have on the pit stops. But this is going to help Neil Plymouth now, because the Martin Gibson car, the number 61 MJ GT racing car, is now battling with the Greenheath car, and this will help Neil Plymouth pull away and hopefully start to close. But of course, not, as I said before, pit window, are they going to want to pit straight away, or as we've seen before, they tend to pit sort of around the middle of the window?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Looking at the John McGuinness car, now he's back out, his lap times are pretty similar to this pack of cars. He's lapping in the 71.0 kind of range, so impressive stuff really from him. I mean, only his second car race, I guess. I don't think he's done any racing before in cars, so that's really good to see him really not any slower than the leaders.
Yeah, I think he's had a go in a couple of things, but not in a race.
Right.
He's done the odd test or track day or something, but you know, he's a keen petrol head, so and you know, to get his head round these cars, you know, relatively quickly. And of course, this is the first dry race he will have done in one, because at Donington it was you know, very wet. It's that horrible greasy stage, and of course these cars, as we see a little spit of flame there through the exhaust on the 225 car. But these cars, you know, they're quite tricky cars to drive, because you've got the sequential gearbox to get used to. You've got the aero. You've got tyres, which are an all-weather tyre. As we wait for Neil Plymouth to come through, still hasn't shaken Gary Bate off, but they have pulled a little bit of a gap on the 61 car.
Yeah, so that's of course key for Gary Bate, because he is battling with Martin Gibson on the road. After talking John McGuinness up, I think it's gone all a little bit wrong from Brooklands. He's had a quick spin, but gets back on the track pretty rapidly.
Yeah, as we see Andy Bicknell going down the inside of Warren McKinley at the going on to Cops. That's not for position, as we watch Ted Smith going round. Of course, Ted's in his first full season of car racing, hence why he's got the novice cross, but he's holding his own out there and doing really well. Of course, it's something I'm going to have to run when I eventually get behind the wheel of something. But yeah, no, great to see so many newcomers coming into the FunCup Endurance Championship, and it just shows that it caters for everyone.
Absolutely, real experienced drivers like Nigel Greenstall, and then drivers having their first races, like you say. This battle for 8th position continues between Gary Bate and between Martin Gibson, right behind the second place man Neil Plymouth, as they turn their way into Luffield corner once more, and they accelerate then off the corner. What, you've got half dozen cars in this group, a number of them on different laps to one another. It's 163 laps that is completed by the leader overall, who's now 9 seconds ahead. So Fabio Randaccio is pulling away from Neil Plymouth. Then there's a 6-second gap back to the dispatch bay car that's being driven by Andy Bicknell, who's just heading through your shot now. And he is 8 seconds ahead of Nick Nunn, who had that issue earlier on in after the safety car period.
It's almost gone into that yo-yo effect now, hasn't it? Because the last lap, Neil Plymouth was 2 tenths faster than Fabio Randaccio. This lap, Fabio was 2 tenths faster. So it's sort of gone into a bit of a no man's land now, and they're not really sort of pulling away or gaining. So they're still sort of just under 9 seconds behind, and that's not enough time for Uvio Hoffman's Lotus to get in and out of the pit lane before 146 comes through. So the question now is will they pit on the same lap, or will one pit a lap before to try and get the jump on the other car?
Well, when they come across the line this time, they will see the pit window open board, so the final pit stop of the race is possible from this time by there. You can see the pit window open board being hung out on the starting gantry and being shown to this group of cars, where Gary Bate is still just about hanging on there ahead of Martin Gibson, and very much hanging on to the back of Neil Plymouth, who now the gap's out to 9 seconds. So on that lap he was half a second slower than the leader was Plymouth. They turn their way on to Beckett's corner then, and as Jamie has been saying, we'll be looking now to see who is the first driver to pit.
Yeah, as we say, all the cars have to pass the pit open board on the start line gantry before they can come in. Although the window's open, they may not necessarily have passed the board, so they can't just dive in as we see in other series that do allow that. No, they've all got to pass the board at least once, and the same, I believe, with the closed board as well. Otherwise, they do get a penalty. As you see, Neil Plymouth just working his way through Luffield now, and is he going to dive in? No, he's not going to dive in. And so the question is, who will pit first? I mean, Uwe Hoffman's noticed how pitted. Here comes Dispatch Bay. They're going to release Andy Bicknell from the car, and Harry Mailer will be jumping in. Now, of course, Harry will get in the car and do as quickly as he can to try and make up for the lost time. But again, that lack of splitter is going to be hampering them.
Yeah, I think if it was without that, I think Harry Mailer would have been somebody you'd bet on to move forwards. But that is potentially going to harm his progress, you'd think, in this next stint.
Potentially, but he's driven with cars without splitters before, so he may sort of work his way round it. And that sound, there's the car, as we hear in the background, the car leaving the pit lane as Martin Gibson tries to get past Gary Bay, who's in turn trying to get past Neil Plymouth. Now, the question is Neil Plymouth going to pit this time round? As you see, he's got the Masters on the back of the spoiler. That's just to indicate that he is leading the Masters class. And no, he's not pitting again. Of course, it would be Ben Pitch getting in the car. Or it could be Neil Plymouth double stinting. They did hint that one of them was going to double stint. And as far as I recall so far, they've just been rotating.
Yeah, so that'd be sort of a change to the strategy if that happens. There is the leader, the UVO car, which is 10 seconds now ahead of Neil Plymouth. So in these last few laps, the gap's been going out somewhat quicker than what it has been. So Plymouth perhaps struggling a touch as they turn their way through Beckett's corner. That battle for 8th position behind Plymouth continues between Greenheath, Gary Bate and MJ Tech's Martin Gibson as they head off down towards Brooklands once more. And defending is Bate because Gibson's looking down the inside of him into Brooklands' corner as they turn through the left-hander. Gibson couldn't make that work, but that was a fairly decent effort as they turn their way then out of Luffield, and to complete yet another lap of the Silverstone circuit. Another good lap from the leader. Fabio Randaccio does a 70.19 compares to a 70.97 for Neil Plymouth, so the gap goes out to nearly 11 seconds now. So the pace of Fabio Randaccio has been pretty good here over the last 5 or so minutes, Jamie.
And that's the fastest lap he's done in a while, isn't it? It's, in this section of the race, he's gone a good 7.5 tenths quicker than Neil Plymouth. Of course, Fabio's got his old mate, I think Greg Evans behind him again in the 212 Make Happen racing car. They've had quite a quiet race, haven't they? They've just, like GCI, have just sort of stayed out of trouble. They're running 7th overall. Just the one Make Happen car this year. Last year we had 3, but we might be seeing one of the other cars making an appearance at some point this year, but not for a full campaign due to various clashes with other activities. So it's great to see the Make Happen team here. And hello to everyone down there. And here comes Martin Gibson. He's bailing out of this group. He's going to be coming in to hand over to Scott Jeffs. He's running in 9th position this time round. Of course, they lost that time with that stop-go penalty for that unsafe release that they had earlier. I mean, that was a very, very long hold that they had in the pit lane, and of course that would have got them, without that, potentially into the top 6.
Yeah, that's something obviously closely watched by race officials, and obviously we can't really afford for cars to be released into the path of others with a number of people in the pit lane. So you need the harsh penalties really to make sure that teams don't do that.
Yeah, each team must have somebody in front of the car to release that car to prevent things like this happening, because of course we've got team members, we've got myself, you've got marshals in the pit lane. Of course, safety is all paramount. I mean, they don't care about trying to run me over, but no, it's just safety is absolutely paramount. And the last thing we want is for anybody to get hurt. And so yes, this is why obviously penalties have to be dished out appropriately. And our race director Julian Floyd, he'll give them if he feels he needs to.
I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but both Neil Plimmer and Gary Bate have just been passed, I think, by John Curry. Plimmer comes back down the inside, and not unless Curry's just made a pit stop, I wonder. Yeah, that's okay. That's what's happened, isn't it? So John Curry is pitted in 188 for Chris Wetherill. That's how he, and then he came out just in front of Neil Plimmer. Now Plimmer's back to the front of this train.
Yep, and Chris Wetherill, another veteran of FunCup. He's been doing FunCup for at least a decade now, so he knows the score. He'll know not to get involved in battles when he doesn't need to. But of course, he'll be wanting to try and get past the 146 car to then get past. But so they're in 12th place at the minute. But Gary Bate is trying to get past the 188 car to latch onto the back of Neil Plimmer. And of course this is helping the PLR racing car because they're starting to make a break now.
Okay, and that means the Greenheath team have decided they want to pit. So that'll be Gary Bate in for the final stop of that car to hand over to Simon Smith. So we're slowly losing cars out of this big freight train of FunCup machines as they make their way down towards Cops. There's still quite a few of them in this group. Lead gap now out to 12 seconds between UVO and PLR.
Yep, as it looks like the sun's trying to make a break for it. It looked like it was threatening to rain earlier. And actually, we had a couple of spots when I was down in the pit lane as we watched the Stand 2 motorsport car. That's got Martin Compton behind the wheel of that car now. And of course, they've had a good steady race in 9th position. Both coming back to FunCup after a few years away and said it's changed quite a bit with the competitiveness, and as we heard from Neil Plimmer earlier on, every year it gets tougher and tougher and tougher. It's one of the most competitive championships in the country now. I mean, to see so many cars battling after such a long race, I mean, you see some other championships where one car is multiple laps ahead and then that's it, but not in the FunCup Endurance Championship. I mean, our closest ever finish, Josh, was at Zandvoort 2019, 3 hours, 57 thousandths of a second.
Right, I remember the first ever FunCup race I covered, which was I think before you did it, Jamie, was about 10 years ago, and that race went right down to the final laps where less than a second or something like that between them. But yeah, I think it was just 2 cars really there battling for the lead, where you got so many cars here. I think all but one car, looking at the lap times, their best lap is separated by just over a second. So it's sort of BTCC style competitiveness amongst this field of cars.
Absolutely, and there's great camaraderie between everyone as well. I mean, I know at the minute we have to be socially distant and so forth, but you know, there's normally a good social side to it all. We'll have a laugh. I mean, there's a FunCup fan page on social media where we'll have a bit of banter on there, and it's great to see our fans as well. I mean, I know there's one, the Hammond family, I believe, are watching, one of our super fans who are absolutely thrilled that they could watch it live on telly, because at the minute they can't really have anybody sort of in the pits and paddocks. So, and hopefully, fingers crossed, the next few weeks that will all get changed.
Indeed, I think everyone's waiting for the government directive and then Motorsport UK's follow-up to what the potential of the new rules will be. Not least Silverstone with the British Grand Prix coming up in a few weeks' time. So 30 minutes of the race to go, so we should get these final 5th pit stops very shortly. Both PLR Racing and Viking Self Storage have come into the pits, and it'll be interesting to see where the Dispatch Bay car comes out amongst them, because Harry Mayle has been lapping pretty quickly in the 221 car. And then we got this short sprint of what will be less than half an hour to the checkered flag.
Yeah, so all eyes will be on Harry Mayle now as we see the PLR racing car has left the pit lane now with Ben Pitch behind the wheel, and it will have Mark Hone behind the wheel of the Viking self-storage car. A very similar pace cars, but the thing I've noticed as well, Josh, the overall pace of the whole race has been very, very fast, isn't it? Everyone has been on it from lap 1. There hasn't been that lull where everyone's sort of backed it off a little bit. It's been full on for 3.5 hours.
You know, Silverstone National really only a 4-corner circuit, so therefore to try and make time it's very difficult. So therefore, if you start losing time by backing off, that can quickly add up in a competitive field. Right, it's a slow stop for the Plymouth car. That's not come back out. So the Viking, so they've dropped their drop-in time here. If all the timing screens are giving me accurate information, is Neil Plymouth has not come, or the PLR racing car has not come back out of the pits, and should have done. So we'll get that confirmed for you when the laps are completed. That certainly appears to be the case, which is obviously bad news for them.
And as our leaders come in now, as that would be Farchini handing over to Fabio handing over to Farchini. What I will do, Josh, is I will run into the pit lane without my camera, go and find out what's going on, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, they've still not come out the pits, and the others have completed another lap, so problems there for the PLR racing car that was running in second place. 146 has pitted then and not come back out. The UVO car is in at the moment. The Dispatch Bay Express car is 3.7 seconds ahead of Viking Self Storage after they have both made their final pit stop of the race. 28 minutes of the race to go, and making their way down the Wellington Straight here. We see 170, which is the Stobart Sport car that had those issues earlier. They dropped to 18th. There's Team Greenheath that are pulled away from MJ Tech over that pit stop period. They're 10 seconds ahead now of the car they were battling with earlier. So into Cops, you've got 99, the JPR car, that is running further up now in 13th position, so they've progressed. The Dominic Jackson, Davey Clark and Steve Harris shared machine. There is the Greenheath car then, that's 8th. And just behind, they're just flashing through short, is Harry Mailer, who's in second position in the Dispatch Bay Express car. And when they cross the line, we get a gap from them to the UVO Hoffman's Lotus leading car. Down to Brooklands. The PLR racing car, by the way, still in the pit lane. So the Neil Plymouth and Ben Pitch car has not returned to the circuit. So a drama of some sort for another leading podium contender. Had a few of them during the course of this race. So here comes Harry Mailer then across the line out over the curbs. He's 17 seconds behind the leader, so I don't think that's really catchable. So after the final stops, then it's car 225, UVO and Hoffman's Lotus, that leads the way. The car that's driven by Farquini Diot, that he shares with Fabio Vandaccio, and the gap is 17 seconds back to 221. Dispatch Bay Express, which is Harry Mailer now in for Andy Bicknell. In third is 110, Viking Self Storage with Safebox. That is Mark Holm, who's taken over from Nick Nunn. In fourth is 111, GCI Racing, which is Ian Wood, who's taken over from Craig Butterworth. In sixth is 212, Make Happen Racing, which is Greg Evans, who's taken over from Stephen Walton. In seventh is 14, which is Simon Smith, who's taken over from Gary Bate. In eighth is 61, MJ Tech GT, which is now Scott Jeffs, who's taken over from Martin Gibson. In ninth is 248, CCS Media Racing, which is Nigel Greensill back in the car that he shared with Bob Tomlinson and Alan Honemond. And then into 10th position is 188, which is the Enduro Motorsport and Axiometric car, which is the car shared between Chris Wetherall and John Curry. The PLR racing car is still in the pit lane, Jamie.
With clutch failure in its terminal, which is an absolute tragedy. They've gone to pull away and the clutch is gone.
So that's another car that looked like it was going on the podium that's going to not finish.
I think it'll be another one on the do not talk to Jamie list. I think for the next one. For the next one. Yeah, great shame. Neil Plymouth's absolutely gutted. I mean, it's not normal. Normally he likes to chat, but he barely said anything, so which is completely understandable.
So Harry Mailer second, 17 seconds behind the leading car of Farquini Dior. That's probably not a gap that is catchable in 24 minutes.
Never say never with Harry Mailer. I mean, when he gets the hammer down, he does put in some really quick laps. And also, great result so far for the 111 car. I believe this might be their best ever finish.
Yes, that's the GCI racing car that's shared between Craig Butterworth and Ian Wood, currently in 4th position. And I think they're a decent amount ahead of the... they're a minute ahead of the next car. So, again, that shouldn't be catchable, all things being equal.
Yeah, as we watch Martin Crompton in the 101 car, just fending off Ryan Lewis in the 125 car. That's not for position. The 125 lost a bit of time with the tyre change. Of course, these cars they have 5 wheel studs. So of course they're not the single nut. So you can see the sub 2-second pit stops that we see in F1. So they would have lost a chunk of time on the pit stop when they had to change the tyre. Who else has been making good progress?
Well, Nigel Greensall, now he's back in the CCS media cars, just past Scott Jess in the MJ Tech car. So Nigel Greensall's up to 8th. He's 10 seconds behind Team Greenheath and Simon Smith. So we shall see if Greensall can catch that in the last 20 laps or so.
Yeah, I mean, Nigel Greensall, he's a very, very quick driver of whatever he gets into. I think if he drove a wheelbarrow, he'd probably break that record in something. But yeah, of course, former outright lap record holder at Brands in his Tyrrell Formula 1 car. Or I think he's still got it, hasn't he? Or did that get broken?
No, he hasn't got he's got the old Castle Combe lap record on the old circuit.
Ah, that's it. Yes.
Which obviously will never be broken because that circuit won't be used again. But yes, he's very rapid, and he does a lot of historic racing, of course, nowadays. Because, of course, he did coach and race with Julian Thomas for a long time in FunCup, who's gone on to race very successfully in historic cars of different variations.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't see the Race Logic car out as often as we like. I know they try and do a couple during the course of the. Obviously now at the minute, very difficult times for everybody, and of course, there may be business commitments that he can't, it means he can't commit to racing. So, but no, he's been out in his historic cars. He's got probably one of my all-time favourite cars, an original Group A Ford Sierra RS 500, which apparently he said here left an LMP car in a straight line.
And of course, that just goes to show what Julian Thomas has been able to do in historic racing. Is FunCup can learn you very good things about racing other types of car.
Yeah, I mean it's a great car to learn. I mean the rear wheel drive, you've got no ABS, you've got no traction control, you've got think about strategies with some of the longer races, because we can race up to 8 hours. I mean we did an 8-hour race at Anglesey a couple of years ago, so again that has slightly different pit stop windows, and you've got to think of in a way driver fitness as well, because they're quite physical cars to drive. Not all of them have power steering.
We did actually have a number of FunCup cars do the Burkitt Relay here at Silverstone at the end of last year. So of course, if you've got one of these cars, you can, if you wish, go and race them in other places.
Yeah, they can be raced in other places. I believe there's actually a class for them in the Burkitt Relay. So I know quite a few of them do go to do it. I know the team I was helping out with were actually going against me in the class, and they beat me. So yeah, there's a little bit of friendly rivalry going on there. But no, it's great that there's a team of them come in, of course. And sometimes it's competitors racing together, because obviously they're multi-car teams, because it's a relay race, and they there's always a good turnout. So yeah, and I think it also involves the boss Paul Rose getting behind the wheel of one as well.
Well, normally Paul at that event drives the Seika, which they did win in a little while, about 10 years ago, something like that. The only non-radical team to win a dry Burkitt for some time. We did have the bizarre year where the team of TCR Sayats won in the wet, beating all the sport prototypes. Anyway, that's a different story. This is the FunCup Endurance Championship here at Silverstone. This is the second round of the season. With races to go at Anglesey, at Oulton Park, at Croft, and back to Donington for the end of the year. So a busy year for the FunCup Championship.
And we've got Oulton Park just before Donington.
Yeah, two Oultons in a couple of months apart.
Yeah, and the second Oulton is actually a sprint and a feature race. So we'll have a 1 hour dash, and then they'll break for lunch, and then do a 3 hour endurance.
So will that be again with driver changes in the short race?
Yeah, they'll have one. I think they have 1 or 2 windows. So, and that always produces really, really good close racing because again, different strategy, different ways of doing it. And of course, teams with multi-drivers, as in 3, because you can have up to 5 drivers in a team if you want. But again, with it being an hour-long race, you don't really want any more than 2 or 3 drivers. So yeah. But no, it's a great calendar this year. Unfortunately, we were due to go to Mondello Park last year, but we couldn't, obviously, with the travel restrictions, and fabulous that as it stands at the minute, we'll be going off to Anglesey in 3 weeks' time.
And of course, FunCup has the 25-hour race at Spa, which is one of the craziest events, I think, at that venue, with over 100 cars that usually take part.
Yeah, it's not a championship round. Over in Belgium, they use the 2-litre car. So there is generally a separate class for these cars. But yeah, the year I went, it was something like 130 cars, and even the likes of top touring car drivers couldn't understand why they were on the 54th row of the grid. But when I had to explain to them there was more than one class, then it's fun. And they even do passenger rides in the middle of the race.
Yes, that's something I don't think would be allowed in this country.
No, they wanted me to do it, and I quite politely refused. And for research purposes, Josh, I said no, I'd rather drive.
Yeah, because I think from what I understand, in the Belgian Championship, you get points for taking more passengers around in the race than anybody else.
Don't give Paul Rose any ideas.
Anyway, I say that wouldn't be allowed in the UK Championship. That's very much a thing against Motorsport UK regulations. This race still only has just over a quarter of an hour to go. Harry Mailer's slowly catching the leader. The gap's now under 16 seconds. It was 17. Of course, that's not a quick enough catching rate. There's Mark Holm, who's third, who's 6 seconds behind Mailer. Then in 4th position is Ian Wood. In 5th position is Chris Wetherill. And in 6th position is Greg Evans. The potential change, I think, will be for 7th, because Simon Smith is being caught by Nigel Greensall. Remember, that gap was 10 seconds, it's only 3 now. So I think Greensall might be able to get a position before the end. They're in this group, and the gap's only now 1.5 seconds. So Nigel Greensall absolutely flying and should gain a place before the checkered flag.
Yeah, but Simon Smith is one of Nigel's customers.
Right.
Will that come into play, or will they be battling hard? Of course, last thing they want is to hit each other, because they're part of they run under the same Greensall Motorsport banner. But yeah, we'll see how it all goes. I mean, 263 have had a great day. They proved that they can run at the front, and have had great pace, and they've been there or thereabouts. So 12th place is a great result for them. But yeah, CCS Media, they're not doing all of the races. I think they're doing 6 of the 8. So they're not 6 of the rounds. So I don't think they're doing all of them. But it's great to have Bob and Alan back, and also they've got Nigel in with them this year as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens, whether Simon Smith makes it easier for Nigel Greensall.
See, if the race finishes like this, the top 2 are going to be exactly the same finishing positions as it was at Donington Park, with the UVO car ahead of Dispatch Bay.
Yeah, and it's quite rare at the minute that we have a repeat winner so early. Last year we were very nearly, in our shortened 5-round calendar, we didn't have a repeat winner until the final round, and we were placing our bets to see if we were going to go for a season with a different winner at every round. So it'd be good to see if that can happen. But with 14 minutes to go, the race is still wide open. Anything can happen, Josh. You know that in motorsport.
Okay, well, let's see if it does. Well, this is the battle side by side, and Nigel Greensall does it. He goes past Simon Smith there for 7th, so Nigel Greensall passes the team Greenheath car for P7, so that was a pretty rapid catch and pass.
Apologies, Simon Smith and Smith. So apologies for that. Of course, Simon Smith is a little bit further down than 263, so it was the Greenheath car, so apologies on that one, Josh.
Yeah, so Greensall won't gain any more places because there's a minute behind the next car. But that car hasn't really been in the top 10 all race long, so that since the beginning really. So Nigel Greensall's done a nice job at the end of the race here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to head down to the pit lane to get the last few minutes of drama, and we'll hand over to you.
Okay, thanks for all your help, Jamie, bringing us much more up to date with the FunCup Endurance Championship than I'd be able to produce. So well done, thank you for that. So yeah, 13 minutes to go, and we're into the closing stages of this then. And no significant changes look set for the end, if all things are equal. There is Nigel Greensall turning his way through Brooklands, and the camera effects mic's purely picking up the tyre squeal as they turn their way through there. Cars running on treaded tyres, of course, and squealing their way through the complex that completes the lap here at Silverstone. Greensall's being closely chased here by Sean Cooper, who did a bit of British GT racing a couple of seasons ago. And they turn their way then down into Copse Corner. There's a second place car, that's Harry Mailer, who's 16 seconds behind the leader, and he's 8 seconds ahead of the Viking self-storage car, which is the second of this group, which is Mark Holm. So that looks pretty set as well. You can see the full order on your screens. The one car that of course has been dropping down over the last 10 minutes is the PLR racing car with that clutch failure. So here's Mark Holm chasing Sam Smith, who of course did so well in that opening stint. He's running 12th and many laps behind into the next car, so he won't gain any more positions in the family car run by Greensall Motorsport. So the field flow their way out of Luffield to complete another lap. 187 laps done by the leader, so we're not quite going to get to 200, which it looked like we may have done before the safety car period, but that small period means that's not going to be the case, I'm afraid. Now, is that a slowish car heading into Brooklands? No, I don't think so, just the leader coming through. So the race leader continues to be the UVO Hoffman's Lotus machine, driven by Farquini Diot, that he shares with Fabio Randaccio, and it's been apart from that issue with the bodywork rubbing on the tyre early on, it's been a pretty faultless run with good pit work too by that team. And with about 10 laps to go, they turn their way into Copse Corner once more. 188 laps completed. Gap 15.4 seconds now after a slightly quicker lap from the chasing dispatch bay car of Harry Mailer. So 10 minutes to go. Here's the leader then. The UVO and Hoffman's Lotus car with its very much Lotus Grand Prix style livery on the car. Turns its way out of Luffield for driver Farquini Diot, like I say, shares this with Fabio Randaccio. 15 seconds ahead of the Dispatch Bay Express car, which is Andy Bicknell and Harry Mailer. Third one, 10, Viking Self Storage, Nick Nunn and Mark Holm. In fourth, 111, GCI Media, Craig Butterworth and Ian Wood. 5th, 207, Agro Coliantes, Rob Croydon and Paul Turner. 6th, 212, Make Happen Racing, Steve Walton and Greg Evans. 7th, 248, CGS Media of Nigel Greenstall, Bob Tomlinson and Alan Honemond, the first of the free driver cars and the first of the Masters competitors. In 8th is Team Greenheath, Gary Bate and Simon Smith. In 9th is 61, MJ Tech, which is Martin Gibson and Scott Jeffs. In 10th, 188, the Axiometric car of John Curry and Chris Wetherall. In 11th is the Stand 2 Motorsport machine of Warren McKinley and Martin Crompton. In 12th, 263, the Greensill car of Sam Smith, Simon Smith and Ted Smith. In 13th, JPR car that's jumped up recently of Dominic Jackson, David Clark and Steve Harris. In 14th, 171, Agu Coliantes, Matt Hogg and Rob Perry. In 15th is the 125 Greensill car of Paul Lewis and Ryan Lewis. In 16th is Raw Motorsport, which is Alex and John McLeod with Paul Rivette. In 17th is the Stobart Sport car that had that long stop for Richard Webb and Colin Kingsnorth. In 18th is the We Have No Idea duo of Paul Calladine and Alan Baldwin. 19th on the standings but not going anywhere, so going to lose that position are PLR Racing's Neil Plimmer and Ben Pitch, and then completing the top 20 is the EDF Motorsport Vape Club car of Vlad Vasiliev and Matt Dawkins. Watching on the screens there the 97 car, the GT Radial car that had the problem right at the beginning, with Ellis Handley now at the wheel, the regular, who shares that car with two wheel specialists, Steve Peat and John McGuinness. And they complete another lap, but they're 50 odd laps behind the leader after those problems earlier on. Seven minutes to go. Another lap completed for the leader. There they are, the UVO car now 15 seconds ahead of Harry Mailer with 7 minutes to go. As I say, there's a couple of cars getting themselves together on track, which is Ellis Handley, who we were just looking at, and Martin Compton. Martin Compton is running in 11th position. But here's the leader then, down towards Brooklands with about 6 laps to go for driver, which is Farquini Diot, as the McKinley and Handley cars have broke out in battle, not for position of course. Don't think we're going to get any last moment changes in this race. And here comes Warren McKinley down the inside then of, Martin Compton comes down the inside of Ellis Handley and slots through on the inside of Cox Corner. So here comes the leader again, last lap of 71.14 for Diot in that Hoffman's Lotus backed UVO car. 14.6 seconds ahead of Harry Mailer. Down the Wellington straight he comes. Then hard on the brakes into Brooklands. And just see he's not pushing quite as hard as earlier, not tyre squealing on as much as some of the others. Just making sure the car gets home without any type of drama. And this will be the completion of 193 laps. We should get 198 in this 4-hour race. And he turns through Cox Corner once again on lap 194. The last lap was a 70.97, which compares to a 70.78 for the chaser Harry Mailer, who's 14.4 seconds behind, and a 70.80 for the third place car of Mark Holmes. So very similar lap times to the top three. The three cars on the lead lap. 1 lap down in fourth is GTI Media. 2 laps down is the 5th and 6th place cars of Agro Coriante and Make Happen Racing, which are only separated by 5 seconds now. So Make Happen Racing's Greg Evans is catching Agro Coriante's Paul Turner on the final stages, but I don't think there's going to be enough laps left to catch. So here comes the leader again. This is a completion of 194 laps, 4 to go, with 4 minutes on the clock. That lap's a 70.83. And he turns into Cox Corner then. Riding the curbs on the exit of Copse. A 60.83 plays Harry Mailer 70.02, so the gap goes slightly out that time to 14.6 seconds. Got a bit of traffic to deal with over the last few laps. So he heads out of Beckett's and down towards Brooklands Corner. So the first of the cars to lap, I think, is the 107. We have no idea team that run in 18th place. Currently driven by Alan Baldwin. And the second car to lap is 171, which is Agro Coriante's car driven currently by Rob Perry, that runs in 14th position, and Farquini Diop's lap both of them without any kind of problem. So this will complete 195 laps. And that's a 70.85. Fastest lap of this race was done back on lap 73, which I think was Christian Rose. A lap of 1 minute 09.367, which adds an average speed of over 85 miles per hour. Had a number of lead changes in the race. Early on, it was 248 CCS Media that led the first 8 laps. Then 4 laps were led by the 263 Greenswell Motorsport car. 12 laps were led by them. Then 4 laps were led by the UVO car, before 1 for the Greenswell car. Then UVO took it back again for 5 laps, and those two traded positions to the first pit stops. Then the UVO car was back in the lead on lap 44 before its problem on 46 laps later, which meant the Olympian car led from lap 90 for 16 laps before its issue, and ever since then, ever since lap 106, UVO have led the way, and they've just got 2 further laps to go as they come out of Woodcote for the 196th time. That lap is 71.162, and head off down towards Cox Corner. A lead of 15 seconds remains between Diot and Harry Mailer. Mailer's been caught though now by Mark Holm. The gap down to 5.7 seconds, which is less than it's been, but a little bit too late really. And that battle for 5th is remaining at 5 seconds between Agro Coriante and Make Happen Racing. So that looks also to be pretty set in stone. So into Brooklands on the penultimate time for the leader. Still riding the curve, getting the car a bit sideways through Brooklands, and then through the right-hander at Luffield. And 1 further lap then to go in the race for Farquini Diot, the car that started last on the grid and led by lap 21. And as they turn into Cops Corner, they've led a majority of the laps since then. And this is the final lap, lap 198, heading down towards Beckett's Corner, 15 seconds ahead of the Dispatch Bay Express car. A gap that would reduce in that safety car period, but that hasn't really affected them. So that great first stint from Fabio Radancio, getting through the order without damaging the car. which put them in this great spot, and then excellent pit stops, surely the best pit stopping car of the category, which really helped them get this advantage, which they haven't really lost. And into the complex then for the final time for the Uvio and Hoffman's Lotus Run car that was started by Fabio Randaccio, and Falquini Diot's been in it too, and he's in it now. Both of them have done 3 stints each, and they come out of Luffield for the final time then to win this second round of the FunCup Endurance Championship, over 198 laps of the Silverstone National Circuit. And the checkered flag then is waved by the start line marshal. Looks like Stuart Dungate, who waves the checkered flag then to our race winner. The Uvio and Hoffman's car then takes the win by what should be about 15 seconds over Dispatch Bay Express. There it goes, across the line now, 15 seconds. Harry Mailer and Andy Bicknell then take second place, and third position, the only other car on the lead lap, the Viking self-storage car driven by Nigel Greensall and Mark Hull. So that's how the podium is completed. In fourth position, the CGI racing car of Ian Wood and Craig Butterworth. In fifth position, Agro Colleontes, Rob Croydon and Paul Turner. And in sixth position, Make Happen Racing, which is Greg Evans and Stephen Dalton. Seventh, CCS Media Racing of Alan Honomerond, Bob Tomlinson and Nigel Greensall. In eighth position, Team Greenheath, Simon Smith and Gary Bate. In ninth position, MJ Tech, which is Scott Jefferson and Martin Gibson. And complete the top 10, the Enduro Motorsport Axiometric car, which I think is about the last car to take the checkered flag, and that's driven by John Curry and Chris Wetherill. So that brings FunCup racing to an end here at Silverstone. Just to remind you, we have got one further race here at Silverstone on the BRSCC live stream, which will be for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. We've got a full day of racing tomorrow as well to look forward to here on the BRSCC Facebook and YouTube channels. But shortly we should get to hear from our winners of the FunCup race that head their way down then into the pit lane. And we had, 21 cars take the checkered flag in the end, so 4 cars not making the end. Well, I don't think there'll really be any much clearing up to do, apart from perhaps a bit of debris, before we get the last race of the day underway. So there shouldn't be too much of a pause before we get Mazdas. But down in the pit lane there is our winner. Out of the car then steps Falquini Diot, and he punches the air with both fists, absolutely delighted. Got the FunCup photographers as well to get the pictures.
So we're down here
and we can hear from Jamie.
Parc Ferme area. Big hugs all round for our winners, the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus team. Just have a quick word with Falquini now. He's just having handshakes and hugs with Nigel Greensall. Have a quick chat with Fox now. Leave your helmet on. Great race, but it wasn't easy, was it?
Hold on a minute.
Okay, excuse any language. So yeah, he's very happy. Yeah, no, it wasn't easy, was it?
No, it wasn't. I thought we had a good gap, and then we had some contact. Well done, well done. And then we dropped back, and then we had the good fortune and misfortune for Olympians. Sorry for those guys. And then it was kind of, we built a nice safe margin, and we thought it was all good. And then we were just talking on the commentary about safety cars and how everyone was doing okay. And then Enduro unfortunately fell by the wayside as well. But I have to say Fab did an awesome job, first stint to do it, and then he built me a safety cushion, and all we had to do was keep young Harry at bay for the last half an hour. But our pace was kind of similar, so I was just pegging the gap, and the guys did a brilliant job on the pit stops, everything. Really good.
Excellent stuff, well done. That's Falquini. Second place was Dispatch Bay, which was, we'll have a chat with Harry Mailer. We'll just quick chat with Harry.
Yeah, you are.
Quick chat. We'll get you, Harry, to keep your balaclava on just for the protocol, please, if that's okay. As you can see, they lost their splitter fairly early on in the race, which of course would have not been doing the hampering. All right, we'll let you get away with that.
No front splitter, but still a great second place for you, and it's putting you in good stead for the championship.
Yeah, we were just trying to be consistent all day, and yeah, like you say, we lost the splitter and it made things a bit harder, but just took it easy in the last stint. We had a nice gap, behind, so there was no real pressure. It was nice.
It was getting a little bit fraught out there in a couple of the earlier stints, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. No, I'm glad I'm not the only one that felt that way, but luckily they kind of came off worse than we did, so I suppose that's a bit of karma, really.
Right. Okay. Right. No worries. Third place was Mark Home. Mark, big hugs. Having a chat. Mark, if you can just get you to put your balaclava on for me, just for the, or if you got your mask, that'll be fantastic. And I know it mucks your hair up. I'm really sorry. Great third place for you, but like fucking you were saying, it was busy and fast out there, wasn't it?
I tell you what, all day we've been punching a hole in the air for other people. We lost the toe on lap 3 of a 4-hour race, and for the whole 3 hours right to the end, we've had to really keep pushing on. But that was great, and Nigel and the other gentleman, they were pulling me into dispatch bay. I knew the splitter had gone, but it just wasn't quite enough for P2. But great day's racing, really good.
Fantastic, well done. That's Mark Home of Viking Self Storage. Let's go down to Greensill Motorsport, who CCS Media, who won the Masters class in the race. Where's Nigel? I need Nigel, Bob or Alan somewhere. Where's Nigel? He's just having handshakes. I haven't spoken to Mr. Greensill all day. Let's dive in. Can we have a big cheer, because they first ever Masters win. Alan, you've had a great day, haven't you?
Wonderful, really. It's 2 podiums, 2 races, and me and Bob were just saying we're really enjoying it. The team that Nigel and Nicky have created, and our fellow competitors are part of the team. It's a great unit, and it's a great spirit.
Yeah, the food's great, isn't it?
The food is great. The service is great.
Brilliant. And Bob, it's just nice to be back. We know you're not doing the whole year, but is this going to change your mind now?
Well, unfortunately, we had previous commitments because of the uncertainty of this year. We didn't know what we were doing, but I mean, we can't unfortunately change that. But we'll be back. We'll be back. Well, I think we've got 4 more.
3 races left. Yeah, I think so. But we've got next year as well.
Yeah.
And Nigel, very quickly, because we've got to go over for the Mazda race. It's a great result because you've first and second in the Masters.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant, isn't it? And it's so proud of our team because everyone's worked so hard and got us here. And Nicky's cakes just make us so fast. Yeah, that's the secret of our speed.
It's not doing good for my waistline though.
I'm just going to speak to the commentator and get him to be able to pronounce my surname. That's the only thing.
Okay, all right, no worries. Okay, well that'll be for the circuit. But hey ho, right, that's our top 3 plus our Masters winner for the FunCup Endurance Championship. I'll hand you back to Josh Barrett, who will take you through our final race of the day, the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Series.
78, Richard Bartlett, 291 and 78.
Ahead of this 15-minute race for a new category in 2021, the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship run by the BRSCC for the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5, a different category to the MX-5 Championship, where this race is just over 2 races over a single day compared to the 3 races over the weekend, so a cheaper way to go Mazda MX-5 racing. With entry fees at just £295 for your day's racing. Every round taking place on a Saturday. We've already had races at Croft, which were won by Harry Storer, here at Silverstone, before races further this season at Anglesey, Snetterton, Cadwell Park, Donington Park and Brands Hatch. This morning, if you think back, it was Owen Mills that took the victory by 9.5 seconds over Adam Sparrow. 3rd was Chris Dawkins, 4th was Oak Richardson, 5th was John Pethick and 6th was Scott Leach, where we had some great battles behind Owen Mills. Owen Mills led and won by a long way, best part of 10 seconds, but some real dice behind. The grid of this race is set by the results of the first one, so it will be Owen Mills and Adam Sparrow on row 1. Row 2, Chris Dawkins and Oak Richardson. On row 3, John Pethick and Scott Leach. On row 4, Richard Baxter and Jordan Pimley. Row 5, Thomas Mallet and Dan Blake. On row 6, Harry Storer and Rob Greensmith. On row 7, Stephen Bartlett and Peter Higdon. On row 8, Brad Jones and Jonathan Fieldsend. On row 9, Luke Souch and Richard Bartlett. Row 10, Kevin Bird and James McCutcheon. On row 11, William Bream and Andrew Dean. On row 12, Tim Storer and Michael Kirk. On row 13, Chris Watts and Peter Williams. On row 14, Keith Dalton and Dale Whiteman. On row 15, Steve Pegg and Dave Scholar. On row 16, Owen Woodwards and Neil Chisnell. On row 17, Barney Francis and Kevin Dengate. And on row 18, Jay Shepherd and Charlie Brisker. So you've got 4 cars going from the back who retired earlier, so especially Kevin Dengate and Jay Shepherd will be looking to make good progress. Jay Shepherd was a podium finisher last time out at Croft. But the winner from Croft, double winner Harry Storer, finishing just 11th earlier. Rob Greensmith, who got a second at Croft, he finished 13th earlier in fact. And then Jay Shepherd and Kevin Bird were also podium finishers. We know Shepherd didn't finish, Kevin Bird was 19th earlier. So the drivers with success at Croft, not so much here at Silverstone, but a much bigger grid than we had at Croft, about 3 times the entry for this second meeting for the category. So great to see this growth. 36 cars here in the MX-5 Clubman Championship, looking absolutely spectacular on the Silverstone National Circuit. There are a number of invitational cars that won't be scoring points, which actually includes our 2 front row men. So out of the point scorers earlier, Chris Dawkins won from John Pethick and Richard Baxter, but they were 3 people that weren't on the podium at Croft. So good to see some new names to the front. So we've almost got everybody to the grid now. This will be a 15-minute race to look forward to. If you like your Mazda MX-5 racing, we've got 6 tomorrow with the Mazda MX-5 Championship for Mark 1s and the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup for Mark 3s, with capacity grids in both of them. So do set your reminders on your YouTube or your Facebook accounts to watch tomorrow's live stream, which begins much earlier than today. I think 10 o'clock the first race scheduled for tomorrow. But this is the last race of today, of Saturday here, of this British Racing and Sports Car Club meeting. It's the 4th round of the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. The poleman starts on the left-hand side of the circuit, but it's not a good start from Owen Mills, so he's going to have to work harder this time. It's Adam Sparrow that takes the lead. Mills is second as the rest of the field flow their way into Cops Corner then for the first time. Let's hope everybody gets through okay with this big grid. Got some novice drivers out there, including the car you can see there, but here are the leaders then. So it is Sparrow from Mills. For third, it's side by side between Oak Richardson and Chris Dawkins. It looks like Dawkins on the outside has held on, and the rest of the field flow their way then down into Beckett's Corner here. There's car number 5, which is Steve Pegg, who's right in the middle of this big old grid. Here they come then, down to the Brooklands, and Mills has got through then, so Owen Mills has passed Adam Sparrow out of Beckett's to take the lead of the motor race on this first lap of action. There's car 59, I think that was, heading through. Kevin Bird, the podium finisher from Croft, as they make their way then out of Luffield Corner for the first time. Being headed once more then by Owen Mills. He didn't make the best start, but it didn't take him long to lead again, but he's under real pressure. The toe is working for Adam Sparrow here, heading down towards Cops Corner. He was right in the wheel tracks of the leader, less than a tenth of a second apart at the start of the lap as they turn their way through Cops then. I think he's got through, has he? We'll check that when they get to Beckett's. No, not quite. So Adam Sparrow's still there in second. Oak Richardson is there in third position, the driver that got the fastest lap in the earlier race. As they exit Beckett's in 4th, Chris Dawkins, in 5th with Scott Leach, and 6th, John Pethick. You can see the top 20 positions in the left-hand side of your shot there. Left-hand side of your picture. So here come the leaders. Absolutely nose to tail for the lead in towards Brooklands Corner, and they're both out wide there, Mills and Sparrow. So a better line taken by Oak Richardson as they turn their way through Brooklands Corner, but they stay in that same order. And Mills trying to break the toe here because that's what he managed to do immediately in race 1 and never therefore come under threat. But this track, which is very slipstream heavy, turn hard to get away therefore, particularly in these Mazda MX-5s, and Mills feeling the need to defend, heading down towards Copse Corner. He was putting his car in the middle of the road, but he managed to hang on. 3 cars in this leading group then heading through Copse Corner. Oak Richardson, the driver with the novice cross on the back, out of Copse Corner they turn. They've got a bit of a gap over Chris Dawkins that leads the next 2 cars. Scott Leach with him too, before a gap back to Richard Baxter. Fastest lap of the race has gone to the Croft winner, Harry Storer, who's made a much better start to this race. He started 11th, he's up to 8th position, has done a 72.184 to set the fastest lap of the race, which is quicker than anybody did in race 1. So good start to this for Harry Storer. Here come the leaders into Brooklands Corner. Owen Mills certainly not able to pull away here from Adam Sparrow. Owen Mills, the leader in the OMR car, the Owen Mills racing car, ahead of Adam Sparrow in the BC Cars Motorsport machine, the Brian Chandler run car. In 3rd position, Oak Richardson. I think runs the car themselves and doing a great job there in P3. Mazda MX-5 racing very much, you can run with a team, there's lots of drivers that decide that, but equally you can run your own car and be very competitive. There's Richard Baxter turning through in 6th position at the front of this group, which features 150, which is John Pethick. 550 as well, we still will go through shot there, that's Thomas Mallett. Battle for 4th, being headed by Chris Dawkins and Scott Leach, but Richard Baxter and the group behind have gone with him. A big lock up there for 69, Brad Jones. He was all over the curb, I think on the grass as well, heading into Beckett's. Not totally sure if they all survived that. So onto the Wellington Straight they come then, going down towards Brooklands, and still right in the wheel tracks of the leader is Adam Sparrow as they turn left over the curb. Sparrow, a much tighter line he took than Owen Mills. As they turn then into Luffield with Oak Richardson still there, right with them in 3rd position as they come out of Luffield Corner and complete lap 4 of this race. It was a 13-lapper earlier, it should be the same again. Here is Richard Baxter, then car 8, just ahead of 17, which is Harry Storer, who continues to make progress. He's up to 7th position now in the Go For It racing car. And Harry Storer all over the back then of Richard Baxter. He's on the inside line now into Copse Corner. They're absolutely side by side. More battles behind as well. There is 69, so obviously Brad Jones did survive that moment, and he's battling with Richard Bartlett that was all out over the curbs and on the runoff area out of Copse Corner. Richard Baxter did lose 6th position, so the sim racing cockpit back driver Richard Baxter loses a position to Harry Storer. Onto the Wellington Straight they go then. This is lap 5. We've had a third of the race and the battle for the lead continues with Owen Mills and Harry Sparrow. What about further back? Well, there's Storer then in what is 6th position now, ahead of Richard Baxter. Gets a bit of a bit crossed up through there, but he manages to hang on okay. We've been chasing after Scott Leach, who in turn is in the wheel tracks of Chris Dawkins. Cars then come out of Luffield and through Woodcote to complete the 5th lap. There's Richard Baxter, who's now coming under pressure from Thomas Mallett in 550. As they come up across the line, then it's still Owen Mills that leads by a couple of tenths of a second. This is the battle for 4th though, and Scott Leach is coming up the inside of Chris Dawkins, who carries a lot of speed through Copse Corner. His teammate Harry Storer is joining in their battle, so a 3-car battle for 4th. It's 3 for the lead as well, but for 4th position it's almost 3 abreast. It is 3 abreast as they come into Beckett's, and Harry Storer goes round the outside of both of them and passes Chris Dawkins and Scott Leach. So that was a really nice move. This has been a good race for Harry Storer, who struggled in race 1 this morning, but this is a much better for him, and Chris Dawkins, who was 4th, has dropped to 6th. So here they come then, down towards Brooklands once again. Not far behind this battle is Richard Baxter and Thomas Mallett, so they're trying to buy into this as we're coming up to the halfway stage of the race, and Storer sideways trying to carry as much speed as possible through Brooklands Corner. There's the top 3, same order, Mills, Sparrow and Richardson, and then the battle for 4th out of Luffield, being headed now by Harry Storer, I should say. So Harry Storer in 4th position. There's Baxter and Mallett though, who are going to make it 5 cars in the battle before. There's a driving standards car, flag being shown as well. That'll probably be for track limits. And Mallet down the inside, he gets 7th position, then away from Richard Baxter. So that's a change for 7th. They've got a good gap over the rest. The best of the rest is 4:78, which is Stephen Bartlett, who's 9th. John Peffick is 10th, and 11th is Brad Jones. They're all battling behind this group of cars. There's Scott Leach, who's there in 5th position, right on the tail of Harry Storer. Here are the leaders. Still a change for 2nd we've had, because Oak Richardson has got himself ahead of Adam Sparrow on this lap and was challenging for the lead there into Brooklands corner. And has he been able to grab the lead? Just looking in the background there, no he hasn't. So Owen Mills continues to lead, but now a new 2nd place man is Oak Richardson after getting himself ahead of Adam Sparrow on this lap. This is the end of lap 7. There are 6 to go. And right on the tail of Richardson is Sparrow. They all dive to the inside. Oak Richardson makes it to the inside. To the outside goes Adam Sparrow. It's 3 wide for the lead into Copse Corner. And the top 2, Mills and Richardson, run absolutely wheel to wheel, but they both lines are compromised. And Adam Sparrow might pass both of them here in the BC Cars car. No, not quite. So Storer hangs on to the lead. Up into 2nd comes Sparrow once again, and Richardson back to 3rd. To the outside of the leader, tries to come Sparrow at Beckett's. He can't quite make it. He runs a bit wide though. And they head on to the Wellington Straight absolutely together. So this is a great race for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship. Owen Mills has not been able to break the toe in this one, and he might lose the lead here into Brooklands because he's got cars challenging him from either side. To the outside, Adam Sparrow tries to come right round the outside of Brooklands. That's not going to work though. So again, Owen Mills is able to hang on to the lead. The 3rd place car, Oak Richardson. You can see the novice cross on the back of his car. So a new driver to race him for this season, doing a great job to hang on to these 2. And all 3 of them are pulling away from that big battle pack behind, being headed by Harry Storer, the driver of the fastest lap. Storer is the first of the championship point scoring runners, it should be noted. For the lead, to the inside, Adam Sparrow again tries to grab the lead then from Owen Mills. What about this next group? Well, Scott Leach is being passed here by Chris Dawkins. You've got Tom Mallet and Richard Baxter in there as well, as they come out of Copse Corner. Well, what about for the lead? Well, Owen Mills has held on again. So Owen Mills has lost the lead then as they come into Beckett's corner. So Owen Mills leads, and in 2nd place is Adam Sparrow. 3rd is Oak Richardson. As they make their way down here, they're 3 wide, so Sparrow did nose ahead, heading down into Beckett's corner, into Brooklands corner, but he's very much lost out through Brooklands. So down to 3rd position has come Adam Sparrow. So that means Oak Richardson back into 2nd, and Owen Mills continues to lead the race with 4 minutes to go. That'll be 4 laps of the Silverstone National Circuit. And right on the tail of Richardson, who gets a good run out of Woodcote. It's going to be 3 wide again actually for the lead into Copse Corner. Richardson to the inside, to the outside comes Sparrow, and I think Owen Mills has lost the lead then really for the first time in this race, but Richardson runs out very wide. That will be noted, I should think. And he has got the lead out of it though, so Oak Richardson leads the way down towards Beckett's corner. Sparrow on the outside tries to get 2nd, can't do it, so Owen Mills has lost the lead then to Oak Richardson. We'll see if he'll be able to fight back, because he's in a different position really than he has been all day. So back in the tow they go, back in the draft, and is it going to be 3 wide again? No, just the 2 of them this time. And to the inside, Owen Mills is going to grab the lead. Yes, he does, into Brooklands corner. So he's back ahead then of Oak Richardson, and follow him through is Harry Storer. So that's a great move. Sorry, I should say, where's he? The 3rd car then? Is he? Oh, it's all gone wrong, hasn't it, for 19? So that's what happened there. Adam Sparrow run out wide and went all over the grass. And I think there's a problem for the boot of the Richardson car. Looks like the boots popped up on that as well. So the lead battle has somewhat been problematic there at Brooklands. So down to 3rd has gone Sparrow, and he's dropped well away. And Oak Richardson, it looked like with the boot lid that's come up on him, his MX-5 has dropped away from Owen Mills. So here's the battle behind for fourth. Chris Dawkins is there. Tom Mallett dives up the inside of Scott Leach. They both run out wide. Richard Baxter buys into their battle, and Richardson, despite the problem, seems to be fighting back on Mills. There's the battle for third. So Harry Storer right with Adam Sparrow, and then in fifth position there is Chris Dawkins, ahead of Richard Baxter, who did get ahead of there to gain a position. But for the lead, Richardson fighting on the outside line with this boot lid that's opened on his Mazda MX-5, and it's not slowing him down at all as they turn their way through Brooklands. 2 laps to go. Owen Mills continues to lead by a very, very small margin, but we have lost Oak Richardson out of, we have lost even Adam Sparrow out of this battle after he went off at Brooklands on the last lap. He's under pressure from Harry Storer, who's the first of the championship class runners, the point scorers. The second there is Chris Dawkins, and the third Richard Baxter. But for the race, overall, for the win, the fourth round of the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship continues. For third, Harry Storer looked to the inside of Adam Sparrow there, couldn't gain the place. What about up front? Because Oak Richardson's unaerodynamic Mazda MX-5 is looking to the outside into Beckett's corner to try and go right round the outside of the leader, Owen Mills. He can't quite make it though, but there is a further lap to go still at the end of this, so plenty of overtaking opportunity still remains in this race. A really good race to complete the day here at Silverstone, and there should be even more intense versions of this tomorrow with 6 Mazda MX-5 races for the Championship and Super Cup. But for this Clubman's race, to the inside looks Oak Richardson. He can't make it though. So Owen Mills continues to head the way. Lap 12 into Luffield. Lots of tyre squirrel again through that sequence of corners. So they accelerate through Woodcote. Where's Richardson going to challenge? Well, he's a couple of car lengths behind the leader this time, but he'll be able to use that to draft his way back up to the leader. The last lap board goes out to them. Mills defends. Richardson to the outside, tries to come round the leader then into Copp's corner. They're absolutely side by side here, and Oak Richardson's nosing ahead. They're sideways. A bit of rubbing between them two, I think, on the outside line, using a lot of road. Oak Richardson takes the lead then with Mills, Owen Mills behind after he got very sideways through Copp's corner. So Richardson, who's probably be giving off a big old toe down the Wellington straight, is being chased then by Owen Mills. Are we going to see a true Silverstone type finish to conclude the British Racing and Sports Car Club Day here at Silverstone, day 1 of 2 here for this June race day? There's yellow flags. That's going to be a real drama for the leaders then, so there must be a car off the circuit. I think it's Richard Baxter there, but then it's green into Brooklands, I reckon, and right round the outside comes Owen Mills into the green flag zone, and they're side by side for the lead into Luffield. Mills has got it then, so he gets back in front to a great bold move around the outside at Brooklands, but then the toe will be the friend of Oak Richardson, but he's sideways out of Luffield, and I think that slide is going to harm him. It is. So Owen Mills, he takes a double win here at Silverstone today. Had to work a lot harder though for that race win, so a great race that was. For third position, it is Adam Sparrow, who holds off Harry Storer, who I noted was very sideways as well. For fifth, Chris Dawkins holds off Thomas Mallett. In seventh, Scott Leach. 8th, Richard Bartlett. Across the line in 9th, Peter Higdon. 10th for Kevin Dengate. Remember, he started right at the back of the grid. So Kevin Dengate, great progress from the back to 10th. 11th, Robert Greensmith. 12th, Jay Shepherd, another driver from the back of the grid. 13th, John Pethick. 14th, Dan Blake. Then Jordan Pimley takes 15th. 16th is 264 William Bream. Then 17th, Luke Souch. 18th, Richard Bartlett. 19th, Jonathan Fieldsend. And completing the top 20 was Kevin Bird, as the rest of the field flow their way across the line. I think Richard Baxter was about the only car we lost in that race. He was pulled off down past the Wellington Straight. So let's take a look at how that race went. So it was a dramatic race for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship. It was Adam Sparrow that made the best start to get himself ahead of Owen Mills. 36 cars flowed their way around the circuit. This was the battle for fourth at the time. Harry Storer making his way through the order from 11th on the grid. 3 wide it was for the lead. Oak Richardson trying to get himself ahead of Owen Mills. Couldn't quite do it on that occasion, and that brought Adam Sparrow back into the dice, and he tried to come around the outside of the leader into Beckett's. The battle continued with Oak Richardson then taking the lead away from Owen Mills. Then Mills fought back up the inside into Brooklands. Big slide there for Sparrow, and that's what caused him to go off. Got a big slide, went over the grass then on the inside of the circuit and rejoined a few seconds behind. Oak Richardson's boot lid opened, but that didn't slow him down. He went for the lead round the outside at Cox on the final lap, grabbed the lead from a sideways Owen Mills, who fought back round the outside at Brooklands to take the win, but Oak Richardson nevertheless looked pretty happy with second place. So a great way to conclude proceedings here at Silverstone. Just to remind you, we've got a full day of racing tomorrow, 11 races, so join us there on the BRSCC live stream. And we shall conclude today, though, with the interviews with the winners with Jamie Peters-Ennis.
And down here for the final race of the day, the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. The winner of the race overall and first of our invitation runners was Owen Mills. He's done the double today, so he's going to be absolutely delighted with that. I'll have a quick chat with Owen. Owen, 2 out of 2, perfect day.
Yeah, it's been good fun. Just got to wait to see if we're in the races tomorrow, and then it'll be even better. But yeah, Oak gave me a run for his money there, run for my money. He did a great job. I know how hard it's been for him to get the car here this weekend, so really pleased to see him doing well up the front here. It's great.
Excellent stuff, well done. Now our top 3 in the actual Clubman's Championship. First was Harry Storer. Let's have a quick chat with Harry. If we can get you just put your balaclava on just for the mask, that's perfect. Sorry to muck your hair up, mate, but we'll just have a quick chat with you. Great result and a great day of racing as well for you.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic. I wasn't expecting to be able to get up that far, to be honest. Race 1, I had a massive hiccup and managed to claw back a bit. So yeah, really enjoyed it. Fantastic. Cheers.
And it's a great little series, isn't it? It's all been done to obviously help save costs. You've got just 1 day meeting, so you don't have to worry about overnight accommodation and extra training and things. A really competitive championship.
I mean, today proved how competitive it is. Yeah, no, great fun. And I mean, for people like me, I'm trying to keep costs on the low. Yeah. I might want to see friends on a Saturday and not have it dominate the whole weekend. And you get it all condensed in one day. You get, friends and family can come and watch and know that they'll watch you race. So, yeah, great fun series, I think so. Yeah.
Fantastic, well done, Harry. That's Harry Storer, the winner of our Clubman's Championship race. Second place was Chris Dawkins. Chris, if I can get you just to put your mask on for me, please. That'll be fantastic. He's had a great day so far. He's a 3rd overall in the first race, and it's been a good day, mate, hasn't it?
Yeah, not too bad at all, actually. I made a couple of stupid errors in that race, and then unfortunately the guys in front got away and then made a couple more mistakes, and they catch up. And of course around here, once you're in that tow, trying to break it unless someone makes a mistake was hard work. But it was a really good race. Yeah, it was good fun, and a couple of brave manoeuvres around cops and things like that, so it was good.
Fantastic, well done. That's Chris Dawkins, who was second place of our MX-5 Clubman's. Now 3rd was Steve Bartlett. Steve, great result for you and a nice way to end the weekend.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised to get a trophy, but it was really good fun. Went forward in the race. It's just a shame a few more laps I'd have been with the pack in front, but yeah, overall good fun.
And what's it like to drive these things? They look quite lively.
Yeah, they're all right. Yeah, they are a bit twitchy, but yeah, I've not got much else to compare it with. Yeah, it's good fun.
Excellent stuff, well done. That's Steve Bartlett, and that rounds off day 1 of our Mazda MX-5 and FunCup race weekend here at Silverstone. Sadly, I'm not here tomorrow. I turn into Scott Woodwis. We've also got another mini endurance race of the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy, and also the guest appearance of the Zeos Prototype Series. So from down here in the pit lane, I've been Jamie Peters-Ennis, and it's good night from me.